Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined today by Orcs as we bring you through the final day of the week. And you may look at it on paper and think, oh, it's a stomp and then a bottom of the table clash that we're not really too worried about. There is so much on the line today.
Yep.
There is so much to play for. T1 theoretically could lock in playoffs today, considering if things go right in both of these matchups. But Bro could also get one step closer to the playoffs. Liv Sandbox could try to further solidify themselves in the playoff race. DRX, a very similar story. Our bottom side of the standings that we will bring up right now is neck and neck and neck and neck and neck.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, KT Genji was super exciting in the fight for first. That's
Yeah,
but
sure.
They will both be in playoffs already. We knew that.
Yeah.
Right? That's not exciting. You know what is really exciting? Who's going to be in that 5th and 6th spot? Now, T1, definitely a front runner for the 5th place spot, but that 6th place spot, I think we really have no idea right now.
Nope.
Corner Freaks are on a 6-loss streak, but are in 6th place. They are the highest of those teams on the eastern side, and yet they're on a 6-loss streak. What does that say? Who really knows?
That means they've lost 6 in a row. That means that they were way, way higher up in our percentage chance of making playoffs 3 weeks ago. And now it is not so much. Let's have a look at points of the match here for our first one. Desperate for a victory, and which team will end their losing streak. T1 definitely pushed to the cliff of the west side, and with the fact that everyone is so incredibly close, if there's a breakaway team, they don't necessarily have a guaranteed position in the playoffs, especially if the fall continues. And Bro, they're chasing the crown of the east side. Being able to take that victory off DK and actually look pretty good in that series, very similar to how they looked against Halma Life Esports as well. Bro could really strike and strike hard here today.
Yeah, and if you look at the schedule, obviously they've already faced Halma Life Esports and D+ in the second round robin. 2 hard opponents have already faced KT as well.
Yeah.
You know, T1 look beatable, and then they have Liv Sandbox, Nongshim, and DRX. Realistically, Bro could build up a bit of a win streak here, based on their current form.
They definitely could, and with them facing both Liv Sandbox and DRX as well, the teams that are going to be facing off afterwards, one of those teams is going to have 11 losses. That is just how it's going to go. So you can create even further of a gap there. The matchup of National Team Top and Lord Morgan. Zeus, of course, is going to be playing in Asia Games, and the head-to-head score may tell you that this one's in favor of Zeus. But do you know what the hearts of the Bro Leavers tells you? Stats don't mean anything.
Stats are just numbers, and numbers are just made up, right?
Yeah.
It's just a concept.
No, they are.
We can
it's something
easily ignore.
Man came up with numbers, all right? And therefore, they can't be real. It's not natural. It's not normal.
Yep. Not Lord Morgan approved.
No, definitely not. Let's welcome T1 out into LoL Park, though. Still playing with Poby in the mid lane. Not entirely sure when Faker is going to be making his way back, and we'll see whether T1 have tightened up some of their team play that has looked a little bit all over the place without their leader in the mid lane. Really does show how much this team has relied on Faker for a lot of the cohesion that they've had over the last so many years.
They've started to look better and a bit more cohesive, but that is starting from a very low benchmark of when Faker was first subbed out, where they really looked completely lost. So definitely can see them on a bit of an upward trajectory, but nowhere near the level we typically expect from them. Whereas, okay, man, Bro, they've been, you know, some competitive series against opponents who a lot of people thought might just be stomping them.
Yeah, and they've made sure that they've come out swinging. Game number 1 has been where they've reigned supreme. Things have kind of fallen to the wayside after that, but if we had best of ones, man.
And you know what it is?
What is it?
The orange jerseys.
Yeah?
They're doing a lot of work.
This is the upgrade. And we'll see whether OK Savings Bank Breon are going to be able to bring it over the line against T1 here today. I actually think that, you know, we do a little bit of joking around. We do a little bit of, oh, it's probably still going to be T1 favored, but I think this one might be closer than people think. As Umpty, look at this. Look at how much he gets done in the early stages.
You know, I'm not even going to joke here. Ona has looked pretty rough, and Umpty has actually been such a massive force for this roster. His round 2 performances have been phenomenal. So I actually think this is a favored matchup for Bro. I think that if we see them play how they have been in the last couple of weeks, Umpty will be carrying through the jungle, and Owner honestly has to step up his game to match Umpty, which is such a weird thing to say.
Yeah, it is.
It's true.
It is absolutely true. And I think that Owner has been the one that's suffered the most from the loss of Faker. Because I think that Owner's hands have always been really, really good, but he isn't one of the cerebral junglers here in the LCK. He's not one of the Peanuts, one of the Canyons that understands exactly where to be and what to do at all times. He didn't have to, though, because he had Keria and he had Faker telling him where he needed to be and what he needed to do, in theory, right? And what it's looked like is that he's lost half of that and has now not had the same level of confidence.
But I think you look at a lot of our teams and you see how important the mid-jungle synergy is. You know, Canyon Showmaker, you have Chovy Peanut, you have BDD and Cuz, and you can see that when the pairing is strong, it makes such a massive difference. And, you know, Poby has obviously had some struggles joining, but I think replacing Faker with anyone, and you'd obviously need time for that synergy to build up, and Owner has definitely looked a little bit rough as a result. Some underperformances you can't really just attribute to synergy or the missing of Faker. It's kind of been individual as well, some mechanical errors, but definitely the team just doesn't look on the same level. So hopefully look for that bounce back. They have been looking better in the last week in their recent matches. So
yeah,
I think fans can be a little bit optimistic, but expectations need to be realistic. If you beat Bro, that is still a big win for this team, which I think last split, you just expect it.
No, exactly. And I think that Bro, thinking about this as an opportunity to really solidify their chances at making that playoff run, right? Like, getting up to 4 victories is absolutely huge. And celebrity fans here to support the Bros. Chimchuk Man is apparently one of the guys here, Kimmy True. And Magic Park. Oh, Magic Park's back. So he was here a couple of weeks ago. So Bro just making sure that they've got absolutely everyone supporting them.
I think we'll be honest, it's cool to be a Bro fan.
Exactly. And I think that the Bro leavers in chat are also ready to be Bro fans.
Yeah, I don't know.
Donating all of their points, and this time around, their points might be safe.
I don't know if you saw, there's a lot of interviews with Christopher Nolan with the release of his recent film.
Yeah,
and I believe one of them,
I've seen a lot of those.
I believe one of them he said, Bro is my favorite LCK team.
No, I think that was in the Vice interview, I'm pretty sure.
Yes. I think his next plan is a documentary.
Yeah.
On Bro, so look forward to that.
It's similar to, like, honestly, with Christopher Nolan, it's like watching Henry Cavill interviews and he, like, calls himself a nerd all the time.
Yeah.
Like, Christopher Nolan, he's, like, calling himself a Bro fan. It's like, we get it, dude. Like, you don't need to talk about it all the time. Anyway, let's...
If he's a true fan, we'll see him in chat any second now.
Yeah, no, he's probably already there. He's probably calling his T1 bias in the chat. That's probably what's happening. All right, well, T1 will be on the blue side to start things off. We can see that the Kai'Sa and the Tristana have both been banned away. Poppy also going to be removed as Nico finally taken off the board. And T1, LeBlanc going to be taken away. This is a little bit of a worry. We've seen LeBlanc really slipping, and this gives Umpty Sejuani.
Yeah, and especially you could go Sejuani Renekton as well. Morgan obviously phenomenal at champ, one of his best, and he has been performing super well recently, so a lot of confidence to pick up the LeBlanc early for Poby, but I'm not too confident in the pick itself. Azir is often something that we see LeBlanc picked into, can obviously harass from distance, but I think most Azirs have been surviving the laning phase pretty fine against it, so we'll see what they opt for. If they go Azir Sejuani here, they could go like Jax on 3 if Renekton's taken by T1, and obviously Sejuani Jax really good in the Renekton. But going in a bit of a different direction here. Want to secure the 80 carry pickup with Kai'Sa banned away. Aphelios kind of standing up as that higher prio pick left available. We'll see if T1 opt to go in the direction of something like the Sejuani plus top laner for Zeus angle.
Yeah, I actually find it very interesting that they don't take away the Sejuani. Sejuani Aphelios could have been a decent way to do it, but also these Sejuani LeBlanc compositions have been falling flat on their face.
Yeah.
And so we are going to see the Jax Sejuani locked in. What does Bro have? Because they know that this is what was happening, right? And we need to see some sort of big brain answer to what was pretty obvious.
Yeah, I feel like I could imagine them going for like a Gragas angle, as it's decent into Jax, but you know, with the nerfs, he hasn't been holding up as well in lanes, it's been a bit lower priority. Renekton would be very risky, but also very Morgan. So,
yes.
you know, I could kind of vibe with that, but he's gone for the safer option. He's gone for the Gragas in this situation, so good at dealing with the melee threat of the Jax. And obviously T1 investing heavily in the top side with this rotation has meant that they haven't picked up their AD carry. I think Xayah would make a lot of sense as a ban. You know, Xayah Rakan still open and available for the side of T1.
Yeah, plenty of things to be taken away here. The Xayah is going to be the first one that is taken off the board. Melio and Aphelios together have been pretty strong, so that one will be denied on the side of T1. Still, efforts pick up to be locked in. I'd expect an R4 jungler, and you don't need to necessarily then worry about Rel and things like that. Effort is a fantastic Alistar player, or has been in the past.
Maybe if it was like Samira Rel, it could be. But to be honest, into Azir, I think Gragas, I just think it's not going to happen. So realistically, yeah, Draven makes a lot more sense. Jinx is open and available as something T1 could go towards. True. There's definitely options. It's just, I feel like once you get past like that Kai'Sa, Aphelios, Xayah, the pool widens, but they're definitely a lot lower priority in terms of what you want to pick up. T1 actually banning away the Blitzcrank, weirdly enough, considering, you know, we often only really see Blitzcrank bans if you're planning to pick Melio, but they also ban Melio, so not sure
now you really don't expect Melio. Not only is he banned, but the counters are also banned. Yeah, no, I don't understand. As that is a Skarner. That's going to be locked in here for Umpty. Maybe this was the plan all along. The anti-Sejuani Bristle synergy or expectation. And then the Skarner comes out. Carrier back on his Thresh, though. Jinx Thresh, a lot of safety towards the bottom side of the map. And we know what Carrier can do on this champion.
Yep, that kind of explains the Blitzcrank ban, you know, often picked into the Thresh. And also, Skarner's going to have a hard time ever getting on top of a key target when the Lantern is there to play around with. Obviously, though, going to be a bit trickier for Zeus to have impact in teamfights when there is a Skarner, when there is a Azir and a Gragas bouncing you up and around. And it looks like Brion might just go towards that Rakan in this situation.
Not historically fantastic into Thresh.
Yeah, it can be played out of it. But I think if you just play the lane fairly stably, you're still going to have that engaged potential in teamfights. I don't think you're too concerned. Ultimately, T1, you know, they have a scaling bot side. They have a top laner who they can play through, but the Gragas might cause some issues. I'm interested to see how much impact Umpty can make on this Skarner, though. Obviously, some decent skirmishing power in the early levels, good gank potential, and we have seen him be having that early impact that has really allowed Bro to find the early leads in some of these games.
I'm actually very interested to see how this one is going to go, especially towards that top side of the map, given the fact that Sejuani Jax is so much power, and it's so much power in the hands of Zeus. And Zeus has been extraordinary. Like, the largest improvement I've seen from T1 is him stepping up on the top side of the map when it was sort of all of them together, not really finding too much form after Faker did leave. So I'm a little bit frightened for the Bros when it comes to the top side, but we've seen Morgan be able to mitigate a fair few of these matchups, especially into the Jax on his Gragas. So it could be that they can just weather the storm and then hope that the Jax doesn't become too big, because their early games have been very strong on the side of Bro.
Yeah, they have, and I think I am a little bit concerned about how the laning phase goes, because obviously top side you've talked about, but also bot lane, I think that has been a weakness for Bro at times in the 2v2, and despite everything, despite some rough performances from Carrier, Gumusi and Carrier have been pretty solid in the 2v2, finding a lot of 2v2 kills, and there is definitely the potential for that, especially playing the Rakan, something that is quite squishy. If you get hit by a death sentence, that might end up being a death sentence.
Could certainly be. Let's jump into the Rift here for game one. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the first game of the first series of the final day of the week here in the LCK. Bro, they've brought out the Skarner yet again, and he's gone the Lawnmower skin. Quite like it. It's not my personal favorite. I kind of like the Rocks. I like the Rocks one, where he's like all connected together with plants.
Oh, not Rocks Tigers.
No,
oh, that'd be cool.
That'd be Peanut. That wouldn't be Skarner. Karis is also on the EasyHoon hype train that we've seen. Like, everyone's just been picking up EasyHoon skin on the Azir. I'm actually all for it, and now picking it into T1 as well for the added value.
Yep. Sending that message.
Exactly.
What do you see what skin Ona has? Is it once again the Pyro Rider?
Oh, I hope not.
I feel like that's just people have...
Why not Zoids, man? Zoid's skin's so cool.
Yeah, I don't know. People just... Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yep. Yeah, it's just that thing where like almost every Sejuani has gotten that skin. And it's a fun skin, but it's like there needs to be some variety.
I feel like Ona does do like the what's the Russian bear one.
I like that one.
That one's pretty cool. But I think he has done that one in the past. So I don't think that that Ona is our biggest offender. I think it's Pina as the Poro guy more often than not. But we're digressing a little. We do have the laning phase upon us here towards this bottom side as Effort and Carrier just sharing some attacks with one another. Effort landing the Gleaming Quill is actually going to be important. I think it was you that was actually telling us about the added sustain of Rakan with landing Q-Poke.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big reason why he really came into the meta is they buffed his Q to like ridiculous levels. Back when it was like Ashe support and stuff, but like, hey, you know how we can make you survive against Ashe? We'll make it so your Q is like a Soraka heal.
There you go.
And, then Ashe got nerfed and stuff, and Ashe left the meta, but Rakan still will just win trades by hitting Q once. And you can see very defensive summoners coming out from Brion. Definitely suggesting that they know they're on the back end of this matchup. Jinx good in the Aphelios, but also just a Thresh from Carrier. So we got Cleanse for Henna and Heal for Effort. They really just want to be surviving here, which is kind of the story of their entire comp across the board, I mean, Azir's fine in the early game, don't get me wrong, but like top lane is very much about surviving the Sejuani Jax. So I think Bro are just hoping to get through the early stages without suffering too much.
Yeah, it feels like a weathering of the storm, perhaps. As you can see, T1 able to get that shot, gets the crash. Now grab themselves some vision where they would like. I think as far as being able to attack somewhere on the map, though, I think that Umpty will be able to set up shop somewhere, and the setup is going to be there, right, from his laners. Like, Effort can go in with the Grand Entrance. You've got Karis, who, when he does hit that level 6, will have the Emperor's Divide to deliver opposition towards Umpty. This is a very classic Bro comp of if Umpty doesn't do stuff in early game, it's probably not going to be great. As BDD is on, 4 wins in a row.
I like how they added that for context. They're like, yeah, this is.
We saw this yesterday. He literally did this yesterday against Chovy.
To be fair, BDD is pretty good.
Yeah.
And specifically pretty good at Azir. So, I think that's why we need the added context to basically say that, if you're this good, you're pretty fine in the matchup. Also helps to be like the top team in the league.
Yeah, and honestly, like, LeBlanc is undefeated against not BDD's Azir.
True.
There we go.
And wait, let me check. It's actually not BDD this game on Azir either. So.
Although it was BDD's former protege in Karis, who did play behind BDD and actually became a much better Azir player as a result, because he wasn't known as an Azir guy. He was more the Lissandra guy coming out of Challenger.
Like that just becomes like the default. If you're behind BDD, you have to improve at Azir. You're like, hey, can we practice like, maybe some laning on some other champs? He's like, nope. 100 reps of Azir. I gotta teach you how to be a pro.
Yep, there it goes. Henna not going to be allowed to go home. Carrier going to go back, collect some souls. And Gumayushi is head by about a wave, as there is a couple of minions here, I guess, for Henna to lap up, but still going fantastically well for the Jinx. One of the oldest of the 200 years matchups. Just try to outrange the Aphelios was always the idea with the Jinx. Seems to be working out just fine. As T1 are going to walk over a plethora, difficult word to say for me right now, as it turns out, a plethora of wards as they head towards this Drake that they should be able to take for free here. Does give Umpty some access to the jungle on the top side.
A lot of prio mid and bot basically means there's no way Bro can contest this. Umpty will just trade for some camps, and the aim for him is get a level 6 as soon as possible. Essentially, get that access to that ultimate. It's really going to be the game plan, and he's going to steal away some camps from Ona here. Should get this, and just have smite, so should be able to get the Gromp and get out if he wanted, but maybe he thinks he doesn't have enough time. And back away. Not a huge prize in return for the dragon, but at least it's something.
He's even going to have his Spire taken away as Umpty able to grab the one near this Rift Herald. And I think that is where Bro might try to find a neutral angle. Being able to get in there and take turrets earlier on into this composition is going to be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I also think just from like a denial perspective, because T1's composition opens up really well into a 1-3-1.
Oh, yeah.
With the LeBlanc and the Jackson side lanes. So you know, the sooner that T1 can open up the map, start taking turrets, especially break that mid-tier 1, the harder it is going to be for Brion playing into that. And I think, you know, regardless of how much impact Brion get from the Heralds themselves, denying them would be a massive difference maker.
Well, Poby actually looking to go aggressive here. It looked a bit strange, but Carrier was on his way up, and Karis able to walk his way out. Poby was possibly looking for a bit of a reset time anyway, as Henna finds a Gravitum onto Gumayusi.
I love the little zoom in, like, oh, something gonna happen? And it's like, no, it's just, you know, a little trade.
Yeah.
Little love tap.
Gumayusi actually winning out on the trade, as it turns out, in the end. Anyway, given the range
yeah, but
of
he
the
gets
rocket.
hit by the...
Yeah, 2 Infernum autos, and then I am made to feel silly.
I feel like it's so hard to dodge. Like, the AoE that bounces out afterwards is so wide.
And it's annoying.
It's very obnoxious.
As Morgan is going to get stunned up here. Ult comes through from Zeus. Morgan just trying to walk this one out. Does flash in the end. Zeus not going to follow. Flash advantage now for the Jax. Level 7. As Morgan will at least be able to get himself a cannon, but this is looking dicey in the top lane.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a misread the cooldown from Zeus, because he didn't have his leap strike quite up again, which I think could have been what he was waiting for. Morgan flashing away there. Didn't have ult as well, which obviously would have meant he was a lot safer, able to disengage. So a good angle found by Zeus, and you know, considering we talked up this Jax Sejuani, we've only really seen the Jax so far. Ona just, you know, picking up the dragon, nice of course, but not really done too much else other than that.
And Bro keeping it even when it comes to, oh, okay, never mind, Hook is going to land. There's the play and Battle Dance. So never mind, Effort just going to be able to get out of there, but Carrier, his eye is in.
Oh, might look for something else here.
Yeah, grand entrance. There's the flash hook. Gets the flash out of Effort. I like that Effort waited to make sure it was going to hit, and it definitely was. And then the flash does come through. Plate goes down on the top side of the map, though, as T1 starting to find some of these advantages in the lanes. As Henna with red-white is somewhat formidable, and Ona comes around, has already got a lot of work done on this Rift Herald. Umpty wants nothing to do with it, as the barrel not going to be enough there. Ona kept us guessing for a few moments, but does have Smite, so it is going to be secured. So Rift Herald and Dragon both taken here by T1.
Yeah, and I think honestly throwing down the Rift Herald mid, gonna have a lot of value, just getting some plates, thinning it out. Umpty looking though, potentially for Poby here. It's gonna be hard to pin down a LeBlanc.
Yeah. As Poby does now have the distortion on cooldown. 2-1. And in he goes. All right, Umpty, can we find it? There is the smite. Does go back to his distortion there, as Umpty not going to be able to find it. Poby, nice little movement there to make sure that he's not in impale range, but it's still going to be a decent trade for Karis.
Yeah, I think they were waiting for Poby to use another ability to lock him out of his ult distortion, and then he never did, so they just went for it, and he's able to outplay. Doesn't even burn the flash, so pretty positive there for Poby overall. The lane phase has been going fine. Obviously going to have that Shiv soon, which really helps out with the wave clear.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. I like that Umpty didn't go for the flash, because then you go back to your distortion, you get all of the value. So good patience there from Bro. It would have been very embarrassing. It does still mean that Poby's absolutely fine in that mid lane. And Morgan actually ahead in farm. Kind of crazy. But Zeus not behind, and he's the Jax. And now he's going to look for a nice little trade here towards the top side. Morgan realizes he's going the wrong direction. He's going to be able to walk his way back. Lost chapter now done, as Ona comes on over to secure the Spire. And Umpty don't like that. He wants to make sure that his Spires are always on his side. Not going to be able to do that for the next little while, though.
Yeah, both teams kind of hovering in setup for this Dragon, trying to contest some vision. But right now, it's Bro who have the priority, and it's actually Poby resetting for the Shiv, but is TPing back in, so looks like Bro just going to back away. They aren't looking to contest this right now. Obviously, if T1 do get that second Dragon, could be very impactful, and so far the pace of the game has been pretty slow, so stacking up those neutrals will really help solidify a strong later stage of the game.
Well, Carrier going to move in and does find some vision here. Chain is going to miss, as Poby will take some Sand Soldier damage. Karis doing okay here in this lane, keeping things quite even. And every time he lands these, it means that some of that control over the Drake is kind of mitigated. If you can't just relentlessly dive forward to get those Shiv procs, as Henna will find a Moonlight Vigil onto Gumayusi. That is going to send him home. That may mean that T1 cannot actually do too much about this dragon, although Gumushi does still have his ultimate available, so can offer assistance from a distance. Didn't need for that to rhyme.
And yet it did.
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah, Herald throwing down mid. Karis is there to defend it, but bro, with the chunk out from Henna onto Gumushi, they're confident just to start up this dragon, and I think T1, they'll probably go for a steal here with the Thresh Lantern, so let's see if they can get it.
Yeah, and in they go. That is going to be the secure from Umpty. And it was a cute little attempt, and you get, I guess you just don't really need to take too many risks here. And it is a Cloud Soul now, so with both teams having one Drake, the triple threat Cloud into Soul available for both teams.
They'd be so fast.
Oh, so fast.
And you know what's going to be great? Skarner with Cloud Soul, when you impale them, and go max 7.
Yeah.
Running back to your team.
It's even better with Gumushi because he gets excited just from pressing the Super Mega Death Rocket.
True.
That's how it works, right?
And if he gets a kill as well, then he's really excited.
Really excited. Super Mega excited. Death Rocket. That's how it kind of goes. Zeus going to be able to get out of the way of these barrels. But Morgan having a pretty good time. Continuing to. As the AP Gragas has been still working, even though the passive did get nerfed. We thought that maybe this would affect matchups like this. Hasn't really for Morgan, who's been the one that's most likely to very happily go back to the Gragas in this matchup.
I think it's kind of testament to how strong Gragas was. I think the meta has shifted a bit. We've seen a lot more like carries in the top lane. But the fact he can kind of just chill and survive on the back of that passive despite a pretty significant nerf shows he was pretty obnoxious to deal with.
Yep. It's not going to be the case forever, although he will get more and more wave clear. The Jax will become less answerable as this game goes on. But right now, there are not really too many questions being asked, right? We're talking about answerable. Like, you need to be actually doing stuff. And there's not a lot of stuff being done, especially on the side of Bro. T1, probably the team that does have a little bit more onus on them to get things happening. But even then, they win sides so hard that maybe they don't even need to worry, because in the late game, perhaps team fights are just not going to be what T1 needs to win.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, take a lot of orchestration and it isn't the easiest win condition despite everything.
True, yeah.
And also, you know, despite the fact that we have this Jax Sejuani in the top lane, we have this winning bot 2v2, nothing's really come from it. Like, Carrier traded flashes with effort, and then it's kind of just been nothing since, and they're both back up and available. So, considering we said that Bro's hope was to kind of weather the storm, they weathered it pretty well. You know, they were in like a storm bunker.
If Morgan had just thrown a barrel, believed in his Everfrost, that could have been a dead Zeus there.
Very much so, and now he's getting collapsed on.
Yeah, flash does come through. Morgan not going to risk it up against Owner, as Gumushi is real quick. Umpty was terrified. He was so confused about what just happened there that he didn't press his R button.
He just wouldn't expect a Jinx to come running past him, so he just didn't know what to do with it.
And, okay, Glacial Prison comes down, and Poby is going to collect first blood. He just paid a visit to the top lane, and Owner had never left.
Yeah, good play. And obviously, you can just stick that LeBlanc up in the top side, opening up into sort of a 1-3-1 setup here with the Jinx mid. Does mean they will sacrifice this bot tier 1, though, and in return, they're going to try and pick up the Herald on the top side. So, positive for T1, all things considered, but does obviously allow Hedda to get a decent amount of gold on this Aphelios.
Yeah, we do have the turret traded, though. So first turret blood is going to be the real thing, but first blood, actually, goes over to T1. So they will be able to trade up, absolutely. And so now, with the mid-game kind of upon us, this is where I think T1 are going to be happy to start making some of these moves, getting some of these setups, because a couple of items for the LeBlanc makes her an absolute threat in a side lane, being so frustrating. As Morgan just kind of gets chained, and then prisoned. Yeah,
just I think obviously he expected, oh, I've evaded the gank from Sejuani, I'm good, Jax is too low, but the fact that Poby had been missing on the map for so long, a bit more respect needed to be paid there. And now Herald in pocket for T1. We even saw the observers kind of zoom in on the mid-tier 1 that had already been chunked out by the previous Herald. Expectation is we'll just see them taking that tower, and that will really allow the map to open up and, as you're saying, play into that 1-3-1 that they have in their composition.
Yep. And next Drake going to be coming up in 40 seconds time. This could be the first honest team fight between these two teams. 2,000 gold, the approximate lead for T1. A little bit lower than that right now. still, I think Bro can certainly team fight very effectively with a composition like this. I think eyes are going to be drawn to Umpty. Where is that Impale going to go? Yeah. And Karis, can he land that big Emperor's Divide? And there are a couple of ways to make it work as well. Like, you can rely on Umpty to get in there, find that ultimate, and then Emperor's Divide the person even further away, take them out of the fight, and then win from there. But I think it depends which target you're actually trying to lock down. Poby, very slippery. Zeus as well, going to be very slippery as Poby gets on top of Effort here. Does take half of his health bar. Umpty in the vicinity. Owner over here as well. So the Drake is now live. Karis, on bottom side, I think knows exactly what Poby is doing, but Henna not really close to this one. That hook was fantastic from Carrier, but
sending a
message to come from it. Yeah,
you know that he can land these. I think T1 doing a good job of controlling the area. There is that ward there that is slipped by their vision, and so Bro struggling to move in, and I think obviously with this composition they have really good peeling backwards, so they want to be there on the objective first and foremost, and T1 are just not allowing that to happen. Could he use the Herald mid as well to really solidify this pressure, and that tower is just going to be gone.
Yep, that's going to be taken out, and now T1 going to be able to move towards this Drake with a much longer mid lane for Bro to walk down if they do want to get there. This ward though, oh my goodness,
such a value.
Amount of value. Just absurd as Morgan is going to make his way in. So the Lord hasn't entered the fray. And the Jax now moving up towards the rest of his team now as well. Umpty looking for a little bit. Not able to find too much though as Henna gets zapped.
And the waves gets obliterated, which is, yeah, really a lot of counterplay there.
Yeah.
We do see T1 trying to set up for the pick, and again, that ward is going to time out soon, but it's done so much for them in terms of providing information.
Well, Umpty, if he does manage to find the enemy jungler, it's going to be decent. Umpty does have an extra charge of that one as Poby looks to find a little bit more aggression and does get it there onto Henna. And Bro going to realize that they need to actually go for things. Hook going to find the middle there, 6 points for Carrier. And Morgan gets here towards the rest of his team. Zeus, not really close by, has teleport. Morgan does not. That's why he has to rotate over earlier.
This is big for Bro. They finally got position on the objective. This is what their goal was. And now they are getting harassed a bit, but Umpty has so much threat with that ultimate.
Yeah.
Target gets too close.
Is looking for them now. The rest of the team getting to work on this Drake. It loses interest though. Back into the pit now as Poby does need to be a little bit careful, but I think he's playing on the edge pretty nicely at this point in time. Should just be a smite fight as now the hook comes forward. There's the Glacial Prison onto Effort, but not exactly the priority target. As Effort, he's got the Severum back, the Graviton doing a little bit of work, but it's not a lot of damage. Effort has to get out of there, and T1's health bars are still massive. Bro have just been pushed out here as Effort does get back. Emperor's Divide is good defensively as Henna going to be okay for now. Now the red-white guns do come in, and now he is scary. Gumayushi, not exactly full health, but still has a fair bit to work with. Carrier running out of mana at this point in time, but he should still have a hook or two in him. Still, they are going to back away, and that is first Cloud going over to Bro. The war of attrition won by OK Savings Bank Freon.
And you know what I actually want to shout out is the Rakan Qs so often just used off the dragon. It actually made such a big difference because constantly Poby was looking for this harass. But the thing is with Rakan is you can see their effort. Qs a dragon, heals Karis up, Karis does get poked out, but it was like a constant theme in this fight, just sustaining up with the Qs on the dragon. And we see here, obviously the engage doesn't quite find purchase for T1. They do chunk them out. Zeus tries to go for this big play, but Karis beautifully played to disengage. And then once again, both teams a little bit low on health, but Effort will just keep queuing the dragon, once again, healing everyone up, making them a little bit healthier, and T1 just feel like they can't approach. A big factor was they had that initial Zeus flank, and then at the end of the fight, they were all grouped together, and they just thought, nah, we can't do this.
Yep, and big shout-outs to Henna as well. Used Gale Force to get out of that as well, and so T1 felt even less confident because they didn't get the flash out of the Aphelios. Yeah, so he just holds on to all of his summoner spells, just has to use the item, and so Henna, once again, continuing to find himself some of these moments in so many of their more recent games. And that gold lead still sitting at 2,000. Nothing really to worry about for Bro. You mentioned biding your time. Well, biding it they are. And now have a dragon advantage as well. That is a big buffer. We are going to be looking at a game where most likely 3 items will be picked up for both of these teams.
And you know,
that's where Bro looks good.
That is where they look good, and I really like the setup they've gone for, where they have the Gragas matching the LeBlanc and the Azir matching the Jax. Jax should never really pose much of a threat to an Azir. Can obviously just disengage with his dash, but also ult if it does get tricky. And the thing is, the thing with the LeBlanc is she will just whittle you down if the Azir is matching into her, constantly using the static shiv. The Gragas just sustains through it, so Bro can hold on like this, maybe not indefinitely. Definitely can for now, although they've actually opted to swap the Azir bot lane. Interesting.
Might have been because Morgan kind of got killed by Poby, and so just didn't like the idea. Poby is going to be able to get rid of this bottom outer turret. That will extend the advantage just a little bit more here for T1. And I think Bro really need to start getting around and start taking some of these turrets, figuring out a way to open up this map for themselves.
I think the mid-tier one's obviously going to be the massive one. It's so hard against a Jinx with a Thresh, because obviously Jinx has that AoE on the rockets, and Thresh is that safety net that makes it very hard to find like an engage. And realistically, like as much as there are tools for the side of Brion, Thresh is pretty good at answering a lot of them. You know, if Rakan does try to go in, you can obviously flay away, you can Lantern. Has to do so much work to close distance, so it's going to be hard for Bro to really accelerate the pace of this game, but that feels very okay, Bro. You know, just playing it cool, playing it simple.
Okay, man, Bro, maybe.
You could go as far.
Yeah, okay savings bank, Bro.
Man.
Brion. Would agree. Baron is now spawned. It's been up for about 3 minutes' time. And T1, it does feel like T1 has this game where they want it at this point in time. We haven't really seen the same floundering that we have seen in some of their other ones. This is looking much better, I think, but it is still slow. And Bro are still scaling, you know? But Bro often have that vibe of we're scaling until our Nexus explodes. And that is not necessarily what you want to see. They still need to pull the trigger at some point. But like Karis right now, 2 items completed. 2 items completed for Henna as well as Kraken Slayer is done. You've got Zonya's completed here for Morgan. That initial spike has come in for this composition. And maybe there's going to be an opportunity to find that team fight that they're looking for, because T1, they have cleared a bunch of vision around this Baron. Zumpty looks for carrier, but there is a Piggy that does come through, as Gumayushi does have to get out of the way of the Gragas. That is Gale Force now on cooldown for the next little while.
Good opportunity found there with the roam from Morgan, and obviously the Lantern already on cooldown, so Gumayushi have to use the Gale Force. It won't be up for Dragon, I think it's a critical thing, even though it's obviously a much lower cooldown than any Summoners. But it does mean that maybe Bro can look to capitalize on that. They're moving in pretty early on with 30 seconds to go, trying to get complete vision control over the area before T1 move their side laners in. You can see now Poby's got priority, and he is now trying to move over and start to wake up that harass.
Yeah, and
so I'm looking for before.
Cloud Rift actually works really well with Skun. Having that movement speed advantage that you can get out of and then find that ultimate can really help, especially when his Spires are involved as well. Kind of cool to see that one. Zumpty moving back now. Ona taking a little bit of damage as Zeus losing out in this trade against Morgan. The Lord himself taking some control up here. Doesn't find that barrel though, as the Drake has been started. Teleport to come through from Morgan. He'll get here first, but T1 not wanting to give this one up. This is soul point for Bro. It's going down so quickly though, and Ona not going to be able to get into the pit. That is just secured. Now the prison comes through though. Effort just battle dances his way out though, and it's just fine. Morgan finds an Everfrost, and there is the Impale. The Piggy should go down, but no, the Lantern is going to keep him alive. Emperor's Divide used once again onto Zeus, but now it's Henna's turn to do the damage. Morgan gets the flash out from Poby, and they're just not dying. It's a double kill for Zeus now as Karis. He's on the wrong side of the fight, and Bro have to give it up. Triple kill for the Jax.
Huge team fight for T1, and honestly, Bro managed everything so well until it came to the fight itself, where they just got absolutely gapped by T1. Such good use, balancing their health bars, everyone going in and out so effectively. It looked like Bro was so close just to cleaning up.
Yeah.
But it never quite came through. They never could connect on the low health targets. And T1 end up coming through strong. They don't get the Dragon, but they'll be definitely happy with a Baron instead.
Yeah, and that will be able to collect it here. Some low health bars, but that doesn't matter because there is no one in the area. Inner turret also going to go down. Let's have a look at this fight one more time. And it was just the navigation of the health bars. Like, T1 had no interest in this dragon.
Yeah, and they end up going for the ult onto Owner to try and burst him down. But he survives long enough to get the Lantern out again. And then you can see effort goes in, trying to look for the damage. They disengage Zeus. He's getting so much value in here. Henna looking to try and capitalize. overzealous, but gets hooked, and it just feels like constantly Bros see blood in the water, but they aren't able to solidify. And a bit of a mistake on the back end there.
Yeah, I'm not
to
sure.
say from Karis, went way too deep, but you know, this rotation of cooldowns, things like the Lantern, the Counter-Strike from the Jax, the Distortion from the LeBlanc, means a target can look like they're, you know, close to death, but actually, if you chase them, it becomes significantly harder, and Bros Comp does a lot better at peeling backwards than it does at, like, running at the enemy team.
And that looks to be what their game plan is, right? You saw once again Karis using his Emperor's Divide purely on Zeus to get him off Henna, but then Henna's unable to actually do any damage, right? Yep. So you need to actually be able to get towards Gumayusi as well in these fights, because you saw it was just rocket after rocket after rocket and not a lot of answer from Bro. And now T1 with this Baron looking to siege up this inner turret. The gold lead starting to get pretty ridiculous now as well. Yeah. The money starts to come through. Gumayusi taking a bit of damage as Henna does go forward with his Gale Force. They just back away.
I think what's frustrating is the fact that before, like, Morgan had chunked Zeus, which led to them rushing the Dragon. The setup was so good, and yet they opted in that fight.
All right, there's an aggressive Emperor's Divide onto Poby. Finds the Gragas ulti as well. The quickness comes down, and they lock down Poby. They probably could have used some of those mechanics in the last team fight, but, you know, you'll take it when you can get it. Still, inner turret now going to be taken here on this top side, and T1 not really missing a beat.
Yeah, so it does mean the Baron push will be ended a minute early with them finding this pick here. So Poby just, again, looks for Morgan, tries to find the kill, so close to getting it, but kind of baited in there by the rotation. The problem is, despite this, it does stop the Baron push, but T1 got so much gold, and are now 8,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, no, it is kind of nutty. And I don't really want to say this because people like, you know, snappy, fast League of Legends where there's a lot that could happen. Bro have a 2 Drake buffer. So if they are able to hold on, as, you know, that is going to be a tall order. It's 8,000 gold now, the lead. T1 kind of feeling like they could just steamroll the enemy base. But if somehow Bro are just able to continue weathering, and it's going to be a while until, you know, there's an Elder.
That pick on a Poby was pretty big because they didn't break the base. Maybe with a bit more time, they could have broken Inhibitor and it would have gotten a little bit more difficult for Bro to hold on. But they still have all 3 Inhibitor towers intact. They have a lot of wave clear. In theory, they could hold on. I think it's definitely the right call to give up this Dragon, though.
Oh, yeah. I think a single Cloud not really going to be the end of the world. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that perhaps this could be a game that continues for quite some time. Next Baron should be what T1 can use to take a victory.
That's a big one.
As Karis does finish his Void Staff, I think so much of this game is going to hinge on what the next Emperor's Divide and Impale is going to look like, and whether or not Morgan can find a big cask as well.
And you know, Umti's kind of just been using it on Owner, which I don't think is the best target because Sejuani is pretty tanky.
Yeah.
Is kind of the way people phrase it. I think Zeus would be a much better target because when you impale him, you can't counter-strike, and a lot of his tankiness comes from being able to block those auto attacks. So yeah, that's probably the call in my opinion. A better target than just trying to kill a Sejuani. And, you know, Bro are like, one Cloud Drake, unthinkable. We cannot give it up. We must fight this.
Well, it also does bring T1 over here for a team fight. Maybe that's what Bro are looking for. As Karis taking a lot of damage. Glacial Prison does come down. Umpty says he doesn't really care about it, but Morgan, he needs to be a little bit worried. Karis looking for Poby off on the back end as Morgan goes gold and Emperor's Divide once again used onto the Jax, who this time is going to be taken down. It's now Owner's turn. He gets body slammed. The flash out from Umpty, a double kill now as Henna's gone crazily far forward, but he is going to survive. Does use the flash this time in order to escape. T1 still on the offensive though, as it's Bro now with the lower health bars. This is Cloud Soul though. Remember, this is close to all of the marbles, the most important soul in the history of League of Legends. And Bro, they understood that. They're not going to sit back and allow one Cloud Drake to go over to T1. No! We are team fighting and we are winning.
And they are
the
now
Cloud Soul
so fast around the map.
Oh, yeah.
You know, things like effort on the Rakar, I'm going to appreciate this quite a bit. But also, in terms of moving around...
It's called the quickness. Shouldn't it be called the zoominess now? Like a large,
I think
really
that's how
quickness?
we refer it.
Yeah.
But yeah, this fight, look how differently things go when they deal with the Jax. So Counter-Strike countered by the Emperor's Divide, and then they just ult him. And look how quickly he dies. Look how much better that is than ulting the Sejuani here.
Yeah.
It works so much better. And as soon as they take out that front line, and this is how Bro wants to play their comp, is deal with the dive who are coming towards you, deal with the front line, take them out, and then let your Azir and Aphelios just free hit. And it worked. So yeah, keep that up. Bro approaching this fight far better. They now have that Cloud Soul in hand, and they seem to be feeling very confident about their chances in a fight right now, because they're starting that Baron.
Yeah, and Umpty is going to be zooming as well on this Skarner. As my goodness, this Baron does not last very long whatsoever. Morgan looking for Owner. Hook is going to connect there, but Effort not going to get locked down. The prison does come through, and Effort grand exits to try and get himself out. Zayas gets into the backline, but it's not quite enough. The cask is gorgeous from Morgan. And T1, they lose their Jax yet again. Bro take the Baron. They've got the soul. It was 8,000 gold.
It was so much, and they've just brought it back. And you know what? You saw them turning away from that Baron. How fast they were.
Oh,
it's the difference maker.
Well, if they had have had, you know, one of these worse souls like a Hextech or an Infernal, they wouldn't have been going nearly that fast.
Yeah, they've really accelerated in this game.
See what he did there. As Bro are they're leveling up during this game. These teams, it's like they've figured out, oh yes, this is exactly what we need to adjust for the next team fight. They are learning and they are improving. And they have found it. Look at that cask. This time the cask is layered gorgeously in the team fight.
Yeah, and it's just, they've decided that what they should do is, one, ult the Jax instead of the Sejuani.
Yeah.
But also, just kill the closest target, you know? I think Umpty was kind of hyped up like, oh, let's try and run in, grab someone important. And now they're just like, you know what? If they're near enough for us to hit, we hit them. If not, we run away.
Yeah.
And it's a good strategy. It honestly works out well.
It is working pretty well right now. As finally, this outer turret is going to fall. Bro just needed a Baron in order to get there. This gold lead is just evaporating. Hook is going to connect onto Henna. The Flame Chomper's not quite close enough, though, as you can see. Oh my goodness, Effort just explodes to the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yes.
And now Zayas gets into the backline, but it's Morgan that stops the onslaught. Karis is going to get here. The Hook goes just wide. Morgan buys some time and some space, but that advantage that Bro had has just been destroyed.
Felt like they got a bit too close to the sun on that one.
Yeah.
Hubris was their downfall, a bit overconfident, and now T1 don't have Baron themselves, so Karis should just be able to clear this wave up, but damage is being done to the base so far.
Yeah, and Gumyushi, if he gets any sort of time with... Oh, okay, Flash does come out there as Umpty. Doesn't use his because he doesn't have it. Does make sense. If Gumyushi gets any time with any of these turrets and can hit them, he has a lot of range and does a lot of damage. 3 items have now been completed.
I think that's a valid statement to make. And here, just, you know, it's a fantastic hook here by Carrier, which doesn't immediately lead to something, but the Glacial Augment slow on the ground makes it hard to disengage. Effort tries to create space and gets taken out. And then Zayas, beautiful flank, but also Morgan doing a fantastic job of peeling there for Henna.
That could have been game, honestly.
Yeah, that
if
really
he doesn't get that body slam.
You know, Lord Morgan says, run,
yes,
and I will cover for you.
Exactly. Fly, you fools. That's precisely it. He's it's a bit like Gandalf. Was Gandalf a bit of a lord? He had a lordly vibe.
I think so.
I mean, he's Sir Ian McKellen.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, technically he's not.
He's a Sir, not a lord.
Yeah. Still, you don't know.
Close enough.
I don't know enough about what lords are. I know you do.
Yeah. Let's not get into
from there, but I don't think we want to get into that one.
Yeah, if we wanted to have this conversation, we had about 20 minutes where not much was happened.
Yeah, that's true. So British politics probably not where we're going to go with T1 versus Bro. As
with Elder in a minute and a half, I don't think we have time.
Is it going to be the flip scenario? Perhaps that was on T1's minds this whole time. They're like, we will give them a Cloud Soul. We will just take
I can
that
imagine
really cool dragon.
in draft, the coaches are like, okay, here's the strategy, and it's like a whole page of steps, and at the end, it's like, flip Elder and win.
Yeah, and we'll just see how that one goes. Everfrost going to slow down Poby here as Effort books it finds the LeBlanc, and all of the buddies turn up, and it's Evert's the one that's actually able to take down the kill as well. So they get the split pusher.
That was obviously good. It was a fantastic pick there. Really well predicted by Morgan, but it was also a little bit too soon because Poby's going to spawn when the Elder does, and he has TP. So we'll just be able to turn back up. But yeah, Morgan finding Poby here, and again, predicts the W back with the barrel, which I'm not sure was necessarily needed to confirm the kill, but still nice regardless. And now it does give Bro a lot of pressure on the map. They have 30 seconds to get position over Elder, but as I said, Poby, TP will be up. He will be back up in time for it.
He can fight for it, but they can't fight for control of the river. And I think that control of the river is going to be important here, especially when Umpty can just zoom out from this Cloud Rift and go extraordinarily quickly. He presses his Impale button. You are on the other side of the map, and you've just blinked. That is how it goes. That is how fast this Lawnmower
Blank TP
does travel. Like you were talking about, in goes Poby. He's running pretty fast. They see the ward go down. And now, Bro are just wasting no time. They are not messing around. They just want to kill dragons. That is what they want to do. And they also want to kill Poby, who takes so much damage here. These flanks are getting more and more difficult for the LeBlanc, who has so much damage. But there's the Impale. They take him so far back. Owner eventually goes golden. But there is the cast. That is going to deliver the kill over to Henna as they find Zeus. But he finds the backline. Empress Divide doesn't land onto the Jax this time. But Henna is still alive. Effort maybe not so lucky as Karis dives on top of Poby. He's going for the full turnaround. Poby, no! Oh, dear, Moonlight Vigil is going to come through as well, and now T1. They only have 3 members still alive, and not one of them is a jungler. The Flame Chompers come through, but Umpty's not going to land on top of them. Gumyushi's still full health, but can he actually do anything? Henna tries to take matters into his own hands.
That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah, he just does not have the health bar to get themselves in here. Bro are going to be able to take themselves the Elder. The Baron is up as well. Exodia is on the table. And in game number 1, at close to 40 minutes, it could be Bro marching up the mid lane yet again.
You know, Bro-Leavers are patient, and they are being rewarded right now. The Elder in pocket, beautifully navigated team fight, and now Baron should be theirs as well. What are T1 going to be able to do?
Well, I mean, that is a lot of buffs. That is a lot of extra stats, you know, but even if you collect all of your buffs, sometimes you still can't kill the boss, even though it's considered quite easy.
Here's the thing. When you have Elder, what you want to do, you want to fight. And sometimes the enemy team will run away, but you have Cloud Soul.
Oh,
which
running away does get more difficult.
Yeah.
Cloud Soul,
and I think
that is true.
The thing that's changed now is this Sejuani doesn't feel nearly as tanky with the itemization that's come in. So the ult just deletes Owner here.
Morgan! He finds it again. Another body slam on the leap striking Jax.
He's been playing it so well. Honestly, Bro's team fighting in this game, there was that one exception for the most part. It's been so exceptional. Karis going so confidently over the wall solo to take out Poby. And then here, Gumyusi trying his best but just can't find it.
And the Bro-Leavers on the edge of their seats. It is not over yet. And they have everything. You know, all of the stuff is there. A minute left on this Elder as well. This inner turret should go down. But T1, everyone is back up and alive again. They just need to wait this 1 minute of Elder before they go for any sort of fight and see whether they can kill the minions bearing down on the map. As
there is a lot of wave clear.
502 movement speed for the Aphelios.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's rather a decent amount. I think that's the thing that, you know, obviously everyone thinks about the movement speed you get when you ult, but the passive 15% is very substantial when it comes to trying to jump on top of an AD carry. And yeah, the tower's just going to get obliterated here. 30 seconds, T1 need to hold on. I don't think Bro can end in that time. But if they find a pick, maybe they'll be able to do it.
Just have to see, as Poby still trying to find that poke damage. And he needs to keep doing this, right? He is LeBlanc. That's is the identity of the champion. But Bro, they are just playing this one by the numbers. Second inhibitor is going to fall.
12 seconds.
And these Qs that connect, man, Owner is a tank. But you wouldn't really know. That was through Frost Armor as well as Umpty gets hooked.
4 seconds.
Not feeling like a death sentence, but like you were saying, it's now time that T1 could go for it, and immediately Owner throws out the Glacial Prison effort. The quick Jax comes down, the Jax gets into the back lane, but he's just charmed up and destroyed! Nexus turret's now the only thing standing between Bro and a Game 1 victory, and Henna says goodbye to your health bars as the Moonlight Vigil comes down. Morgan's flashing in, and they wipe the floor with the Jinx. This is gonna be it. Bro will take game number 1 against T1, and they came back from an 8,000 gold deficit.
And you know why? Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul, baby.
Does it all.
This is all I need. Actually, whenever I have the argument again about the best soul in the universe, I just replay this game. And then everyone will know. But man, OK Savings Bank Breon, they just refused to say no.
Yeah, I mean, that was just phenomenal play, if I gotta be honest. Trying to decide on my POG. It's a tough one. A couple of good people.
Is it? It has to be.
I think
the
it has
Lord.
to be.
It has to be the Lord.
I think it has to be. I mean,
I think Henna votes are good though. Henna votes
that
are
is
good because
fair.
he was ruthless in
But
that
he
late
did
game.
get caught by that one hook was a little bit. But either way, I think all 5 members working so well together, and the display in teamfights, the understanding of the Bro composition and what they needed to do. Yes, there was a couple of rough fights where they didn't quite kill a Sejuani, but from then on, it's like they evolved over the course of the game. They didn't overstep, and they managed just to out-teamfight T1, which, yes, they've looked rough in recent weeks, but that's usually where T1 just gap everyone.
Yeah, and the thing that's, like, it goes back to what we were saying before, where each team fight looked like they took one bit of feedback from the previous team fight and said, oh, let's do this better. Let's do this a little bit better. And it just worked. You could see how the pieces started to fall into place when they made these slight adjustments to how they navigated these fights. And that, to me, is the most impressive. And we now have confirmation that T1 cannot confirm playoffs today. They needed a 2-0 against Bro and then things to go right in the next series for that one to happen. But they can still make their chances a whole lot better. They can come back in this series. A short break, then the space, then game number 2.
봐야 돼 얘들아. 거기 가야 돼.
봐. 장로 7초.
괜찮아
괜찮아.
형 안 봐줄게. 라인 나면 끝나. 라인 나면 끝나.
야, 장로는 끝났어.
괜찮아 괜찮아.
아, 계속 잭스 마킹 포지션 중.
얘들 걸어야 돼. 나
얘들아, 나
괜찮아.
잭스 볼게. 잭스 볼게. 야, 잭스 볼게. 잭스 볼게.
잘 받고. 라인 나와. 다음 라인 안 해. 바텀 라인. 다음 바텀 라인.
해보 못해. 다음 바텀 라인. 그래 빠졌어.
내주 노공이야.
바로 이거 미드 쪽으로 끝내자.
야 이번에 박자 방금 이겨.
나 태양이게 나 안무밍 해줄게. 상호야. 안무밍해.
방금 이겨. 터졌어.
나 르블랑 좀 마킹 해줄게. 끝내.
토트 한번 돼, 얘들아.
토스. 잡아.
나이스, 나이스.
쉽지 않았다.
잘 받았다.
버터.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick.
Hello and welcome to the space after that game number 1 between T1 and Bro, which Bro was able to take down relatively simply, although it did take quite a while. I'm Valdez, with me is Hooney and Wolf. And guys, what do you think about that game and potentially the draft?
I mean, I just felt like the whole time Bro was in control, even though when they were like 5,000 gold behind, you just knew they were being more decisive on the Drakes. You knew they were actually controlling the team fights, and despite some lane mistakes and some lane errors and a massive lead for T1, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the draft, I think from T1, I think it was pretty fine. They first picked LeBlanc and still also got the 2-3 Sejuani Jax combo, and then they had an answer with the Azir Gragas, but wasn't really, you know, that's why the early game, the T1 actually had an edge on it. They had a favor, like they were 8k ahead. It's just the execution was really bad.
Yeah, and I want to talk about LeBlanc a little bit more because this pick has been on a losing streak right now, 2-7 in round 2, sitting around just above 33% win rate overall this season. Feels like a really strong bait pick right now. We're seeing it banned almost every game. Teams are first picking it on blue side, but the Shiv LeBlanc just isn't actually having an impact in these games the same way picks like Azir can have an impact, because he can both do massive damage, can also do some side laning, but has the ability to both engage and disengage. And LeBlanc is starting to feel a little bit like a Kali to me, where it's doing low impact damage. Even CC can push her away, and I want to see teams move away from this pick right now. I don't think this is a Poby problem, is why I brought this stat up, because it's not a Poby issue. We saw Chovy struggle with this pick yesterday. It's just not a good time for LeBlanc fans.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a struggle street for LeBlanc right now, and we can talk about some of the fighting that happened in this game as well with the first highlights here on the Drake. 24 minutes in, and to be honest, I mean, this wasn't the cleanest game from either team, but Bro, as you were mentioning, Wolf, we're in majority control for this one.
Yeah, I mean, as you see already, fight started, it's not ideal. The Sejuani ulti not sync with the Thresh hook. Like, the most important thing for the T1, they have to get the first setup with the Thresh, especially when there's a Thresh in the game. They have to start with the hook no matter what, otherwise it's not their favor.
Yeah, they just don't have really great follow for the Sejuani ult in this composition either, so Oner is kind of just a sitting duck. Every time he goes in, he's under threat of getting pulled back by either the Impale or the Emperor's Divide, so you see it's a really hard game for Oner to play. He's always trying to make something happen and either instantly getting deleted or has to, you know, leave the fight immediately, so it always felt like it was a 5v4, especially with Poby not able to actually get that impactful damage.
Yeah, I was definitely a bit surprised at how T1 were very discombobulated rather in their team fights, going in, you know, one by one. Zeus is teleporting in a little bit late. He just gets pushed out. There's no synchronization with the Sejuani ultimates and stuff like that. So we can go straight into highlight number 2, which ended up going the way of Bro. And this was after they won many Drake fights that looked just like the first highlight.
Yeah, I mean, this is the already Brion has, okay, bro has a Colossal, the Scanner can zoom with the ulti and the make sure the Sejuani, it was 100% dead. And it's just like keep body slamming with the, just keep marking the Jax. It was pretty good. And just eyes on Karis, he just put million damage. This is what what Wolf actually just kind of mentioned it earlier. He does so much damage, like not expected, and it's just like Poby just get die, and it's like it's just was so one-sided.
Yeah, Effort also, in so many of these fights, sacrifices himself to keep the enemy backline at bay. Really just Guma straight up. And Guma is forced to kind of back away. Even though he's Jinx, he's longer range than the Aphelios. The Azir is doing so much damage in these fights, and Guma is unfortunately always zoned away. And every time we saw Zeus engage or attempt to engage, it felt like he was just like losing his patience. I gotta go in. I'm going in for the Counter-Strike engage. And he just gets knocked out by Karas. This fight, many other fights throughout the game, and even though the Jax was super far ahead, couldn't get the side lane pressure done, couldn't actually engage in team fights. The Sejuani looked invisible. Bro, just super patient and using their patient energy to actually drain T1 out of the game.
Yeah, and T1 never really able to push their advantages. Let's see who on the side of Bro, though, does pick up the POG here for game number 1. As it will be Karis this time around. His Azir was actually fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not Karis, the 100% is kind of robbed, you know? Like, we were kind of considering the Morgan kind of turning back his play, but, you know, the early game was kind of too poor. Like, early middle, the skirmish, like, he wasn't playing really good. Like, the Karis almost perfectly, every single time his ulti was able to just push the Jax away and then makes the team fight so one-sided.
He was just so patient. Like, he always waited until the perfect moment to actually use his ultimate, whereas a lot of other teams would just try to hard force. Always got insane value out of it. And he just said, T1 will eventually come to us. We have the better setup on all of these Drakes. And I think that was a huge problem for T1, the setup. And it gave Karas the agency. Might be some umpty votes in there because with Cloud Soul Skarner, he made a huge impact in this game as well.
Press R, you know, Morgan gets the vote from the caster desk, as is, you know, makes sense. Atlas is up there. It was Lord Morgan, and he was doing a good job, right? He was actually doing a good job for the second half of the game.
Yeah, I mean, one vote deserve.
Yeah. Just the one.
Good turnaround. Good turnaround.
Just the one. But, you know, I'm glad he gets some representation there at least. So, you know, T1 in a rough spot. T1 will move over to the blue side here for the second game. Do you feel like we're going to see some more LeBlanc picks, or what do you think T1 should change up for game 2?
I'd like to see the LeBlanc moved away from. I mean, even putting Poby on his ear feels like a pick that's pretty easy to play right now in this meta, even though he's, you know, arguably your weakest player. I think he could still make a higher impact on that pick than he can on the LeBlanc, and has a lot of safe matchups.
Yeah, I mean, if they do pick a LeBlanc, they have to keep the pressures, like, until the Nexus exploded. Like, they have the execution rail. I mean, this is the thing. Like, if you make one mistake with the LeBlanc with right now, especially static shift, like, just static shift item, like, doesn't give you the later on the value. So I think that's the right now why the static shift, the champions are kind of losing pretty badly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we are done here on the space giving our thoughts. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and huge shout out to Karis. He did do massive boom damage, but if it wasn't for Morgan's one body slam, we would have been giving POG to a T1 player. So, you know,
Yeah, I like the spread.
dies with sums up and ult up,
I like the
but
spread.
then wins the game.
True. I like the spread, though. There were some honorable mentions, but yeah, Karis did a lot of work in all those fights, and the shuffles, the Empress Divide, we're pretty perfect throughout. Draft, I think I agree that desk has to change, and you know, Hooney's point with the static shift LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Static shift LeBlanc works when you have like the static shift as an extra item, as in you're so far ahead that you have static shift, plus you have like the same or more items than your opponent, and if you, as I said, miss out on the momentum at any point, it kind of just falls on its face. T1 opting to not ban the Kai'Sa and banning the Azir instead. Will they opt to first pick the Kai'Sa? That is the question.
If they first pick the Kai'Sa, it means they're not first picking LeBlanc, which I think is an absolutely fantastic
Oh my!
I don't even. Okay, that is a choice that we saw made.
That is a decision you can do.
Yeah.
You know, it was not the LeBlanc that was the problem. It was the Azir, is what they're saying.
There we go.
Know, LeBlanc was perfect. It just happened that they had an Azir who was more perfect.
Perfecto.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what Bro want to do. They opt not to go towards the Kai'Sa. They go for the Aphelios once again in this situation and go for the Maokai. for here.
That is an odd one. Maybe anticipating this Kai'Sa lock-in that should be happening now means that, you know, Sejuani is going to continue to just stay up and available, but it's Vi that Owner is going to opt into instead. Kobe locking away the Kai'Sa for Gumayusi. Karis, oh man, that would be his old favorite once again.
Whenever we see Maokai, I'm always tending towards it being Jace. That combo is just very common. I think that's why they went for the Maokai on that first rotation, because they were planning for the Maokai Jace, but obviously Jace doesn't get picked away. Means they can match some of the poke of the Kai'Sa. It's decently strong mid-jungle 2v2, and once again, they're going to end up playing out the game pretty similarly to how they played the previous one, where they're kind of, you know, standing back. They want T1 to run into them, but T1 with the Kai'Sa have some better poke options, I'd say, because really the LeBlanc just wasn't quite cutting it solo in terms of the poke provided.
Yeah, no, I would agree. Gives them some hard engage here from Owner's Vi as well. Definitely a bit more straightforward as well. I think it took a little bit of finesse to win out with T1's comp
and I'm going to be
last
real.
game.
With this current state of T1, I would be personally drafting like the least finesse comp going. I'd be like, what is, you know, when you have like the Clash comp, when you have like Malphite, Misfortune, Leona, Amumu, those are the sort of comps I would be going for right now.
Just build the press R.
Yep, everyone press R at the same time. I do actually love the Rakan ban from T1, because not only is obviously a good pick for effort, but just the sustain from the Qs was so impactful, I felt like, in those longer, drawn-out setups. Easy to ignore, but T1 recognizing it was something problematic. And now Renekton locked in for Morgan. Obviously a pretty solid pick for him. Has his own emote as well.
Exactly.
Classic.
Quite a few picks that Zayas can head towards if you would like to, as Rel being considered somewhat dangerous into what we've mentioned already. Efforts, Alistair is certainly something to be respected, but T1 going to just take the lane duo instead. Kai'Sa Rel has been pretty strong in the past. And now the consideration. Zayas has just like straight up won the 1v1 even early as Ornn versus Renekton. He's just very, very good at this champion. So you can understand why he's considering it and will lock that one in.
My problem with it is if we see the game go similarly, as much as Ornn is great in the later stages, you only really have the Kai'Sa's like a true, honest carry, and the LeBlanc will fall off.
And the problem is as well, is that T1 are probably incentivized to head towards some physical damage on the Kai'Sa, and that means you don't have a dual threat poke, you've just got LeBlanc again. And that didn't quite work. As Alistair, the understandable lock-in going to come through here, can also deny Ornn sometimes as well if the Bellows Breath is not used at exactly the right time to deny the Ram.
Honestly, that's one of the things I love about Alistair is he can do a decent job at setting up engages if he's got like backup to layer it, you know. Obviously got as much lockdown as the likes of, you know, a Rakan or a Leona, but also I think he's fantastic at playing bouncer. If anyone's trying to approach, trying to be aggressive, you can really just make life difficult for the Vi, for the Ornn and the Rel as well. And I personally wasn't too happy about the B1.
No, it's putting
testing the faith.
It is testing the faith, absolutely. And the thing is, it's hard to look at that and be that confident. And you know, because we just saw it lose.
I think a lot of T1 fans will be like, if they win, they'll think LeBlanc wasn't the problem. So maybe they should lose.
Yeah.
So they learn.
I feel like we had this problem yesterday as well, but I don't want to think about it. It was the Kwangdong victory in that game against Nongshim. But I digress. Let's have a look at the adaptation and see whether T1 are going to be able to utilize it to pick up a victory. Kai'Sa has been very, very strong. Kai'Sa Rel also very strong. Zayas a fantastic on, but they're up against the bros with Umpty on the tree and Karis on the Jace this time around. It's Morgan's Renekton as well. Anything could happen as we jump out of the rift for game number 2. Okay. Brion, you know, the fans getting a little bit loud here in Lol Park as Effort going to be donning Wolf's suit. in the SKT colors. Once again, we have... Oh, is it also... It could be Marin skin as well for Morgan on the top side of the map. It could be double SKT skinning.
That'd be pretty cool.
Because that would be 3 that they've utilized throughout today. We're gonna... No, it's Lego. Morgan is always a Lego Renekton guy.
Is that Lego? Oh,
yeah,
it's
the
Lego Chroma?
yellow Chroma.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see.
I respect it. I'm a big Lego fan, so I guess I'm there.
It's a pretty cute skin.
Zeus also going for the 1-cost Ornn from a couple of sets ago.
Oh, the Thunderlord one?
Yeah.
He has that, isn't it? What's the other skin he has? It's like the...
Elderwood?
Elderwood, that's it, yeah.
Quite like Elderwood.
Yeah, feels like the Stormlord's like the go-to standard. I think because he only had one skin for such a long time.
Yeah.
And League of Legends players, if anything, are creatures of habit.
Beryl especially, who refuses to use his own skins on Leona and on Ash. Very sad. Kerry and Gumiushi going to give a little bit of Alicia to their Vi, and only going to be pretty happy. The pass is pretty good on the Kai'Sa for helping out with that one.
Yeah, and, you know, I expect pressure to be in the favor of T1 early in the bot lane 2v2, but we saw that last game and didn't really amount to too much.
That's a crash down. Not going to get the CC onto Henna, though, who immediately throws damage back to Gumiushi. Tell you what, Henna has been a real success story this year.
Is that 1 in 5 Gumiushi on Kai'Sa so far? I think part of the problem is because Kai'Sa came in a meta as T1's problems occurred.
Well, Henna is going to have to immediately get out of here. Yeah, no, I think you might be right. The Kai'Sa meta sort of started as soon as Faker left. Still, not finding a whole lot of success is Gumiushi.
In general, I think it's fair to say.
I mean, there are a lot more issues than just the Kai'Sa, to be honest, for T1 at this point in time. And hopefully, when they can sort things out, this mid lane situation, they can get themselves back on track. For now, it's looking difficult. But Bro, I mean, this is the thing, right? We're talking about, you know, Game 1 and Bro 1 and things like that. They were still down 8,000 gold, and they just took Game 1 from both D+ and Humble Life Esports back to back. Yep. Game 1 is their territory. Best of ones, Bro would be first place in the LCK. But it's best of 3s. You have to keep it up for the entirety of the series. Ona making a rotation over here is going to be spotted by Umti.
Yeah, Umti doing a good job using the saplings just to spot Ona out. Brought Morgan over to make sure he can secure the red.
Imagine if he, like, stole it away. I almost thought that he was going to.
Little Lizard was jumping.
Yeah, I know.
Going for it.
Get a little bit worried when Trico's going ballistic, but it doesn't actually happen. As Ona going to get to work on the Rift Scuttler. Bottom lane one as well should be available here for the Vi if Ona would like, but is going to tend to his top side first. And it's kind of like Umti should be able to get over there.
Once again, we have like Prio, mid and bot for T1. Top lane, obviously Morgan doing pretty good in this matchup. Renekton going to have that pressure early, but ultimately I expect things to start somewhat similarly in this game, with Ona setting the pace, looking to secure the neutrals. Particularly the early Mountain Dragon, definitely a nice one to pick up with those resistances coming in quite well later on.
And I'm a bit interested, right? Because we saw yesterday, especially Nongshim, rely on Azir in so many of these team fights. Bro was that team for a really long time, but Karis sort of got sent down to Challenger for a little bit. That's why we had Ivory this season. And that was after some back-to-back-to-back Azir games that didn't go so well for Karis. I don't think that the Azir is necessarily a crutch for him like it used to be. And so we'll have to see whether this Jace performance is going to be better, as Morgan brings a large amount of minions towards Zeus' turret. Knock-up, not going to connect there as the Lord just being patient.
Yep.
Sidestepping that one.
Gets a Demolish proc. Starting to get some work done on the tower. And yeah, I think the Azir works so fantastically into what T1 had before with the Sejuani Jax, but I think in this game there's not nearly as much of that dive that you need the Azir to prevent. Obviously there is like the Vi, the Kai'Sa and the Ral, but you have Maokai, you have Alistair. You can do a pretty good job of dealing with those.
I think that a lot of this is going to be on effort and how he plays out these later team fights. If it's Bro that are going to be hard forcing, I don't like that as much. I think using this Alistair as a lot more disengage is going to be really, really strong for Bro. Just press your R button on your Maokai, land some shock blasts, you know?
Yep, and Effa can just headbutt everyone away.
Yeah.
It's that easy, which he's kind of posturing for here. You can see Bro aren't taking any risks in the bot lane 2v2 right now. Once again, this might be a Weather the Storm angle.
Is there Gathering Storm taken by any of these Bro players? That's what we really need to ask. That's the part.
No one has Sorcery apart from Umpty, and I'm pretty sure he didn't take Gathering Storm Maokai. That would be very Chad if he did.
It would be.
But I'm pretty sure that he didn't, as much as I wish that he had.
Owner is going to steal away the Croc Camp, and Umpty going to have to deal with the dregs that are left up and available. Crocodile moving down, Karis tidying up the wave. 3 minions in the lead for Poby, whose laning phase has been fine, to be honest. Like, for Poby, it feels like it is just the last couple of team fights in a game where he will make that one big mistake. And
it's kind of
that's been the tragedy of Poby.
It's kind of the clutch factor.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not there.
Or it's the opposite.
The
anti-clutch factor.
Oh, that's rough. And yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the thing, is that in the later game situations, a lot of rookie players, I feel like this is an issue for, is that, you know, they know how to lane. They played lanes a lot in solo queue, in competitive matches in the lower tier. It doesn't change that much, but when it comes to those setups in the later stage of the game, I think that's where really the experience of players trumps all.
No, I agree. And we have to remind everyone as well that T1 in Challenger were not that great. They were a team that managed to take a victory over D+ for the first time, but that had a lot to do with D+ in Challenger not performing to the level that they were. Just to remind everyone, they were at +20. They won 2-0, 10 matches in a row. It was absolutely insane, the streak that they were on. But yeah, T1 in Challenger have not really been super fantastic. So Poby coming up and trying to fill in these shoes, it's like from the B League, you get a bottom 5 mid laner from the secondary LCK League. And then you expect him to perform on this team.
Well, I'm not sure T1 did.
It's a real tough one.
Some people expected him. But,
yeah, and like if you've been watching Challenger, like I imagine, you know, a few of you have been, then you would understand the direness of the situation. But I think, you know, if you're not necessarily paying as much attention, you hear a lot of people talk about how so many players have come up through the T1 system. They have brought up some amazing talent, you know, Berserker that's now gone overseas. One of these examples, you can see all of the T1 players and a lot of the success they've had is through that system. And so maybe you think to yourself, oh, well then if they get a new player, then it'll be fine. It's not so much that.
I think usually they plan a bit further in advance when they're going to move a player up, you know.
Yeah.
Hard to plan for these situations. Do you see Dragon picked up by T1 there? Obviously the mid-bot prio kind of means they can start doing this again. And Chemtech Dragon second, which is phenomenal.
That means we could have another Cloud Soul.
And it means we won't have Chemtech Soul, the worst one in the game. Daily reminder, Chemtech Soul is really bad.
It is really bad. And just a daily reminder to you to keep concentrating. I'm really impressed by what you've put forward so far today. You got to stay vigilant. You got to keep it up. Whenever there is a Chemtech Soul anywhere, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, it's Orcs' fault. As Bramble Smash going to come through. Season Assist comes down, though. Umpty pretty tanky right now, and he has Phase Rush, so he's just going to book it.
He did rush with a lot of phases.
Yeah, Nimbus Cloak as well, and so he's just running real fast after that flash. Carrier going to crash down and then crash out of the whole situation.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think Umpty actually had the flash there.
No, I don't think so either.
I think he could have turned it, because they'd kind of used everything, and he was still very healthy.
Yeah,
so
he had the Giant's belt, man. That's a lot of health.
Yeah, that's a big belt.
Yeah. He wasn't going to hurt his back. Know that one for sure.
Proper form.
As Morgan's going to spot Owner. And Owner's not going to be able to set up anything tricky.
That's in last game.
Herald.
I feel like Morgan has a tendency to like walk from the river really deep into the lane, which works well for scouting out people who are like trying to sneak in. Not so good if someone's already in the lane.
Yeah, true. As Karis is going to get Mimic chained. Effort moves on over. We'll be able to deliver a little bit of extra gold. 150. Thank you very much. For both of them. Hex Flash gets him into this brush now. As Carrier was already there. And Effort says, it's all right, I'm going to leave. And so it's a bit of a 2v2. T1 still just pushing waves in. And Karis Not wanting to bite off more than he can chew. He's already a little bit low on health. This poke kind of working out from Poby in this early stage as Morgan has a very large minion wave heading towards the turret.
Yeah, with Shiv picked up now, double Shiv as well for T1. They should just have permanent prio and bottom mid. It's going to be really hard to contest. And that's where they can start to push in like they are now, getting some deeper vision, playing aggressively, and making it quite difficult for Bro to match up. You know, Umti's opening up through the jungle, and is going to try and obviously defend his laners, but opportunities to use the Herald in pocket are going to be quite hard to find if you never have a wave.
Yeah, that will be a difficulty. You see now, the minion wave conga line is quite a ways away from this mid lane.
Speaking of wave clear,
yeah,
Zeus is Sunfire.
Oh
so
my goodness, there is just too much.
Waves are just getting obliterated left, right, and center.
It's not very fair. Not very fair at all. So let's see where Shelly does end up going. Probably going to park in that mid lane. They could just force it by pushing a lot of people over. As Gore Drinker is now done for Morgan. Does manage to at least teleport to the
that was
Cannon
slick.
mini. That was very, very nicely done. You could see that Jonas Strong was also waiting for that one, seeing whether or not it was going to come through, and it did.
I think that was probably a make or break moment in the top map matchup.
I would agree.
Matchup. I think honestly, if Zeus had missed that, might have just meant loss completely.
It's at least emotional victory, which I think is half the battle.
Yeah.
Especially in top lane.
Maybe even more in top lane, honestly.
True. As T1 are going to look for Karis. I think Karis might be dead, guys. This dive is going to be successful. First blood goes over to Poby. And now 2 plates alongside the kill onto Karis. Really nicely done here from T1. That is going to put even further of a dampener onto the unleashing of Shelly.
Yeah, and this is kind of the thing, when you have that much vision in the enemy jungle, permanent prio, and your jungler support can just play around aggressively like that, very hard to counteract. And I'm going to be real, there is nothing Karis could do really in this situation. No. There were some question mark pings, there were suspicions, but once you get hit by the initial CC, you don't get to play the game.
And we could see that the outcome was that he couldn't play the game. And the good thing is he didn't use his flash, because he was definitely dead, and so holds on to that one. Fellows breath coming through here on this top side from Zeus, but right now you can see Morgan with his Gore Drinker now completed, feeling a little bit better in this matchup, even if the Sunfire Cape value should be pretty high. As Chain is going to connect there as Karis going to get stabbed a little, but effort is here. Umpty's going to throw down the Rift Herald. And 3v3 in this mid lane with a fair few buttons now on cooldown. And it looks like they will be able to get themselves a charge. Poby coming on over, does get a little bit of a static Shiv poke down. Karis is going to break the chains.
You know, that was really nice. They get it in 30 seconds before the plates despawn. They managed to just get that second plate. And they played well to defend the Heralds. With no wave, sometimes you put the Herald down and the enemy team CCs it and kills it before it charges. So Bro doing a pretty good job of securing that, but now they're looking for a reset for Karis. Dragon has already spawned, so I think T1 might just take this one.
Should be able to. Morgan is rotating down though, and Zeus doesn't have teleport, so
that's the difference maker.
Not going to happen. And Bro, even though there is some vision here for T1, they're not going to be able to do it. Still Zeus is going to walk on over, but I think that this one is just dead. Yeah, no contest. It's just one Chemtech Drake. And honestly, if you're T1, I wouldn't lose sleep over it.
Yeah, I think it's big for Bro, though, denying the 2 dragons on the side of T1, because they could have had a very quick Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
And, you know, we saw the impact it made last game. 8k gold deficit negated by some speedy boys.
Game defining.
Game defining. Yeah, you do see that Zeus got to crash a wave, get a little bit damage in the tower.
That's a bit rude, isn't it? This goes over and steals his stuff. Christmas Tree moving down here towards his bottom side, and the Nature's Grasp is going to be precast immediately. Into the back line goes Gumayushi. That stopwatch just amazing from Henna, but it's not quite going to be enough. Now Karis is going to move on in, and can he actually lock down the rest of these kills as they do get Gumayushi? Poby's limping away, and I don't think Carrier is making it out of this one alive. It's 2 kills for the Crocodile, and Bro strikes back.
Honestly, I'm surprised that went as well as it did for T1. I thought that was going to be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, it was looking like that from the beginning, I agree.
Yeah, and it kind of went okay. Even with the stopwatch from Henna, it's very hard to dive in Alistair, but they CC effort to get the layering. Henna loses all the health in this situation, and it felt like was a little bit late to get the CC down. I think he was kind of trying to avoid the big clump of AoE damage. Once Morgan turns up, there's not really much T1 can do to counteract that. Scrappy, I'll say that one was. But a confident play from T1 that goes reasonably okay, I think is how I'd surmise it.
Yeah, I'd go with reasonably okay. I think we can get there. It does mean that the gold is now just a little bit in favor of Bro. They do collect themselves the Drake. But as the dust settles, Morgan didn't actually teleport. He just wandered over there.
He's been doing a lot of roaming this game, a lot of walking about, and I think it's doing well for him.
He's pretty even on farm and does also have a couple of kills. So I would say the steps definitely worth it. And now, Bro looking for Shirley as well. They want the collection of Void Sisters, and they should be able to get there. Umpty is going to help out with that one. Owner is here, cease and desist in hand, and the teleport is going to be invested. I don't know whether they're going to be able to grab this Herald, but they might be able to find themselves a team fight. As when do they pull the trigger? The Ram is not up, and the Nature's Grasp is going to go down. Gumayusi able to sidestep that one, and Bro just use it as parting the ways. The Red Sea is no longer a sea, I guess.
Yeah, good decision from Bro as well. You know, they use the ult to create an escape path, and then also they move into mid to defend that tier 1 so it doesn't go down. They get the Herald and can be pretty happy with how they navigated that one. They also force a TP from Poby, and unlike the previous game, it's not really a 1-3-1 angle here, but LeBlanc can still be a threat in the side lane. So burning that TP is always going to be a big positive where possible.
I would agree. And Poby is the one with the largest gold advantage here on the T1 side. Bro leaning towards Morgan there as his advantage. But as the game goes on, you'd expect that Zeus is going to be more and more okay.
That's the positive, is that you have that gold lead on the LeBlanc with the 3 kills. You know, as we said, kind of needs a big item lead. Wants to kind of have the Shiv, plus thanks to the CSing it helps with, you have like that as an item advantage. But it's also LeBlanc, so if they start to lose momentum, it will really fall out of favor very quickly.
Yeah, Poby here towards the top side of the map should be able to get some good work done on this turret, unless Effort can do something crazy to deny a few of these autos, but it looks like it is the turret that's going to be taken, as now Morgan getting closed in on. There is the Brittle. It is going to be put down, and they don't even need to use half of the buttons. Core Drinker does do a fair bit of work there, but punched to the back of the head, and now you can see that Bro are trying to return the favor here on the top side, but still they lose the outer turret, they lose their Crocodile, and T1 finds some big advantages here.
Yeah, Herald can get thrown down top just to take this tier 1, but definitely still a massive upgrade for T1 in this situation. We'll take the tower, but not too much else, and again, I feel like using the Herald top, not the best option, because that mid-tier 1 is going to be really hard to take down when you have a Shiv Kai'Sa in the mid lane who can just basically one-shot the wave.
Yeah, Effort does have Unbreakable Will. He's going to headbutt Gumayusi away, but Kerry is going to turn up, and I think Bro were hoping to trade the inner turret in bot lane for the outer in mid, but they're not able to get that, and then there's enough from T1 to defend this inner turret in the top lane as well. So it's just kind of Bro giving T1 a whole bunch of stuff and saying, no, it's okay. We don't need anything. We're fine.
Yeah, not the best plan overall, I'd say, but at least
very generous. Very generous indeed. We'll give him that.
After that game 1, maybe they wanted to give a little back. Oh, Umpty, we're going to have to flash there. You know, it's a bit of a goal lead for T1. Dragon spawning up in a few seconds. Doesn't really feel like either team is putting too much work to set up for it.
It's like they don't respect the Cloud Soul as much as they could.
Which is mind-blowing after that game 1.
It's very unfortunate. I'd say that it's sad, but it's okay. Not going to hold it against anyone. At least not live on air. As Zeus now just clearing out vision here for T1, and it looks like this Drake is just going to belong to T1. Not a lot that Bro's going to be able to do to try and get in here. Of course, they could try to use the Nature's Grasp, but it's not up and available just yet.
Yeah, I mean,
from Umpty.
They're just going to give it over. Individual Cloud Dragon, nice, but not really a big difference maker. And there's plenty of time for Bro. I think getting that Chemtech Dragon was big because it gives you time, gives you the freedom to not have to contest every dragon. Wait for a better opportunity, and particularly when you look at the item spikes. Like, Karis nearly has that Manamune stacked up, but not quite.
Yep.
So I think waiting a good call in this situation.
Only a few more stacks required, but it doesn't actually have the sword done yet, so it should be fine. He's going to look for a few of those stacks in the top lane as Effort. Poby just taking his cow for a walk, and Effort taking a lot of damage here. There's a distortion, and they do manage to get the Unbreakable Will out of effort. Really nicely done, and that should give T1 the ability to approach. They do manage to take down this outer turret, and now there are 4 turrets taken for T1. The LeBlanc is working this time.
It has proven to be more effective. The 3 kills probably helping, but also it feels like they've been playing the map better in this game. You know, trying to use that priority to push into the enemy jungle, get control, look to pressure these lanes, and you know, I said I thought it might be this way. It is once again Bro just trying to weather the storm.
Yeah.
And wait for greener pastures.
But is that going to be in this game, or do they have to wait until a game 3 in order to get there, much like they have tried to do in their last 2 series? Game 1 has been Bro's territory. They're very happy to go for that one. That one's a win. It's the game 2s and the game 3s that have been quite pesky.
You know, I feel like Bro, if they survive to 3 items, are in a really good spot, because they could honestly just go like more on Karis and Henna.
Yeah,
a lot of like 3rd item more be very popular for 80 carries, but with how much
Henna's
AP,
favorite thing as well.
with how much AP T1 have, you could just do that, and it would be so hard for them to kill your carries.
Actually, yeah, this is what we were considering as well, because we thought that maybe Gumayushi would go for the AD route, but he has decided not to, so they are committed to the amount of poke that they will be able to do with the AP Kai'Sa. It is a much better build, but if you do want physical damage, then you do have the option. So yeah, no, I think you might be right there. And Morimal Mori is a fantastic one on the Renekton as well, especially 3rd or 4th.
Triple more?
Yeah, that's a lot of...
Quadra more, more.
The more, the better.
The more Maokai, you know, he actually has really high base attack speed. I think it's like towards the highest in the game.
And I'm pretty sure it's more of Maokai-less, right? Like that's the name of the
That's what
item.
it's called when you buy it specifically.
Yeah. We thought it was Mao's name, but it's not. It's just Maokai. So I think more Maokai is not more problems. I think it's less problems if he has more.
That's what it seemed like when they picked him in pretty early on.
Yeah.
That was the impression I got. Although I think he's probably going towards Bissell, I think. What builds out of Kindle Gem and those
like
things?
Like a million items? Yeah.
They changed the build path so much. It's so hard to keep up.
Yeah, there's quite a few things that you could be building into, but it looks like it is going to be one of the more magic resistant.
It has some magic resistant, which is a great call, you know.
And Bro just roaming around their jungle. They do have a lot of control towards their top side, which is good. Going to deny T1 any sort of attempt at a Baron. And so far, the game has slowed down, and I guess Bro kind of okay with it, because they would prefer things.
That is
just
part
wait.
of their brand, being okay.
Yeah.
And Brion with things.
And they like to save the time.
They like to invest.
Exactly. And so they save up their gold until they have 6 items, and then they look for winning the game and stuff like that.
Baron being started up on a ward.
Yeah, that ward is getting them a lot of value, as they do get T1 2 back away. Blue Trinket does go down.
Actually seen the Last Whisper picked up by Henna here. I mean, obviously, there is going to be a lot of armor stacked up by Zeus, and he is going to be very tanky. But does mean you are going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Confident, I think, in his ability to survive, I guess, with that direction.
He's also probably had a fair bit of criticism for how often he does build more before his Lord Doms on his Aphelios. And so I respect him for this.
Yeah.
Because if he goes for Lord Doms, then finishes more, then goes GA or something like that,
you know,
you're very happy.
Could have picked up a cheeky Hex Drinker like Karis just has.
Yeah.
That would be a nifty little divergence. But still, yeah, that's valid.
An option. As T1 just ping-ponging some minion waves. Morgan was on the bottom side. He was killing minion waves as well. He's got his Black Cleaver done. We'll see what he is going to build next. He does have an extra null Magic Mantle, as we could have the more Crocodile. Love that. And Bro gonna move in, and they're like, it's our turn for a dragon.
Yep.
If we're going to be nice,
you know, they gave a lot to T1 earlier.
Well, in they go. They do manage to find the Aphelios, and he just explodes massive value out of the Ram, as well as Bro are just getting decimated. It's a double kill for Poby. I think that's 5 on this LeBlanc right now. A massive turnaround. Zeus is going to teleport up to make sure that Umpty is going to be taken down. He's knocked up into the sky, and that is just going to be the ace. And T1, they may just win the game.
Yeah, they have 20 seconds. I actually think they can end with a 5 for row. And you know what? I said I wasn't sure about him not building the Hex Drinker. Hex Drinker wouldn't have done anything there.
Nope.
He would have just died regardless. T1 catch out the Aphelios, and now, oh, they've got to go for it.
They have to. They're going to, right?
Well, they don't actually have to.
1
but they
and
should.
0. It's also the first on version of the Night Harvester as well.
I'm disappointed.
I'm excited about, but yeah, it's just going to be one measly Nexus turret standing between T1.
You know, I was hyped for it. I was ready. I grabbed my puck sheet. I was ready to write it down. I was like, oh, they're going to end. Game over. Go fast in the game. Nope, they decide to play it safe and smartly, and we'll see. So Henna just ends up, it's really hard to position here when there's two flankers on this angle, but just ends up in a horrible position, gets instantly deleted. And then look at this wombo combo solo by Zeus, just a bounce house.
Oh my
is
goodness.
Phenomenal.
And the split decision for Carrier to not pile in onto the Aphelios that they'd already had locked down and instead finds the most beautiful
Sees
Magnus
everyone else in the entire team.
Exactly.
Good call.
Yeah, that's a way to deny any sort of peel. That's precisely what does happen. And so, inhibitor taken on the bottom side of the map. The Cloud Drake is still up. They just didn't decide to take that one. As T1, they are looking for this Baron. So, the gold lead has ballooned. And bro, it's going to be so hard for them to get towards
we have the ideal
pit.
LeBlanc angle where you have an entire item lead over your opponent.
Yeah.
Hobie pretty strong right now, plus the ornament as well, so it's like, in terms of what is available, Hobie's doing a lot of damage. You can see Effort just got...
Oh, here it is! The Magnus Storm does come through! Still, Henna manages to get himself relatively far away, doesn't exactly have the greatest guns, and throws the Moonlight Vigil to Narnia. That is not what you want to see. Decent knock up there from Effort, but in goes Gumayushi now. Henna has to flash his way out. Bro still have some members alive. And it's going to end. T1 moving towards the base. Yeah, teleport is going to come through. Now T1 decide that maybe they're not going to be able to take this one down. It's a little bit confusing, this whole situation, but they'll take the inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and now they can back off towards the Baron. You'd say it's still a victory, but that is a whole bunch of gold going over to Bro because Hobie died somewhere in amongst all that.
Yeah, I'm not sure who picked up the kill. I mean, presumably it must have been Morgan, right? He's got 3 kills. Okay, we'll see on the replay. Yeah, going for the engage here. I think if T1 had fully connected with his engage, it would have just been an absolute wipe. But the Ornal doesn't really connect on too many high priority targets. The fight ends up quite scrappy. Does actually get a really nice turnaround here. And yeah, it is Morgan who picks up the 1,000 gold. So nice they got that, but ultimately T1 are like, hey, you guys have a Nexus that we could just kill. And they don't, but they do threaten it.
The identification of the fact that you need to kill a Nexus to win the game, though, I do respect.
I think that's something T1's been missing in the past couple of weeks. I think if you compare the Nexus kill rate of this T1 summer performance compared to, let's say, spring, there's a stark difference.
But there's also this serious correlation between the team that has the most Nexus destructions and victories. Like, crazy correlation between the two. It's almost like if you kill more of them, then you do more winning.
Well, I wouldn't want to assume, you know.
I know, I'm not.
You gotta make sure correlation and causation are two different things, Max.
True,
you have to be really careful making these statements live on air.
Yeah, no, I need to be very.
You need to check your facts on this one.
Much more careful.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna overextend into that. As Karis, he doesn't have teleport, and so he's in the bottom lane, and that means that T1 will be able to collect themselves a Baron. And Bro, well and truly on the back foot now. I don't know whether I am... my level of Bro Leaf is running out.
I've just realized T1 are now 7,000 gold ahead, which, based on what we've seen in this series, is a very bad thing. So this is
feeling
Bro's
a little
comfort zone.
anxious.
Yep.
Spirit Visage was what Umpty was building towards. He does now have that one.
It's a Negatron now that builds into Abyssal Mask, I think it is.
Yeah, but the more Crocodile has been done for Morgan. So 3 items collected for him. But T1 is still just landing this poke. And Bro are desperately trying to hold on. The Nexus turret is slowly but surely, ticking back. And Bro are just trying their very best to hold on to this game. The Baron isn't exactly getting really capitalized on right now, but T1 is just slowly inching forward.
I like how, without the Jax, okay, we need someone to go on the side lane. Why not Carrier? And
I think that sounds about right.
It's someone.
Well, Umpty has decided that he wants to go for the engage. Poby just distorts, and that is going to be enough to deny the ultimate. Still, fair bit of CDR is now built up here for Umpty, or ability haste, depending on whether you want to be correct or not. And Umpty can just wait for that one to come up again, but now is a window for T1 to continue pushing forward. Inhibitor goes down in mid lane. The bottom lane going to follow shortly, you have to imagine. But man, T1 really not biting off more than they can chew. Playing this one as by the numbers as they can. As Carrier, he might now try and find his opportunity. The Void Seeker not going to find too much.
You know, Bro did a good job of dodging these Void Seekers. Unfortunately, their base is unable to dodge.
Yeah, that is the problem. As Cease and Desist does come down, the Ram going to follow through as well as Ona goes golden. There's the Magna Storm. Absolutely beautiful. And the Vi goes down, but I don't think that is going to matter at all in this game. Killer Instinct from Gumayushi as well as he takes down the cow. And Karis relegated to his fountain. And Bro once again going the distance in this series. We are going to have a game number 3, but this time, man, especially Povey, finding some redemption here. T1 redeeming themselves and demonstrating that this LeBlanc draft can work.
Yeah, proving me wrong. You know, we were so critical of the LeBlanc coming in again, and they were adamant that they had to make it work. So I guess lesson not learned, or maybe we learned a lesson.
Yeah, I think it's up to us to try and pivot and try and realize that maybe we just don't necessarily know what's been going on in scrims. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Povey he needs to be on the pick that he's most comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
And I think first picking to make sure that he's in that position where he can play to the highest level he possibly can, that is extremely important. And it does put a little bit of a dampener on T1 and how they can actually navigate these drafts.
Yeah, I think as well, in games like this, when you're playing the LeBlanc, you really need to be matching that curve perfectly. And so when it does stumble and fall, it looks useless.
It does.
But in this game, obviously, wasn't so useless, had a pretty big impact, a ton of damage done in the lane, and then just consistently a threat throughout. And, you know, there was some hiccups at some point, but once they started to mount up that lead, it was just all T1 all the way.
It was, and Henna did not very much damage at all. The Aphelios was just kept at arm's length, and this is what an 80 carry should look like if a poke comp has just beaten them.
Yeah.
That is absolutely it. But now, it is time to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down game number 2, and we'll go to the deciding game number 3. See you then.
쌈박도 볼만은 하고. 나 돈 근데 개 많긴 하다.
앞에 볼 수 있냐? 오케이.
우리 좀 멀다. 깊다.
2시간에 있거든? 앞에.
빼면서 할게.
나는 안 죽어. 칼 좋아. 사슬. 얘 괜찮냐?
괜찮아.
안 해.
나이스.
오늘
미드 첫 갱 가서 지훈이 1700킬 먹여준다.
와우가 레드로 먹을 듯.
아 진짜 양보해. 내가 먹을 바엔 나 그냥 살려서 보내.
승환이 1700킬이나 챙겨주자.
한 시즌에 500 역시 진짜. 아 포지션 진짜 좋다.
아니죠. 포지션이 아니라 이제 젠지랑 이렇게 킬.
왓?
뭐야? 딜교 거의 안 한다. 그냥 딜교 계속 피해 얘가. 앞라인부터 천천히 치면서. 그냥 녹아요. 나 뺐어. 데이지분.
마우 노플.
나 마우 내려왔어.
오른 노플.
천천히 앞라인부터. 난 죽었어. 천천히
이겼어.
나이스. 나이스. 버스 좋은데요? 1700킬. 딱 1킬.
딱 1킬 했네.
딱 1킬 했네.
야 이거 와줘.
갈게. 저희가 먼저 가요. 천천히. 이거 브라움이 살려줄만 함.
좋은데.
나이스.
나 진짜 큐풀공 해보고 싶긴 한데 자이한테. 잡았고. 아 이거 게임에서 딸고 하자. 야 미드 맞아.
노플.
야 이거 싸움하면 이겨 끝나.
아칼리 마크 하고 있는데.
야, 아칼리 왜 이렇게 세네? 뭐야? 근데 이거 좀. 죄송합니다.
이득인데? 아니 근데 이거 제압이라서 오히려 렌한테 죽은 게.
나 3주자 공대. 나 먹을래.
마카 까비. 야 여기 봐줘.
내진탕 묻혔어. 내진탕.
어딨어?
야, 다 내진탕이야. 다 그냥 얼어붙어.
아칼리. 할 수가 없네.
진이 형 킬 많이 먹었는데.
그러니까 오늘
좋은데 3킬.
생일이야? 왜 이렇게 많이 이렇게?
오늘은 수환이가 죽는 날이다.
아니 아칼리 이거
나 지킬 만큼 지켰어, 수환아. 지지.
네. 수고해요.
근데 요즘 우리 거리 조절이나 싸움 딱 캐치하는 게 나쁘진 않거든? 좀 더 플레이 확신 가지고 해도 될 것 같아.
네.
알았지, 진호아?
네.
얘들아 이제 더 이상 물러설 곳이 없다. 시원하게 가보자.
가보자.
와우.
잘했고.
예 여기 있다. 나 얘 좀 때릴게.
좀 때려줘.
이게 볼게 이거.
패스하게. 패스하게 막 해줄게 여기. 와우.
나이스. 아 뭐야?
아니 뭐야?
진짜?
라칸 위에 있어. 나 그냥
오케이.
잭스 데려갈게. 싸움 몰라면.
그냥 딜해줘 이거.
락한만 살짝 볼게.
오케이 라칸 넣어. 따라가.
잡았고. 야 잠깐. 락한 노플.
와. 클로저. 지현아 역시 POG 하나. 렛츠고.
나왔다.
클리어.
아지를 디테일 온 것 같기도 하고.
웬만 사는 식으로 봐봐 이거.
사한식으로 봐봐.
사는 식으로.
천천히 넥스부터.
천천히.
넥스플.
나 내려줄게 이거.
빠지면서. 야, 길게 봐,
야, 길게 보자.
나 가긴 했다.
해봐 이거 해봐.
싸움 돼.
아칼리 맞아. 잭스 노플. 천천히. 넥스부터. 앞에 가줄게.
앞에 나
갈만해?
갈만해.
나 오늘 22킬 못했는데.
아니 형 다음이 있잖아.
다음이 있다 우리는.
다음이 없나?
형 다음에
잠시만.
뭐 하는 거야 클리어?
아니 뭐야?
뭐해?
아니 클리어 뭐야?
뭐해요? 근데 진짜 깔끔했다 오늘.
잘했다.
잘했다.
나이스.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2. T1 able to strike back this time as Poby ends up getting a very large lead, and then the rest of the team is able to follow up really nicely. What did you guys think about this game and the draft?
It was a very scrappy game where T1 were able to win a lot of skirmishes, and this time the gold lead actually mattered because they were able to set up on objectives. I think the Vi pick for me was kind of the big defining factor. We didn't like the Ornn pick, myself and Huni, that much, but it ended up making a huge impact as Bro were so far behind they had to really force their way into team fights, so the Rel, Vi, Ornn engages were pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we didn't like the Ornn, because like Ornn generally just lose against Renekton, but you know, if you win lane against Renekton, just go for it. Just pick Ornn like more than multiple times. Like, we really don't care. Just win lane with Ornn. That's, you know, there's nothing better than that. So, I mean, I really like the T1. They make assumptions that from the draft of game 1, the biggest different thing is like between game 2 is just they put the difficulty of the draft is like much lower and make sure it's like in the team fight. It's just so easy. It's like they go back to the play around the Vi, just pressing R. It's not like the rest that you have to wait in the good setup and just starting with the Q. Like those, like a lot of the fact that anyone can start it. It's pretty easy draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think that also the Jace pick here, I wasn't really sold on Karis' ability to play it really just yet as an individual player, and it certainly didn't really live up to what we saw from BDD yesterday in the same matchup.
Yeah, and it was nice to see that even though, you know, in game number 1, Poby not having the best time, but then immediately the team came back, helped out his lane, really got him ahead, and he was able to make that work really well, so I was happy to see that. Let's take a look, though, at the bot dive we had here about 14 minutes into the game. This was a 5v5 very early on.
I mean, also the one thing is like really interesting. You have to see the Morgan actually just coming from the base, the bottom, because he has no TP. And it's like really nice to set up from T1 that actually just they were winning bottom based on just the lane phase and just making just these play with the 5-man play. Like, but there was one Karis kind of misplay and the Poby lived here. It's kind of huge impact that it could have been really bad for T1, but at least Poby lived.
Yeah, if they were able to get one more auto on him with the Ignite ticking, he definitely goes down, a shutdown goes over, but I think this was a really risky play for T1 considering there's a Maokai on the other side, there's an Alistar on the other side. The execution was clean enough to where it worked out, but at the end of the day, like, it went in the plus columns for T1, but when I was watching it happen, I felt like I was watching a car crash about to occur. I was very nervous for them. I thought they were going to maybe throw some of those advantages away, but they were decisive and they made it work.
Yeah, they made it work. That was actually the team fight that got Poby 3 kills in this one, and eventually we did move on to highlight number 2, which was this fight on the Drake, and this one was kind of the Zeus show, the bouncy castle that we did have. After the pick onto Henna, I think Bro's positioning in this one as a team, not the greatest we were looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game dance team fight, basically. Like, after days, like, I think this team fight was so one-sided. It was really nice engaged on the, you know, everyone's the same page. Just like, this is what I said, like, Vi started on the athlete, like, and Poby, like, I think there was a like different angle they're trying to approach. So the Henna, there was no way he could actually leave or put DPS. It's just nothing possible. And after that, Kyria and on top of the Zeus and just played perfectly well. That they were hard stuck in the choke.
Yeah, I think that Henna kind of felt like if he could move away from his team there, maybe they could set up a cross setup for the Renekton to come back in, but they ended up getting caught by that Magnet Storm combo there. So he is killed as well by the Vi ultimate, and it's just a divide and conquer from T1. I think the most pivotal moment in the game for sure.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, it's not often you get 5 kills and a pretty clean ace at that point in the game. But guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2. Can think of definitely a couple of names that could fit the bill, but this time it will be Owner who picks it up. You know, he did have some great Vi plays. Wasn't the first guy on our mind, but we'll pick it up this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice ultimate. I mean, this mid play also really huge impact. And like as I said, this is like our highlight too, and just pressing R on the Henna when it's like really exposed, and just it's just easy team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he really got Poby ahead. We ended up voting for Zeus because I thought his impact in team fights was very consistent. The laning that we talked about in the draft was also incredibly strong from him, even into the Renekton, so he also limited Morgan's impact early. But you know, it's kind of a big brain play, I feel like, to vote for Owner here because he set up so many of these fights, and I felt like he was the one calling for these engages, and there's a big reason why Poby got so fed, and it's going to be a split vote at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's not even media this time around. It's kind of just like one piece of each puzzle just coming together, 5 out of 11, and you see that there's a smattering of votes, even Keria getting some. He had some great Rel play in this game as well, so ended up being just T1 team fighting victory, essentially, this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to win the last game, like they have to, like game 3, they have to play like this, like about the object setup, like those kind of things, like super needed. Because like we saw game 1 how bad they were playing when they're 8K ahead. Just keep in the mind, just play still good because the Brio is okay, bro, still playing decently well.
And Bro are going to move over to the blue side here, as you can see. The casters did mention, Bro are really good at coming out of the gate very fast and playing a great game 1, but definitely struggle once the pressure begins to mount. I'm worried for them here in game 3. We know what they're capable of, but we need to see kind of more of what happened in game 1.
And like so many of the early games going well for Bro, but then falling apart in the late game, they have often won game 1 and then lost in a reverse sweep. And this may be another one of those scenarios. I want to see Bro try to limit T1's ability to engage. I think that the defining factor in that draft was the Vi. Obviously, the Rel, a huge factor there as well. T1 looked a little bit timid when they didn't have an easy go button. Once they had the game 2 comp, which was really easy to execute, they looked much better.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the team that actually just really good teams is battling each other, so they have to put the draft difficulty low as much as they can.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to start with the draft here for game 3. Let's go back to the casters for this third game.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 2. A little bit sad that Poby didn't get it, to be honest. He got really, really far ahead, and he's the young boy, and he managed to figure it out. But I think the owner votes make some sense. I think that Zeus and Carrier definitely played the more finessed League of Legends in a lot of those.
Yeah, I was an owner believer. A lot of good starts on those engages, and as someone who has also levied a lot of criticism, definitely a bit of owner redemption coming in there.
The owner redemption? I like that.
I think that's what it's going to be. Bro now switching sides on blue side for the first time. I think the LeBlanc first pick has been a contentious pick. Don't think it's something that Bro will go for, but I'm interested to see what they will prioritize first pick.
It's the long con. It's the long con, Ox. I figured it out. The reason why T1 were prioritizing it so hard is because they knew that game 3 was going to happen, and they've now mind-controlled Bro into thinking that LeBlanc is the first pick that they need to go for.
I don't think you can mind control Bro. I think,
But maybe that's the angle. Maybe that's what they're trying to do.
They're all wearing tinfoil hats, right? They're immune to the mind control.
And T1, you know what? They agree with you. Yeah. They're going to ban it away. They don't want to deal with it. As Tristana, LeBlanc, and I guess Nico have to be banned here on the side of T1. Bro, taking away the Rumble, the Vi as well. They also respect Owner for his ability to get these fights started in the previous game.
Yeah, Poppy, something that's been left open and available, which was banned before. The Nico, I think, has to be the final one for T1. So, Bro, Poppy is something that's obviously available now. The Kai'Sa is something, but they didn't really show too much of a preference towards it previously.
The Azir.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Worked for them in game 1. Hopefully going to work for them again in this game. And now T1, a lot of picks that they could lean towards. Sejuani, also something that is open once more. They're going to open up with the Kai'Sa and actually going for the Maokai, so potentially leading towards that Jace, mirroring kind of what Bro did in that game 2, going for the Maokai Jace is a very common duo we have seen.
Very common, but as we saw in the last game, if it doesn't get off the ground, it just doesn't tend to do very much. We'll see whether T1 are going to be able to find a few more angles here in this game, as Bro just looking for the lovers duo there towards the bottom side. Xayah into Kai'Sa, a tale as old as time. And Henna really loves the Xayah. Even if the win rate isn't necessarily ridiculous for him, he does really like the pick.
The thing is here is now you have the Kai'Sa Jace. Both of them can do fantastic poke with mixed damage because you have the AP for the Kai'Sa, the AD for the Jace.
True.
And Bro have gone with a similar vibe to that game 1 where they had that Azir and they had like a peel back composition. Azir Xayah, sorry, fantastic. The enemy team is charging towards you. But T1 do not need to do that. They can just maintain distance and poke you down. So some question marks about these early picks for Bro. Going into the next phase of bans, we see the Nautilus banned away, the Skarner denied from Umti, which was so fantastic in that game 1. And yeah, Sejuani and Renekton still possible for Bro, which is something I could see them taking. So I wouldn't surprise me if T1 ban away the Sedge here, or maybe target towards Morgan.
Yeah, I would like the Sejuani ban a lot, and there it is. Just because even if you pick away the Renekton, Sejuani Jax comes in, and then Bro give themselves a side lane win condition, which is much better for them as well.
Maybe Rel ban from Bro comes out. Obviously, can't pick the Alistar as they already have the Rakan, so kind of that. T1 can just take support here, knowing that they already know the matchup there. A lot of options being toyed with. Yeah. I think, honestly, the Alistar's pretty good. Not as big of a fan of the Blitzcrank in this setup, but we'll see what they opt to go for.
And it is going to be Blitz, the Crank. as Valdez and Wolf like to call it.
A lot of pick potential with this, but you know, considering the rest of your teams kind of want to align with that poke at a distance and play disengage, not really ideal. And bro, they have fully committed to like this composition that is fantastic at peeling backwards, but their engage is kind of limited to effort on the Rakan, or maybe if someone on T1 stands next to a wall. So Piercy, I'm not the biggest fan of how it comes together. I think the composition has good synergy, but into what T1 has, maybe not the sharpest. And we're seeing Zeus toy with an idea of what he wants to play in the top lane. Gangplank, that's going to be very hard to deal with for Brion, if I'm going to be honest. So we'll scale exceptionally well, and also we're talking about the fact that Brion are going to struggle to engage on a T1. Barrels and the cannon barrage are going to make it so much more difficult, so I think T1 should be pretty comfortable in this one, but still some variables that can come into play. You know, we've seen Karis be fantastic on this Azir. Effa had that strong game 1 on the Rakan, and realistically Blitzcrank could be very feast or famine.
And right now, Azir and Gangplank, both of them on a 4-game winning streak. So which one of them is going to continue it, and which one is going to lose it? That is going to be the question here. Zeus has been a great Gangplank player in the past. I personally just really like Gangplank. To be honest, I think it's been really good. It's been mainly Doran that's been playing it. And just have to see how things are going to go. Bro have struggled so much. Games 2 and 3 have not been their games. Haven't been enjoying them very much at all. But they could theoretically do it here. It's their first time on blue side this series. They've got a very comfortable draft for themselves.
That is true.
I do agree with you, though. I think T1's answers are looking really, really strong, especially now with the fact that they've augmented the solo poke from the last game, or I guess semi-solo poke, given the fact that Poby was able to poke on the LeBlanc as well. But you've now got both damage types of poke. Makes it very, very difficult here for Bro to deal with it. See what happens. We hop into the Rift here for Game 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the third game of the series. And yeah, like you say, big cheers coming on in here, as that's a heroic charge. That could be a dead pirate, as he's going to have to flash already, but there is a big old hammer, and that is First Blood going to his direct opponent.
You know what? I obviously had my criticisms of the Bro comp into what T1 have. Stuff like this is really how you shake that up, finding a good early kill. And what is actually fantastic here is the flashes. I do love that skin, especially the synergy with the Meowkai.
Yeah, true.
Phenomenal. But what's great about that play as well is the only person who flashed was Morgan. So, you know, we have a flash down from Zeus. It's matched by the flash down by Morgan. I think if Umti and Effort had also both flashed, it would still be weird, but a bit less so. But you've traded pretty evenly in terms of summoners there. And just a great angle from Umti finding that slam into the wall. And now Morgan comes to lane with a cloth armor and a control ward.
Yeah, this is it's pretty powerful. For Bro as Umti just wastes no time. And this is another one of those things, right? They banned the Skarner and the Sejuani, two very understandable bans here that Bro have been using very well. But Umti's Poppy has been amazing.
Would you say it's been popping off?
Yes, I would say that would be a relatively accurate way of describing his performance on the Poppy. And it also can really warp how a setup composition like this wants to go, right? Because if you're waiting for a go button, there is no better way to do that than say goodbye to 2 people or 1 person, and then go for your all-in. As the Shock Blast is going to go wide, that could have been...
Wait, did that hit Umti?
That hit Umti?
I didn't see.
That's really rude.
No, he's just catching strays, walking by, and he gets slapped in the head.
Oh, wait.
I assume
is he immediately going to, like, claim revenge? Oh, we'll just have to see. Is Poby moving to the wrong side? There's a heroic charge. Finds the devastating blow as well. Flash comes out. No buckler available. So Umti's not going to be able to plonk that one into his noggin and will be able to get the flash.
You should be careful about where you're aiming your Shock Blast. Because
True.
Umti was not happy about potentially... I don't know if it hit him, but it was close enough that it could have. And I think that's really the problem here.
Absolutely. I believe that was earliest First Blood of the season. would make sense because we had barely got out of the loading screen.
Yep.
So 39 seconds. There we go. Breaking records here in this game as well. That it's the whole situation isn't really going to change too much outside of the fact that Morgan does come to lane with that bit of extra money. Zeus was never really going to have the greatest of times, as does get a trial by Fire Proc onto Morgan, who is just going to try and demolish his turret as best he can.
And you know, I think obviously a good start with the gank on a Poby, but when I see a Poppy in the game, I'm always thinking about what can be done in the side lanes. And I think both can be quite vulnerable. Like, Blitzcrank isn't the best at countering dives compared to like an Alistar or something. If you make a play bot lane, slam Guma or Carrier into the wall, it can be devastating.
Yeah. And now you've got Umpty moving back towards this mid lane once again. Good Shock Blast going to connect onto Karis. That should deter the Azir from doing too much more. But yeah, with the fact that T1 are very preoccupied dealing with these minions being shoved into their turret over and over again on the bottom side, they are gaining access to this river. Might allow Bro to put together a few of these Drakes, and it's an Infernal to start us off.
Which would be a bit of a change of pace, considering T1 have been first on those dragons in both the first two games. And the thing is, this would be a very different game if the early game goes in favor of Breon, because so far this series, we had game 1, where there was a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And then game 2, where there was a 7,000 gold lead.
As Poby is just aggressively running towards Karis. Shifting Sand's not going to really do anything at all, as Karis was a bit slow on that one. And so Poby winning out on this trade in a big way.
But I will say, Karis has maintained his TP, so as long as he doesn't die, not actually that big of a deal for him to get chunked out, because he can eventually push the wave in, teleport, and any help that Poby's trading, he's not really going to be able to sustain back up unless he goes for a teleport, well, unless he recalls and just walks it back.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any charges left of this Corrupting Potion as well, so...
yeah, I think Karis pretty happy with how the trades went. Trading down when you know you're going to be able to reset is good. And Poby will push this in, and I think with the amount of mana he's used, he will obviously have to look for a recall.
Yeah, and should be no minions, at least as far as experience is concerned, going to be taken away. So Lost Chapter done here for Karis. Great first back, and that is absolutely fine. Ona moving up towards his top side in his pajamas. Wanting to help out Zeus, as Umpty kind of shadowing here as well. Just a little cat in the brush. And that is what Ona is going to be able to provide. Going to now collect his Krug camp. As the Poppy also just a little subdued, has some camps up, and so is going to be able to grab that experience and gold when he can.
Yeah, I feel like I would like to see maybe a play towards the bot side for the Poppy, especially pre-6, because I think 6 is when the Maokai gets a lot of power with the ultimate.
Yeah, true.
And of course, the Poppy ultimate does have power, but it's kind of... I feel like a lot of it is when you're setting up for objectives and you knock the enemy jungler away, whereas less so in like raw combat power.
Yeah, unless you're, you know, finding that chase down, you can use the ultimate to get the extra little knocker.
Snap one, yeah.
Things like that.
I'd say less ganking power is probably the way I'd phrase it, rather than less, because it is a super powerful ultimate.
Owner is looking to come up towards the super powerful Cassante. Morgan dashing forward at perhaps the wrong time. Cannon Barrage coming down here. Let's see what Morgan's going to be able to do as the all-out does come through, but it's not exactly the greatest of ones. Still has to flash, but that might be enough to get himself out, and it is going to be so. Umpty going to take this opportunity to head towards the first Infernal. And Flash only just coming back off cooldown immediately. Morgan's going to have to use it. It still keeps himself alive.
You can see the intent, though, from Morgan there. He wanted to flip Zeus into the wall and then fly through with him and just beat him up. But unfortunately, wasn't quite able to get him close enough. Zeus not stepping too far forward to allow that to happen. And Flash will get burned, but Breon will be able to pick up that dragon. Second will be an Ocean, which means we could have Triple Cloud. It's a possibility.
I mean, it should be. It was in the cards this morning. I looked out my window and it was sunny and nice. Everything was going great. And that told me that it was going to be a Triple Cloud start.
Wait, you looked out the window and it was sunny and nice?
Yeah, it was. And then the clouds all came over. And
yeah,
then it was disgustingly humid all day.
I mean, that is...
But I had like this one brief moment where, you know, it just sort of peeked through and it was beautiful. And that's what really led me to believe.
I think I must have missed that period. Whenever I looked outside, it was just grey. So
yeah, it was a bit dismal after that.
Yeah, maybe I was asleep during that point.
Could have been.
Dreaming of Cloud Souls.
Yep. And you know, the version in your dream is probably also beautiful. So you may have had an inkling as to what could have been happening here. What we do know for sure is that you are concentrating and that it's not going to be Chemtech Soul.
I'm doing my best.
Yep.
You know, it's hard, especially with like a 3-game series. It's hard to concentrate all the way through.
No, I understand. But it is...
It's on me.
And it's for these players as well, you know? If, like, they have to deal with, like, remember, it's a lot more on them, the amount of pressure. So don't Chemtech Soul. Just don't do it. Yeah, don't do it.
Don't be a Chemtech Solar.
No, don't. And you've done it in the past, and we're hoping that you've learned. As Umpty, he's going to start off this Rift Herald. And so far, the neutral objectives going into the hands of Breon are relatively uncontested. As Morgan just having to deal with this Gangplank. It looks like he's about to go on a holiday. Hitting things with a spatula, shooting things with a water pistol. Having a great time. I do really like Pool Party gameplay.
Yeah, I like generally the Pool Party skins have a pretty good vibe. Yep. Also, Rumble in the Jungle. I think there was some Rumble in the Jungle slander the other day on broadcast. Very upsetting.
Yeah, I think I was backstage getting upset about that as well. I just think like dropping a row of pineapples, it's like can never be bad. How can that ever be not an amazing thing?
Yeah. And I think there's two sides to it, okay? There's like the new fancy skins that like look technically really cool and everything, and they're great, don't get me wrong. And then there's the old, charming, clunky, kind of ugly skins.
You're talking about Junkyard Trundle, aren't you? The best skin in the game.
Scuba Gragas?
Yep. Junkyard Trundle is nowhere near as good as it used to be, though. He had one pink Converse shoe and would hit people with a muffler. It was just the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
And now, you know, he's got all of those extra polygons and stuff like that, and it's just not the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same at all.
The splash art. The splash art was especially jank for Junkyard Trundle, and it was
now
so
it's just,
good.
Now new, isn't it just like Six-Pack Trundle is the new one?
Yeah. It's not it. It's not it at all. If there was a skin that I could bring back that has been like updated, it's 100% Junkyard Trundle, and I barely even play Trundle.
You just wanted to be there for when Trundle's meta.
Exactly. And Peanut would play it, 100%. I guarantee you. Because he's always one to go with the fun skins.
With the clunky cool skins.
Yeah. I think he's a traditional Trundle player in the past as well. As the game has slowed down, that's why we're talking about champions that aren't in the game and skins that aren't in the game at all anymore. As Morgan's going to find himself a third Q. It's nicely done. But Zeus is just very comfortably farming things up. You can see he's actually ahead by a bit of farm as well. And even though he doesn't have pressure in the lane, I mean, the Gangplank just wants to farm up them doubloons.
Yeah. It's kind of weird how we've had this game 1 and game 2 where it was like T1 setting the pace, driving the game forwards. And now in this game 3, it's like flipped where Bro are the ones trying to drive the pace forwards and T1 are just chilling.
Yeah. By the way, can you trust someone that says that Lollipoppy is the best skin in the game?
Like modern Lollipoppy or old Lollipoppy?
Old Lollipoppy.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, I don't even think the skin was that bad. It was more about the splash.
Yeah, no, the skin doesn't matter, though, because you have to sit in that loading screen, especially the old one, right? Computers were worse. So you were in the loading screen for a long time while that person's potato was trying to load the game.
I think, honestly, it's also probably the strongest skin in the game because
it does emotional damage.
It does. It does. If someone sees that going up against himself, especially because old Poppy had that ultimate where you'd lock someone in a 1v1 with you and just mess them up. That was a much more intimidating sort of Poppy than the current I'm pretty tanky and slamming into the walls.
Oh, and they're going to get knocked up there right on the edge, and there is the heroic entrance as well. Quickness comes down, and that is just 100-0. No tree to be had, and Ona didn't even have an opportunity to use his ultimate. Bro now set up to grab themselves the Cloud Drake, and T1 have not been able to do anything this game.
Yep, and perfect timing, taking out the jungler right before the dragon spawns, and now Bro are hoping for a good soul to reward the fact that they've picked up 2 early dragons, and I'm really concentrating hard, and we are rewarded.
I told you.
Rewarded.
I told you I looked out the window, and it was the parting of the clouds, and then they all rolled back in.
You know, I was so nervous
that it was Cloud Soul Day.
I was so nervous to be a Chemtech because I think I probably would get fired immediately.
Well, we've also got a hook onto that minion. Carrier decides that minion does not deserve to be in that particular position in the lane. Come over here a little bit. And that is precisely what happens as backing.
Whoa.
And the ult going to be used.
Yeah.
Well, buttons were pressed.
Buttons were pressed.
That's the extent of the analysis that I'm going with.
The Blitzcrank not quite had the impact I think they were hoping for. And by that I mean any impact at all.
Yeah. I liked how we got the Jonah Strong zoom in. They're like, I'm ready for action. It's going to be the best observing you've ever seen. And then the minion.
I feel like that really adds to it because you know, you sit up in your chair, you're like, oh, I'm ready, and then it hits a minion, you're like, oh, I see.
Okay, Cannon Barrage going to come through here as Morgan. He's going to go all out, and Zeus, yeah, not a lot of distance for him to go. Morgan's just going to slice him up. The Topos to the back of the skull, and that is a dead pirate. And now, more plates could go over it. They're going to be falling down in 25 seconds' time.
Yeah.
Dante might be able to get another one here. As speaking of which, Gumayusi does have some spare time with this outer, so will be able to get one for himself. But look at this.
We have 2-0 Lord Morgan with plates, with a potential Cloud Soul coming up. Could it get better for Bro?
I don't think it could. And honestly, like Cloud Soul isn't biased, right? Like Cloud Soul is just great for everyone. T1, if they can stack 4 of them, it's a bit better for them because they have 4 of them. Don't have to deal with those other silly drakes like Infernal and Ocean. As Ona, yeah, just never was able to do anything.
Yeah, I love the patience and effort, waiting for the ult. They get the stun against the wall, and then it's just done here and here as well. Really well played by Morgan. Gets up on top of the GP. Makes sure he lands the Q by trapping him against the wall. Not much space to dodge. And then at this point, he's just dead.
And denies the barrel as well at the beginning of that fight. And the beginning of it is where things can get dangerous, right? You get the resets as well. As we've got Poby taking a fair bit of damage. Does find a long range.
That is a tanky Poppy.
Yeah, that is. And I don't know whether Carrier being over here that could have been a detriment because that would have been a gap close for Umpty. And this is the problem, right? Because Umpty is so incredibly aggressive on this Poppy. He feels immortal when he plays Poppy because a lot of the time when you're playing Poppy, you kind of are.
Yeah,
she's really, really tanky.
Poppy is best when she can run around super fast, super tanky, and just slam people on the walls at a whim. That is when she feels oppressive. And right now, T1 investing heavily in this top side to get this Herald. They've already lost out on first turret. But trying to deny this one and maybe look for that T1 mid. There's already objective bounties in the game. Look at the gold lead.
T1 only just denied the perfect game from Bro in 15 minutes. They were on perfect game pace until that Herald went down.
Yeah.
And you know what? When it ticks past 20 minutes, we could even forget that that Herald was taken and just say that it was a perfect game because it's going to say 0-0-0 at the top.
There's a lot of discussion about this because perfect game was a thing before Herald was a thing, you know?
Yeah, it was. But then we redefined perfect game after Herald and turret plates were introduced because you can have a perfectest game. If you take all of the enemy's turret plates, you don't lose any yourself, and you also don't sacrifice any Rift Heralds or Drakes.
Those are some heavy standards these days.
Hey, we actually, so in the debut of the Rift Herald, I think it was 2019, T1 played in Kesper Cup and actually got the perfectest game.
Wow.
They took every plate, they didn't lose a plate themselves, and then just...
They set the standard.
They did. And then I can't remember another one that we had.
Oh, and we have Locket from Umpty. I mean, there's lots of potentials. There's so much burst damage on T1, and I think we've seen like support mythics be very popular in the jungle. Typically, it's the Evan Shroud, but there's not too many like targets you're gonna need that extra damage on the side of T1. All the squishy targets to burst to, so you know, I'm kind of vibing with it.
I kind of like it. What I don't like though is the Blitzcrank in a game state like this. It's going to be really, really hard now for Carrier to find anything. Yeah, no.
Oh, I thought that was a second Maokai. You know, it's the cats.
Yeah, no, it's a meow crank.
That doesn't work nearly as well.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I apologize, everyone. Still, Bro going to be able to push this wave towards the turret. Morgan dashing away. They do have someone that can stand in front of a Blitzcrank really nicely as well. The Cassante into it is actually really nice, being able to press W and say, huh, don't really care about that. But of course, Umpty probably wants to be the one standing in front because if he gets hooked, he's psyched. Very happy about how that one goes.
It's a gap closer.
Yeah, he's like, value? That's what I'm talking about. Basically another battle dance for effort. Love to see that.
You see both teams posturing around mid because they want to set up for this very important dragon coming up next.
Yeah. The first Cloud Drake, Cloud Soul point for Bro. And it is up and available now. Full vision here for Bro in the river. As Poby does find a Shock Blast onto Henna somehow. I believe I don't even know whether he missed Umpty. I think he was just waiting for Umpty to move aside so he could hit Henna with it. Still, it's not going to mean that they're able to get themselves a Drake or anything like that. T1 biding their time until Zeus can be that massive pirate. He's now got his Trinity Force done.
And you know, one of the things I had concern about was the fact that T1 has this long-range poke and Bro's engage isn't the best. Wait,
well,
speaking of engage,
that's an Umpty. Ulti from Umpty. As Morgan's just going to eat Nature's Grass and be absolutely fine.
But yeah, as I was saying, like a lot of this long-range poke from T1.
Oh.
I mean, there's two factors with the Cloud Soul. 15% movement speed actually makes it a lot easier to dodge the poke.
True.
But also, if you're trying to close the distance on a T1, that extra movement speed, particularly for things like the Rakan, the big boost on the ultimate, is really impactful.
Well, we're just going for it here as Umpty running towards Carrier. And Killer Instinct going to be used by Gumushi to get out of the way of Morgan.
That was neat, but also T1 kind of out of position there. Oh, Effort, don't do it!
Oh, man, even Jonas Strong thought that was going to hit. Okay. Effort is like, even the flash,
you know, he's
in game
putting
number
in
one
max
was,
effort right now.
It was max effort, but it was also maximum amount of time before he was just dead without even pressing the button, you know? Huh. I like it. I think it's good. Keeping us on our toes. There is certainly a lot of drama, is what I'm feeling in this, in the way that this is being observed, and honestly, how this series has gone. Second one did feel a little bit like it was over pretty quickly. The runtime of that particular one was quite short. I feel like we're getting our money's worth here in this game number 3. I think we will get some fun team fights. But Bro will get the outer turret in mid lane.
Yeah,
that one is definitely going to happen.
T1 throw the Herald down mid, but don't have a wave, so they don't get the tower, and Bro answer pretty quickly. All outs is down now, means they can really push in heavily like this and start to establish some control.
Umpty is so far ahead. And the Brambleback is
that's
going to get caught. There it is.
Blitzcrank. That is the moment we're waiting for.
Guaranteed.
Red buff secured.
Look at that. Okay, so the value going to come through. Gumushi going to be able to take himself a red. And you can see Umpty just hanging out. He's just taking things away, stealing stuff. It's a heist. It's not even really. It's almost like it's his. And Morgan's going to be found by Zeus.
I think Morgan does just kill him if Zeus is ever overextended.
It always confuses me with Gangplank, because I feel like sometimes Gangplank can just win.
Yeah, but I think, you know,
and
with
also
the,
can sometimes just die.
With the amount of armor Morgan has,
yeah,
I think he's kind of chilling. But who really knows?
There is a collector.
Maybe if Zeus dodges everything and also barrels him like 3 times and Trial by Fires like 4 times.
Yeah, and also we're kind of used to seeing the Quick Blades Gangplank with the Essence Reaver, which is Doran's build that he's gone for the majority of the time. We haven't seen Trinity Force Gangplank for a while.
Yeah, a bit bulkier with this build. Presumably will... I mean, that's the thing, is you can't actually transition into crit like fully anymore because you can't build IE or Navori with Trinity Force. So, bit of a weird one. Probably will go Lethality, I think, after this. Or, I mean, I guess you could go like Bruiser items, so that'd be very weird.
Would be strange. Like Sterix, well, Lord Doms, or, of course, you can go for a more Lethality.
I think LDR's fine. I think when you're into like such a tanky front line, like having the LDR plus the Triforce means you're harder to like just blow up and also can shred through them.
Yeah. Right now you can see Bro just want to be able to get some control around this. Baron, I believe there is a bit of vision for T1. Yeah, there is a ward in the back of the pit, but it has been switched off.
Yes,
it is switched off.
Oh, they blue trinket though. Yeah, they can easily zone owner away though. He has to get there quick.
Yeah, how are you supposed to get over here? Nature's Grasp comes down, but they just get rid of him.
Oh, beautiful.
The Maokai's out of there, and the Poppy secures the Baron. About as good as it gets here for Bro. They take down the Cassante. T1 get their first kill, but they have to trade it. 4 Barons still left on the map for Bro. And I honestly have to say, their macro in games 1 and this game here has just been great. It's been slow, but it's been great.
They've been so sharp at finding windows when they can go for neutrals. Like in the game 1, it was when Morgan had chunked Zeus out. They instantly went for the dragon on the back of it. And here, just knowing that they have the zoning potential for Owner, Morgan playing Introg, but then the Poppy ult is what comes out at like max range. Zakira Morgan ends up going aggressive here to try and just trade lives with the Blitzcrank, which does work. But the rest of the team has to run away, and now mid tower actually survived there, but bot tower did go down for T1, so they do have a tower on the board. But against a Baron, against some big item spikes coming in for Bro,
and soon to be against
a Cloud Soul. Yeah, they have to try and contest this. And also, Poby hasn't quite got the Manamune stack, so wants to get that done as soon as possible.
This is looking dire for T1. We mentioned already that T1 have a lot of answers to what Bro are trying to do, but I feel like if you fall behind, it is very difficult to execute on that. Poke compositions from behind are probably one of the most lackluster feeling things to try and pilot that you can possibly find in League of Legends. And we're getting towards that stage. Of course, T1 is only down by about 3k, but it's everything else on the map that is part of the problem as well. There's Cloud Soul that is going to be secured here by Bro. The 4 stack coming in as Karis. He does have a crown, so...
Again, the Observing baiting us in.
Yeah, I know. Jonas Strong is like, he's making sure he keeps the drama alive. I love it.
He's on his toes, on our toes. But yeah, Cloud Soul now here. The movement speed going to be really nice at dodging these skill shots, the 15% passive, but also when looking for engages, they're going to love to sync up with that. And it feels like, you know, with T1's comp, the ideal is you get set up on an objective early. You can look for things like Blitzcrank hooks at the Fog of War, you can look for Poke at the Fog of War, and you can kite backwards and give up space when needed. They just can't do that when they're behind like this.
Nope. And now Inner Turret going to be taken. Void Seeker not going to find anything. And they were setting up, trying to go for some sort of engage. Cannon Barrage was available, right? So T1 do offer a little bit more from the top side, even if Morgan and Zeus are there doing battle. But Bro are looking formidable at this point in time.
I think Carrier is just hoping for a God Hook. Without that, I don't know.
Well, he goes for it onto Karis as the Nature's Grasp does come through, but it's another ulti, this time onto Gumayusi. And Killer Instinct not going to get him into this one, nor does he want to use it from that far away. So R button for R button from these junglers, and it's another Inner Turret going down. Bro, look at this. And now they're parking themselves towards the top lane. Morgan getting to work on that one prior to it, but the Barrel doing some work, and that's going to deal with the minion wave. So at least T1 buy themselves a few moments here in this game. But being able to wander through the enemy jungle is also just... Oh man, it's hard now.
It feels like they're just watching Bro take everything. Yeah. And you know, they are fishing for windows, don't get me wrong, but they're just not opening. And realistically, you know, when you go fishing, you normally go for fish, not windows.
Whoa. That's true, that's deep.
Yep.
I've sometimes gone fishing, and then when I get a window, I get very confused.
It would be confusing. Sometimes you get a boot, like when you're playing video games.
Yeah.
You get like a boot or something.
Yeah. The Animal Crossing thing. I was actually trying to work out whether I'd ever fished up a window in that game, but it's been a long time since I've played Animal Crossing, to be honest. Anyway, let's see. Maybe there are windows in the ocean they could collect.
It's probably some, right?
Yeah, I think there probably are, sadly. You know, it's just one of those things. Henna now farm things up in this mid lane, does have a Vampiric Scepter, so some of this poke can be mitigated if he does have a wave there. As T1 just backing away, playing into Bro's setup 1-3-1 that they have now on their hands. Karis in the top lane and Morgan there towards the bottom side. Of course, you don't push all that fast as the Cassante, but he has a Sunfire Cape, so he's got all the damage in the world now.
Exactly.
So it's like perfect items for a Cassante.
Yep. So much damage, so much tankiness. You're kind of immortal, but also you one-shot everyone.
Yep, and the CC.
It's a good vibe.
Oh, it's super good. Showmaker is very upset about the fact that Morgan has got to this state in this game. And like outer turret in mid, still up. 6,000 gold is the approaching lead here for Bro. But their Baron has worn off, and they didn't get a whole lot as, all right, there's the ulti. It's going to be charged by Umpty, but he decides he just wants to charge it.
This is one of the broken things about Poppy. When she first came in the meta, it's because they actually changed her ult. So when you spin it up and then cancel it, it used to be a 30-second cooldown. It's now 15. It's like, you can just do that whenever you want. And look, it's back up in like 2 seconds.
In fact, not using it is probably more valuable.
Yeah.
You hold it for zoning, and then if they don't respect it, then you use it and you get all the value. And then if they do, then you just get yourself the objective.
Just do on repeat.
Very nicely done here from Umpty. And we've already praised Umpty for his ability to play the Poppy. He's currently almost 2,000 gold just by himself in the lead over Ona. 40 CS up as well. There are 3 items on the gangplank. LDR was completed. We do have the Ginsus as well, done for Gumayusi. We're starting to hit some of these spikes. But I just don't know whether it's going to be enough because the scaling aspect for Bro is also just kind of absurd.
Yeah, they're completely fine. And, you know, we're looking towards the Baron coming up in a few seconds. Bro will look to secure that and transition to the Elder. And I think T1 know if they give either, it's going to be very hard. If they give the Baron, it's hard to leave the base to contest the Elder. They're trying to make their presence known now and push up, but Bro are giving them no space.
Nope. Just trying to make sure that they have to be as far back as possible. As Grand Exit going to come through there as Morgan able to get himself out of the way. No hooks that they need to worry about. And Carrier looking for these angles, trying to make this Blitzcrank relevant. But the longer this game goes, the more he's just one hook. If it doesn't land, then it's 4v5.
Yeah.
That is kind of how it goes. And into the backline goes Effort, or he attempts to. There it is, the flash forward, the grand entrance, the quickness onto everyone. But it is a great mitigating ult from Ona. Gumayushi gets towards the backline. Henna is just ripped to shreds, but they trade it for the 80 carry on the other side. And there is still one left on Bro, and his name is Karis. The bird will swoop in, grabs himself a couple of kills, and that should spell the Baron for Bro.
Honestly, felt like maybe it was a bit overforced for a second. Henna going very aggressive on the Kai'Sa there, but in the end, they managed to clean up. Karis coming up clutch and shutting out Gumayusi, and now they get the Baron. They should be able to reset and head straight towards the Elder. And importantly, Guma spawns about 7 seconds before Elder does. They're going to have to rush straight there, and it's going to be a very late contest. And when you're a comp that wants to set up with Poke, you won't be able to do much. You can see the Cloud Soul value here, just able to CC everyone on the team, but then Henna, ambition.
That was a very Henna play.
And it's like, I can do it too.
Yeah. Thankfully, Karis was there as the secondary carry, and Bro have a bit of a buffer when it comes to gold as well. As T1, they do make it towards this Elder.
Though.
And now they're going to be completely split. Umpty just walks up to Ona. Gumayushi, oh no, he's caught off the back end of this fight, taking so much damage. Karis is just chasing after him. In the meantime, though, you've got Morgan trying to face off against the rest of T1, and he's surviving because he has a stopwatch, of course. Into the backline goes Effort, the Emperor's Divide. Just extraordinary from Karis. And I think he might be picking up another one of these POGs as Umpty. He clears up the Blitzcrank. That is going to be the ace. And Bro have done it, ladies and gentlemen. They've taken down T1. And this is so important. Bro could be our 6th place team heading to playoffs.
This is honestly such a massive win. The rest of their schedule is very reasonable for them to be able to take, for them being able to drive forwards their wins and standings and make it to playoffs. A massive victory against T1 and a very decisive Game 3.
Absolutely amazing. And I'm just happy to watch Umpty play Poppy any day of the week. I feel the freedom that he feels when he's just trotting about on that Yordle, having a great time. And as you can see right here, he is truly elated. Bro, they're all but going to playoffs. If you can see the teams that they're going to be facing off against moving further forward, one of them is against Gen G, but before that, Live Sandbox, DRX, and Kwangdong Freaks, I believe.
And the thing is, in their current form, I would bet on them against those teams, but also they're deciding their own destiny. They are facing teams that are also competing for that spot, so win against any of them will make such a difference. But this win against T1, really just the icing on the cake, is going to do so much for them and push them so close to that 6th place spot.
Incredible stuff here for Bro. And they were equal 9th moving into today. And I think after this, they move up to like 7th.
I think they are 7th, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 6th or 7th.
That's how close it is from 6th to 7th. That is like, it seems like we're exaggerating, like, okay, I went against T1 who are struggling, but no, it is really that close at the bottom end.
Nongshim are 7th right now, and they have a game score of -13.
Yeah.
So you've now got
Bro will be clean 7th.
Yeah, they are clean 7th, 1 game score beneath Kwangdong Freaks. As Karis there with a fantastic Emperor's Divide, I'm pretty sure. As Henna still looking a little bit sheepish after his very aggressive journey that he went on in the last team fight, but I liked the gusto, and I liked the fact that he was following up on this gentleman right here who found that last engage, not afraid of going in even against his former organization.
And just so much confidence from this team, and I feel like all 3 games, they went all smooth, they went all fast-paced, but they knew what their win con was, and they played towards it. I think you can see how game 1 and 2, they're like, okay, we need to take our time, we need to scale. But game 3, when they needed some pace, they needed to make things happen, they were the ones driving the game forwards. And, you know, yes, we did see some slower moments in this series, some bro moments, so they're just chilling out. But they really made it work for themselves. And I think sometimes you get like these fluke upsets where you're like, well, they won, but, you know, how much was it on their opponent?
I was about to say something exactly the same.
They really deserved this win.
100%. This is a game that Bro went and found themselves. Like, they won this themselves. This wasn't, oh, T1, they're missing this, and they made this mistake and this. And yes, the draft, I think, left a little bit to be decided, but Bro, they got the comfort that they were looking for. They played it gorgeously, and I think that this team's just so fun. So when they win especially, but just in general, Bro is just such a fun team.
They're a good vibe team.
They really are. And
I
you
think
saw there like Morgan and Umpty, like the synergy that they had towards the end, celebrating together.
And I think, you know, I was just saying, like, coming back from a 7K goal deficit, a lot of people look at that and they're like, well, I mean, they won, but, you know, was it T1 throwing? This was them winning. This was Henna going hype.
Going pretty ham, but like, look at Karis, like, finds the kill on the Gumayushi.
I was like, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're solid. You know, Morgan's there. Umpty is present. And in this moment, the 1v4 dive in, and then everyone just goes, yeah, we can take this. Let's go.
Morgan just dashing around, and look at that Emperor's Divide. Lands onto 3, and that is going to sweep them all up.
I think it's safe to say Karis should not get Azir anymore.
Yeah.
You know, train at a BDD, and the lesson was, be good at Azir.
Yeah. And Karis has now passed that test.
He's taken that to heart. You know?
He looks very, very good on this champion, but I don't think Poppy should be played by Umpty again. I think that he is too good on that champion. I think Effort's Rakan is starting to get up to some of its old notoriety. This was one of his best picks in the past, and is continuing to demonstrate that. So much comfort here for a very happy Bro, as we could just hear. Looking at some of this damage, yeah, it was not the greatest game for Poby, but the goal graph, so clean.
Beautiful, you know.
And starting off with that little blip as they managed to kill Zeus at the very start of that game. Bro levers, 100% rewarded.
Bro fans eating well tonight.
Oh,
feasting.
What an incredible, incredible series. And do you know what the best part about it is, Orcs?
We get to hear it broken down?
Exactly. We get a secondary opinion. So let's throw it over to the space, and they can break down the Bro victory.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast. We are here to indeed break it down for you guys here. After game number 3, Bro take the win in the 2-1 fashion. What did you guys think, Huni and Wolf? Pretty big win here for Bro.
I mean, I've kind of been saying it for a while now. I think Bro is the most likely team of our teams, especially with Quantum's decline, to make it to playoffs. They showed up today in a big way in this series. If we take a zoom in on the draft here for a moment, I felt like the draft was pretty disrespectful from T1. The Gangplank pick in particular just felt like this comp is very squishy. It doesn't have a lot of power. Obviously, if it falls behind, because you're running the Jace, you put Poby on a hard-to-execute champion here. Jace, Maokai, Kai'Sa, that's fine. Blitzcrank, Gangplank, that one left me a little bit confused.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Blitzcrank is the same type of the concept with the Thresh as a game 1. You have to get the ready setup and ready to get the hook as soon as possible. And it's like lane phase as well. Like, you have to kind of win. Otherwise, like, if there's no pressure, Zyra can't just outscale pretty easily the Rakan value as we see it. The effort play really really, really well. And also, if there's a GP in the draft, like, no matter what, it's about the GP. Like, that's why even I said it last time when there's a GP. If GP wins, win the game, usually. If GP lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game-defining pick, right? Like, you either scale up and do a ton, and your team is there to set you up, or you do nothing. It's feast or famine.
Yeah, and I feel like T1's draft, like, it had some synergy, but as you guys really pointed out well, if you fall behind, this poke comp is not going to work. You have the Maokai, you kind of, like, make some room. The Blitzcrank was a little bit confusing, and even though we're big fans of maybe this time not the best position, but let's take a look at the early game kills, because we did have T1 obviously falling behind Bro again here in the early game, doing what they do best.
Yeah, I mean, like, even this play not working, maybe just, like, even trading Flash, like, probably that's, you know, it's already even way too good, but he actually did kill it and first blow to kill Tante. It was crazy.
Owner doesn't flash this knockup because it looks like he might actually just have avoided it, but you got to flash if you're not sure, and he doesn't end up getting caught here. And then this is almost a solo kill here. The barrage comes out here for Zayas to try to mitigate some of this, but Umpty shows up, pulls him back one extra time. He dies. And this was the early lead basically summed up, and they were trying to go for a Blitzcrank bait play there, T1 at the level 1, which is why Zayas stepped forward like that. He wasn't just going out there for fun, but obviously really well read by Bro. Like, okay, this Blitzcrank's gonna be hard to use. They're probably gonna try something at level 1. Maybe we can get our Cassante ahead, and they were faster on the play.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I do like a GP, but the thing is, like, if GP died like that, like 2 times in a row, like, you know, it reminds me like Koma was actually just, you know, like, honey, why you die there? You know, like, that's what happened to me as well. I'm kind of sad, you know. Like, it's a little bit depressing.
Yeah, bringing back the bad memories. I'm sure there were a lot of good ones as well. Let's take a look at the final fight here, which was really the backbreaker. I mean, Bro were in total control of the entire game, basically. And then we had some shenanigans happening.
Yeah, I mean, T1 were so behind that not a lot actually happened in the mid-game except Bro taking, you know, some incremental advantages across the map here. Not Henna's finest moment, but you're so far ahead here in this fight that Karis can help sweep things up and clean this up, and Owner now isolated here on the bottom side. And you have 2 amazing frontline champions in this composition, so it's hard to get on top of the carries as T1. You didn't have map control anyways.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it was like a game-saving play. Like, even Henna a little bit misplayed it, but Karis still was really strong, be able to find the Baron, get the Baron out. That's pretty easy play.
Yeah, absolutely. And then after that, we kind of had you know, some rumble in the jungle that did go the way of Bro, and then they eventually just ended the game. Let's take a look at the POG for this third and final game here in favor of Bro. We had one guy on the brain, and it was Karis, who does pick it up.
I mean, he did a lot of work in this game. He did a lot of work on the Azir in Game 1 as well. So Karis just really being quite consistent on this pick, and I think at the beginning of the season we were worried about him because he kind of seemed like an Azir one-trick in a lot of ways, and then Azir got nerfed, but he's actually doing pretty well here towards the middle parts and now towards the end of the season. I think he really stepped up his play a lot, and maybe the fact that Ivory came in for a while maybe actually motivated him. And yes, it is 2 Azir wins here for him in this series, but I think he's actually overall just stepped it up quite significantly.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, in my opinion, I think they should have kind of banned Azir one more time. And like, even there's like, if even Fiesta, like, there's so many Eastern team, like, he's playing like a lot of like Azir, and they actually get the win right now. So I think it's gonna be pretty fun, like, looking forward to the rest of the game, like how the Azir is gonna be.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, you know, especially for guys like Karis. We saw his Jace was not really on the same level, so why not just target that again? But it wasn't the target here. You can see that a couple other guys, Morgan and Umpty, also getting some shouts, and I think that's totally fair as well. And yeah, so that's game number 3, and the series going the way of Bro. They tie up with Kwangdong Freaks in terms of wins. Are they making playoffs? Is it happening?
I do feel like there's a pretty good chance. Like I said, I feel like if I had to pick one team right now in those 5 teams in the running, and this is me still assuming, despite this loss, that T1 is going, it's going to be Bro for me right now. They've been the most consistent early mid team, and even today their late game was much better.
Yeah, I mean, it's like so much meaningful that they actually win against the T1. It's not even like against that they won against like the Eastern team, like who's competing for the playoff. Like T1 is already almost guaranteed their playoff spot, so it's even better for them to actually see, especially if they win against the competing D team.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one on the schedule where we looked at the remaining matches and we were like, oh, maybe Bro doesn't win this one, but they have some other matchups that maybe they can win as we do take a look at the remaining schedules here.
Yeah, I mean, check this out. Like, for T1, it's actually not that easy. You know, they have KT and DRX. I think the Kwangdong Live Sandbox, you feel pretty safe about that. But I still think T1 are going to go through, right? They're so close. They have so many more wins that you get half of these, you're in. You're good. For Bro here, very winnable, right? Live Sandbox, Nongshim, I think 2 matches they're absolutely expected to win, and then DRX definitely could be one they upset as well. I mean, they beat T1 tonight. Who's to say they couldn't beat DRX as well?
Yeah, I mean, if you see the OK Bro, like, honestly, even, like, I was expecting the T1 to win, and even the OK Bro, like, even though they lost today, like, they could have still make a playoff because, like, Live Sandbox and Nongshim, DRX, these 3 teams could potentially, the OK Bro could win it, and it's like, even they won T1, they could actually end the regular season with the 7 wins. That's almost guaranteed.
Yeah, and Wolf, you said it before, T1 not yet secured for playoffs, so we'll have to see how that one goes as well. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by the solo POG on the side of OK Savings Bank, Brian Karis. Congratulations on the win. You guys are able to end your losing streak up against T1. How do you feel? I have never defeated T1 since last year, and then I'm so happy that I managed to overcome this, and I'm so happy that we are able to just win T1 as a team altogether. Well, winning game 3 was not what Bro was good at recently, but today you guys picked yourself up to after a game 2 loss. So what did you focus on after losing that game, and what was the focal point? I think usually the issue was, late game team fight. One team fight and we lose the game and series. So we wanted to work on that and have a cleaner performance in the skirmishes and late game team fight, and I hope we can keep this up and showcase even better performance in the later game in the upcoming series. And in game number 1, Karis, your Azir successfully man-marked Jax. So let's take a look at this replay, where you are like the perfect security guard of Bro. Was keeping enemy Jax zoned away the main focus in the team fight? So I was on Azir and Hannah was playing Ophelia, so we were able to outrange the opponent. So I was not looking for a super delivery as an Azir. I just wanted to keep poking them down and then, setting up for team fights. Well, game number 1, Bro was consistently in a gold deficit. Even after that Baron and Elder, you guys were still very behind in gold, but still, Bro managed to win team fights and turn the game around eventually. Were you guys still confident to win the game, even though you guys are very behind in gold? So we don't have the exact information about the global gold, so we were not aware of that. We were not sure whether we were super behind or we were on a similar level, but we were pretty confident about our comp and team fighting, level. So we were happy to take fights. Then did you know how much gold you guys were behind? I don't know, like 4 or 5K? It was actually 8,400 gold. How do you feel about that? Well, there was not a single moment where we were we might lose this team fight. We were pretty confident in that game all throughout the game because T1 was more about side lanes and we were all about the team fight. So we were maybe we are behind in 4,000 gold or 5,000 gold, but I was not expecting 8,400. This summer season, Azir LeBlanc matchup, BDD is the only player that won that matchup on the Azir side, but Karis, now you are joining BDD. I think it kind of requires a lot of understanding of the champion matchup, right? I mean, obviously, I played with BDD in Gen G, so I learned a lot from him. And I always, watch his VODs. And the way BDD plays into LeBlanc, I was like, yeah, Azir works into LeBlanc, so I practiced a lot. I cannot really say I'm on BDD Azir level, but I think I did pull off a pretty good performance. And then game 3, we have record-breaking, the fastest first blood of the summer season. You guys were able to take down GP at around 39 seconds into the game. Who made the call for the early invade? T obviously the big brain on the side of OK Bro. He always looks for some creative level 1 play. So we wanted to go for play over the wall. T was the vocal Umti was really vocal about that play.
그리고 이후 내내 흐름을 가져온 OK 저축은행 브리온이었는데요.
And then Bro was able to snowball off of it really effectively. So let's take a look at this replay where Bro was able to solidify the win.
크산테가 버티고 있는 상황이었는데 상황 설명
So Ksante was, you know, by himself, and then you guys are able to back him up really fast. We were not having a lot of communication over there. We were just like, we see Kaisa coming over, so let's target Kaisa first. And then Morgan was like, okay, I'm just gonna, you know, try to survive. He was able to even, you know, break his stopwatch. So I think it was not about, you know, our setup. It was about all 5 members were doing their best in the given situation. And next week, you guys are playing up against the East teams, Leap, Sandbox, and Nongshim Rast Force. It's gonna be a very decisive week for Bro's playoff miracle run. I mean, we are happy and glad that we just took down T1, but I just want to, you know, keep it going. We're going to focus until the end of the regular season and make sure to win in all of the 2 remaining matches. And Bro also has some special guests out there, and also so many Bro fans, Bro leavers supporting you here at Low Park and watching online. Any message over to the Bro fans? Yeah, there will be a fan meet and greet after this interview. So I want to go say hi to all my fans, and every time at Low Park when I get to see all the fan signs, you know, I'm just so happy, you know. It gives me so much energy. So I want to say I won the series thanks to the support from my fans. And this will be the end of the interview from Karis, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. As we can take a look at the standings, and this is really important, guys, because, Bro, they get up here, they're nearly tied with Kwangdong Freaks, and the rest of their schedule, as we just saw, relatively easy compared to Bro's current form.
It's really quite impressive that T1 have dropped down to 7-7. It's a really unfortunate situation, but it's just not where anyone expected this team to be. Had they not had such a great start to the season, I mean, we'd really be having a more serious conversation about this team maybe not making playoffs. So hold on to that early season and hope Faker recovers soon.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a more team on the actually win that has a 4, I think there's gonna be so many tiebreaker potential, and we still not done with the playoff. It's kind of crazy that we have to still see like actually the end to who's qualifying the playoff, because this is like unnormal. Usually this time we know who's going, who's not going.
Or at least it's like, you know, maybe 2 teams are in the running for that last spot or something like that. We have like 5 teams that are in the running for that last spot. And guys, our next matchup, Live Sandbox versus DRX, this is also going to highlight that, you know, whoever gets this win gets 1 step closer towards having a good chance at playoffs as well. So definitely make sure you're tuning in for that. Should be a close one. We also have Secret Boardroom translated with Hooney and his friends on the Korean side to break down the other regions from the Korean point of view. So make sure you watch that during the break, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
시크릿 보드룸 회의를 이제 본격적으로 시작해 보도록 하겠다. 내가 지난주에 이제 출장을 갔다 온 사이에 무슨 일이 있었던 거지? 조회수가 반토막이 났다고 한다. 올라가도 모자랄 마당에 오늘 또 새로운 우리 회의 시작하면서 한번 절치부심으로 다시 한번 해보자고. 먼저 첫 번째 안건 미션 매치부터 진행을 해보도록 하겠다. 지난주에 골랐던 미션 매치. 샹하이 항저우가 일단은 지난주에 고르고 갔는데
그렇습니다. 웨이브 대 EDG의 경기가 또 엄청나게 재밌게 또 맛있게 나왔는데
그래?
물론 결과 자체는 좀 허무할 수 있어요. 2대 0입니다.
허무한데 벌써?
하지만 이 경기 같은 경우에 뭐 아이번, 아질, 아펠조한 나와서 좀 편하게 이겼다면 이 경기는 진짜 장난 아니었거든요. 특히나 이 우지 선수가 11회가 나왔는데 이게 또 그냥 너무 난장판이었어요. 이거는 이왕이면 풀로 한번 보셔라. 특히 1경기. 엄청나게 치고받는 장면이 나오는데 그 중심에 이 웨이웨이 선수와 우지 선수가 좀 핫했거든요. 이게 종로의 주먹이라고 하잖아요. 바이 보통. 근데 우리는 종로 아니야. 상하이 주먹. 전멸 활용하면서 바로 우지 터뜨리고요. 이효진한테서 원딜이 빠졌으니까 자신 있게 들어가 버리죠. 쭉쭉 들어가서 메이커도 잡고 도망가던 피셔. 마무리하고 피셔가 또 나왔어요. 또 팔 대신 나왔는데
선수가 또 한국 선수잖아.
네. 근데 이게 여기서 끝이 아니라
우지도 나왔네.
그리고 우지 잡으세요. 우지. 여기서 우지 잘 보세요.
한번 막았는데?
네, 원래 또 11이라는 챔피언은 어떻습니까? 광역딜의 대가. 폭풍적인 데미지를 넣으면서 저 넥서스를 막아냈습니다.
경기는 뭐 굉장히 화끈했구만.
근데 이게 제가 잠깐 잘라서 그렇지 풀로 보시면 정말 정신없습니다. 이게 LEC인지 LCS인지 LPL인지 알 수가 없을 정도로 이상한 게임이 좀 진행이 됐는데 그래도 저는 이 경기 경보를 적색으로 좀 정해봤어요.
적색으로? 왜지?
왜냐면 2대 0이고 굉장히 난장판이고 좀 실수들이 많은 경기이기는 했지만 LPL의 이 엄청난 교전력도 동시에 볼 수 있다. 그 바이의 순간적인 전멸 활용한 이니시 그리고 굉장히 힘들 수 있는 상황에서 우지가 보여줬던 그런 폭발적인 딜량.
LPL의 어떤 장점이 굉장히 잘 보였던 경기다.
LCK는 계속해서 이거 의식해야 된다.
어쨌든 LPL은 뭐 항상 적색 경기구만. 자, 다음 이제 베를린인데 단단히 준비해 왔겠지?
G2와 코웨가 연기를 붙었는데 사실 이제 이 매치업 자체가 좀 예상대로 G2의 승리로 흘러갔습니다. 근데 그 G2가 이기는 과정에서 정말 다양한 시도도 보여줬고 G2 특유의 그 교전, 한타력도 보여줬거든요. 지금 이 장면을 보시면은 코이 쪽에서 아래에 저 와드를 타고 오면 저 슈겐더 선수의 캐넨이 맹활약을 하면서 초반 흐름을 좀 잡는 느낌이었거든요. 실제로 이런 데서는 캐넨 등장 위치가 너무 좋았기 때문에 이 G2 쪽에서 좀 상대에게 휘둘린다? 이런 느낌도 드는 장면들이 있었어요. 그런데 바텀 쪽에 나온 이 칼리스타를 한번 노리는 과정 속에서 좀 미드 쪽에서 길게 싸우는데 이때 화면에 나오진 않지만 이후에 코이가 좀 잘못한 게 뭐가 있냐면 캐넨이 텔이 있어서 흥한 한타였잖아 이전에. 근데 캐넨이 텔이 없는데 막 싸우기 시작해요. 그래서 걸어온 캐넨이 뭔가를 해보려고 하다가 페이스 체크가 들어가고 여기서 잘 컸던 트리스타나가 딱 물리게 되면서 역시 또 여기서 이제 이 렐정글도 나오고 진짜 다재다능한 뱀픽을 사용을 했어요. 캐넨 지금도 대박처럼 보이죠? 근데 앞라인을 니코가 못 가버립니다.
못 들어오게 막아버렸구나, 혹못하게.
그러니까 나머지 챔피언들끼리 한타가 정리가 됩니다.
그리고 또 탑이 잭스를 하면은 원딜이 죽어도 지속딜이 또 존재하잖아 사실.
그거지.
브로큰 블레이드가 또 잭스 같은 챔피언을 또 하면서 하거든.
원래 또 비비가 공격적인 거 좋아해.
맞아요.
지금 보시면 나온 챔피언들 보세요. 탑에서 잭스, 정글에 렐 정글 수입하고 바텀에서는 칼리스타 사용하고 전성기 G2도 원래 이것저것 조합을 하는데 막상 뚜껑 열어보면 맛있었잖아요.
그렇지.
딱 그런 느낌으로 1세트를 승리를 했어요.
G2 다음 어떻게 보면 경기력과 또 내용, 승리까지 딱 3박자를 보여주는 경기였구만.
역시 G2를 상대로는 초반에 좀 유리해도 끝까지 봐야 된다.
확실히 G2는 굉장히 좀 강하다는 느낌이 드는데 사실 지난 스프링 때 탑미드가 좀 가끔씩 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬단 말이야, G2가. 이번에는 뭐 그런 어떤 움직임이나 그런 느낌은 없었어?
탑이 이제 결국 비비, 미드가 캡스인데 캡스가 지금 야이크가 보여주는 호흡이라던가 역시 또 미드가 결국 요즘 영향력도 영향력인데 경우에 따라서 딜챔도 할 수 있어야 되잖아. 그러니까 미드에 뭐 요네, 뭐 트타 이것저것 다 나오잖아요.
그렇지.
근데 그런 캐리픽을 잡았을 때 확실히 캐리력이 있다.
그러면 야이크는 어때, 야이크?
야이크가 제가 항상 얘기하지 않습니까? 이 선수 주목해야 된다고. 신인인데 챔피언 폭이 스왑이 너무 다재다능. 받쳐주는 픽도 가능하고 약간 새로 나온 아이번 같은 좀 요상한 챔피언도 잘하고 캐리 픽도 잘해요. 벨베스트, 비에고 같은. 그래서 이 G2가 지금 진짜 무서운 게 뭐냐면 캡스랑 야이크 사이에서 조합에 따라서 딜 밸런스를 누가 해도 안 이상합니다. 어떤 때는 야이크가 딜을 잡아도 되고 어떤 때는 캡스가 해도 되고.
그래서 경보 색깔 한번 얘기해 주지.
황색까지만 하겠습니다.
황색이다.
G2에게 코인은 너무 쉬웠어요.
어쨌든 뭐 레드까지 가기에는 상대가 너무 약했기 때문에 하지만 그래도 G2이기 때문에 황색 정도를 주는 것이 적절하다. 자 그럼 다음 LA 어떤 경기였지?
바로 Evil Genius vs Golden Guardians였습니다. 생각보다 제 발음처럼 그냥 쉽게 무너졌어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 1렙 때 경기가 끝나는 경우가 많이 없잖아, 사실.
그치.
거의 없지.
1분 26초. 많지 않거든. 근데 LCS는 이런 거 해준단 말이야. 아니 1렙 때 북미잼도 왔네? 이게 바로 북미잼이야, 북미잼.
아니 이러면 다 모인 거 아니야?
다 모였지. 5대5야. 탑라이너도 와야 돼. 이러면 왜냐면 강타로 레드 먹은 팀이 이기는 거야 그냥.
먹었어.
우리 한국인 리버 친구가 먹어주면서 그냥 여기서 경기가 키워지고 시작하는 거지.
1킬.
근데 여기서 이지가 한 번 진짜 딱 한 번 기회를 잡았는데 스틱 세이브빙. 레드 스톤 피하고 레드 점프를 보여 전멸 사용해주면서 잡고 여기서 바로 6렙 찍으면서 칼 6렙 타이밍 맞춰서 궁 찍어주고 그 상황에서 조조편까지 죽고
라카 더블.
그리고 또 고리 선수가 미드에서 커버를 딱 와주면서 언포기면 바로 마무리까지 해주면서 3킬도 마무리. 피지컬이 됐어. 피지컬 살아있는데? 그래서 그냥 잘 들어가나 싶었지만은 알마오가 너무 빨리 들어간 거지. 여기서 리벤지. 레넥톤 위치를 잘 봐봐. 그냥 서서 그냥 에어번 이름이 그냥 에어번 스턴 루트 에어번 스턴 루트 에어번 이러면 다 끝나. 지금 상황이 안 좋아 이지가. 그러니까 좀 하향선인데 이지가 계속 상승 곡선을 그렸던 이유 중에 하나는 조조편이 그냥 1대9 1v9 플레이를 계속 지속적으로 보여주면서 이제 구멍 트리오라고 흔히 말하는 리벤지 아마오 엘라 이 친구가 안 보였던 거야 사실은. 트리오가 힘을 내줘야 돼. 원래 이기려면은 못하던 친구들이 잘해야 되는 게 가장 이상적인 방향이야. 잘하던 친구가 더 잘할 수가 없어. 조조편이 견제가 좀 들어가게 되면은 이블 지니어스의 캐리 라인이 무너진다. 그렇기 때문에 리벤지 알마오 에일라가 무조건적으로 힘을 내줘야지 월즈까지 바라볼 수 있는 상황인 거지. 그래서 경보 단계는 이번에 제가 황색을 줬습니다. LCS에서 무려. 방금 솔직히 스틱세이의 무빙 멋있지 않았어요?
인정. 좀 느낌 있었어.
솔직히 좀 괜찮지 않아?
골든 가디언 좀 괜찮았어.
MSI 때 봤잖아. 내가 뭐라 그랬어? 스틱세이만 잘하면 된다고. 근데 지금 스틱세이가 좀 쳐. MSI까지 갔다 왔잖아. 그만큼 국제대회에서 무조건적으로 경험이란 거는 엄청난 큰 무기가 될 수 있단 말이야. 그렇기 때문에 황색 경고.
시크릿 파일 바로 진행해 보도록 하겠다.
국장님, LPL에서 도저히 일어날 수 없는 일이 발생했습니다. 부실골 요네가 등장.
부실골 요네가
네.
지금 LPL 정규 시즌 경기에서 나왔다?
충재. 봄의 황제.
샤오 선수의 요네인가?
네, 레드
항상
오피.
정감이가.
마지막 픽으로 나왔어. 레드리
해야지.
자, 보자고.
여기서 또 봐.
지금 CC 이미 걸렸어.
못 맞췄고 그냥 유체 이탈 뭐야 이거?
에어본. 공중에 뜸.
아니 그래서 뭐 상대 지금 물방 보기만 맞추지도 못했고 끝나지 않아. 계속 봐야 돼. 뒤쪽에 봐. 요네 왼쪽에 있어. 왼쪽. 스턴 맞았어. 애니 지금 스턴 맞았거든. 설마. 에이. 아이고.
아니 저건 내 리신도 맞춰.
아이고.
밀려났구만. 아이고.
그러다 보니까 뭐 살아가는 했지만 그대로 죽었고요. 또 나옵니다.
또 있어?
잘 보세요. 요네 어디 있는지 잘 모르겠죠? 순간이동으로 오네. 네, 순간이동 하나 등장. 아이고.
아니 저 비사이로 막가 아닌가? 비사이로 막가인데 거의?
난 이후에 내가 어디서 온 건지 알 것 같아. 굉장히 익숙해.
뭐지?
요네 출시 첫날. 우리 팀. 랭겜 우리 팀. 출시 첫날. 딱 그런 느낌이야. 자기도 자기가 뭐라는지 몰라.
그런 느낌이 있었다. 야, 근데 이거는 내가 봤는데
네.
내일 안과 예약을 좀 해야 될 것 같은데.
저도 보면서
눈이 좀 힘드네.
이게 맞나 싶더라고요.
아니 근데 사실 저게 더 충격적인 건 저걸 플레이하는 게 다름 아닌 샤오 선수가 저런다는 건데 아니 어떻게 된 거야? 샤오 선수 AD 챔 좀 약한 건가? 어떻게 된 건가?
이게 샤오에 대한 많은 고민들이 있는 것 같습니다. 왜냐면 이 샤오 선수가 지금 못하는 챔피언이 몇 개 있거든요. 그러니까 이게 특징이 좀 나눠야 돼요. 그러니까 상대하고 거리를 벌이면서 좀 약간 사거리를 두고 싸우는 챔피언들을 굉장히 잘하는데 이게 순간적으로 상대 적진 안으로 파고들어서 돌진을 해야 되는 상황인 챔피언들을
약간 메이킹은 약간 약하구만.
인파이팅이 조금
요즘
약간 그 야수성 있어야 되는 애들 좀 못하네.
날이 지금 좀 더워서 샤워가 못할 때가 되긴
그래,
했어.
봄이 이미 지났어.
그래. 지금 좀 습하고 지금 끈적끈적하잖아.
요네 딜량이 몇이었는지 한번 예상해.
혹시 3140인가?
어떻게 하셨어요?
역시 나이 눈은 정확하구만.
뭐 어디서 이미 읽으면 그거를 참. 아니 이거 국장님이 중계를 하셨어요?
내가 중계를 했다고.
본캐로 하고 오셨는데.
그랬나? 기억이 좀 가물가물하고.
모르실 수가 없었겠구만요.
방금 이 경기가 근데 재밌는 게 서포트 알리스타가 4067이었습니다. 상대 서포.
상대 서포트보다 붙는 거야?
알리스타보다 딜량이 적게 나왔다? 이건 좀 문제 있는데? 알리스타도 근접인데?
그렇습니다.
어찌 보면 조금 안심이 되는 면도 있고 역시 우리가 또 HK 요네가 좀 강하다. 뭐 이런 느낌도 드는구만. 다들 뭐 알차게 준비한 것 같아서 너무 기분이 좋고 각 리그별로 다 막바지를 향해 달려가고 있단 말이야. 이제 또 아시안 게임도 있고 연말에 월즈도 있고 굉장히 중요한 시기야. 너네들이 활동을 열심히 해줘야 이거 LCK가 국제대 우승하는 거 알겠어? 다음 주에 또 풍성한 이야기 같이 즐겨볼 수 있도록 그리고 영상에 여러 가지 의견 남겨주면은 우리가 다 참고를 해서 반영을 할 테니까 적극적으로 의견 남겨주고 회의 다들 고생 많았고 다음 주에 또 웃는 얼굴 보자고. 자, 다들 해산!
오늘 2대 첫 게임 가서 지훈이 1700킬 먹여준다.
와우가 레벨로 먹을 듯.
아 진짜 양보해. 내가 먹을 바엔 나 그냥 살려서 보내.
승환이 1700킬이나 챙겨주자.
한 시즌에 500 역시 진짜. 포지션 진짜 좋다.
아니죠. 포지션이 아니라 이제 젠지랑 이렇게 킬.
왓?
뭐야? 딜교 거의 안 한다. 그냥 딜교 계속 피해 얘가. 앞라인부터 천천히 치면서. 이거 형 녹아요. 나 뺐어. 레이지부터.
마우 노플.
나 마우 내려왔어.
오른 노플.
천천히 앞라인부터. 난 죽었어. 천천히
이겼어.
나이스.
버스 좋은데요?
1700킬.
딱 1킬
딱 1킬 했네.
딱 1킬 했네.
야 이거 와줘.
갈게. 바텀 저희가 먼저 가요. 천천히. 이거 브라움이 살려줄만함.
좋은데.
나이스.
나 진짜 큐풀공 해보고 싶긴 한데 자야한테. 잡았고. 아 이거 게임에서 딸고 하자. 야 미드 맞아.
뽀삐너플.
야 이거 싸움하면 이겨 끝나.
아칼리 마크 하고 있는데.
야, 아칼리 왜 이렇게 세네?
뭐야?
근데 이거 좀 죄송합니다.
2등인데? 아니 근데 이거 제압이라서 오히려 렌한테 죽은 게.
나 3주자 공대. 나 먹을래.
마카 까비. 야 여기 봐줘.
내진탕 묻혔어. 내진탕.
어딨어?
야, 다 내진탕이야. 다 그냥 얼어붙어.
아칼리. 할 수가 없네.
진이 형 킬 많이 먹었는데.
그러니까 오늘
좋은데 3킬.
생일이야? 왜 이렇게 많이 이렇게?
오늘은 수환이가 죽는 날이다.
아니 아칼리 이거
나 지킬 만큼 지켰어, 수환아. 지지.
자,
네. 수고해요.
근데 요즘 우리 거리 조절이나 싸움 딱 캐치하는 게 나쁘진 않거든. 좀 더 플레이 확신 가지고 해도 될 것 같아.
네.
알았지, 진호아?
네.
얘들아 이제 더 이상 물러설 곳이 없다. 시원하게 가보자.
가보자.
와우. 잘했고. 예 여기 있다. 나 얘 좀 때릴게.
좀 때려줘.
이게 볼게 이거.
패스하게. 패스하게 막 해줄게 여기. 와우.
나이스. 아 뭐야?
아니 뭐야?
진짜?
라칸 위에 있어. 나 그냥
오케이.
잭스 데려갈게. 싸움 몰라면.
그냥 딜해줘 이거.
라칸만 살짝 볼게.
오케이 라칸 넣어. 따라가.
잡았고. 야 잠깐. 라칸 노플.
와. 클로저. 지현아 역시 POG 하나. 렛츠고.
잡았다. 클리어. 아지를 디테일 온 것 같기도 하고.
웬만 사는 식으로 봐봐 이거.
사는 식으로 봐봐.
사는 식으로.
천천히 잭스 스타.
천천히.
잭스
나 내려줄게 이거.
빠지면서. 야, 길게 봐,
길게 보자.
나 가긴 했다.
해봐 이거 해봐.
싸움 돼.
아칼리 맞아. 잭스 노플. 천천히. 잭스 스타. 앞에 가줄게.
앞에 나
갈만해.
갈만해.
아, 나 오늘 22킬 못했는데.
형 다음이 있잖아.
다음이 있다, 우리는.
다음이 없나?
형 다음에
잠시만.
뭐 하는 거야 클리어?
뭐야?
뭐해?
아니, 클리어 뭐야?
뭐해요? 근데 진짜 깔끔했다 오늘.
잘했다, 나이스.
잘했다.
나이스.
Tell them turn the pressure up. I be setting fires for the thrill. I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up. Nah, got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack a tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all. Eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls. Yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind. Yeah, count down till I'm going live. Yeah, feel it like a fire on the inside. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. As far as I'm concerned, dog, I never have to check it. Me, myself, and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, didn't plan it. Evil combated, people will try to test your patience. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting the running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate. Oh, I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. It's not the same, so it's time to ride. I feel my soul coming alive. Coming alive. Roll from the ashes and survive. I'm coming alive. Here we go now. Here we go now. Yeah, yeah. Here we go now. Here we go now. Yeah, yeah. Here we go now. Come on, come on. Roll from the ashes and survive. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. I'm controlling my fate. I'ma come alive. I'm coming alive. Just controlling my fate. I'm coming alive.
It's a 1v1. And Divine gets it, unreal. All coming down to that 1v1 duel.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
But the pressure was too much for Gen G to come back on this redemption arc.
너무 아쉽고 화도 나고.
State Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
スタート東京にはすごく出たかったんで、かなり落ち込むって言ったらあれですけど、メンタルにダメージが来たなっていうのは覚えてます。
We won't give up, we will emerge.
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
저희 젠지는 다시 일어날 겁니다.
諦めないで勝ち上がります。
Team Secret, we're gonna win it all. Laban Pinas.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
Flips good for 2 more and he gets 4 kills.
Global Esports gonna win it all. G winning.
Where to get out of that? It's gonna be an ace from Rossi.
We're Talon Esports, and we're gonna win LCQ.
Starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz.
DFM が LCK を優勝します。
But Anthem with the ace.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs as we jump into the final series of the evening. And yes, it's towards the lower end of the standings, but no, it is not unimportant.
Honestly,
it is
more important.
Incredibly important. This particular match, one of these teams will make it to 4 victories.
Yep.
And that is the main thing.
I said it before. We saw the series, KT, Gen.G, those teams have tons of wins. We've seen them win all season. Another one on top, yeah, it's a big deal, but these teams, they're fighting for every single win. They don't have many, right? One makes a big difference when it comes to the final standings.
It really does. And one of these teams also, or maybe even both of them, but I haven't actually checked their upcoming schedule as closely, but both of these teams could be facing off against T1 as well, who just lost to Bro. Some chances here. Let's jump into the standings and have a look at where it all sits. You guys will get a bit of an idea as to what we were talking about. These two teams right now sitting in 9th and 10th, but the only thing separating them is 1 game score. That is going to be completely different after this series concludes. With a victory, if it's a 2-0, DRX will move up to equal 6th. They will head from 9th place to equal 6th in playoff contention.
Yeah, and if Live Sandbox get a 2-0, they move to 7th. Like, it just kind of shows how easily things can change down here at the bottom. You know, 1 win could be all you actually need to turn the season around. And you know, there's some rough teams that they will face against in their schedule, but there's rough teams in everyone's schedule, if we're going to be real. It's all about just getting the wins when you can.
It absolutely is true. Let's have a look. East of Chaos, time to join the 4-win crew. One of these teams, as we say, is going to do that. Playoff competition becomes more chaotic from Quantum Freaks versus Nongshim match, putting everything on the line for this one. And it absolutely is. There's even the chance that if T1 continues free-falling, that 2 of these teams from the lower end of the standings could make it to playoffs. Like, it's actual insanity.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely but possible, which is, you know, a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing. It's something to keep your eye on, even though it is very difficult to achieve. I think it's one more victory, and T1 should be able to get there. Clear faces his former team, of course. He was brought up during the COVID times because of, you know, the team falling ill, and actually replaced them last year as well. And Rascal, of course, now on the top side of the map, back once again, like he was in around 2020. And Teddy, pretty close to hitting his 2,000 kills milestone. Only 10 away. Last time around, it was a little bit sad. He only managed to get a couple. We'll see whether he can actually get there here today.
10 definitely doable, you know.
I would say so, yeah.
Even in a lost series, that is possible. But in a won series, you would think that would pretty certainly happen, especially when I expect these two to battle it out somewhat akin to a bloodbath.
I would say so. And I would highly expect it, especially on the bottom side of the map, where Teddy's going to be facing off against Beryl, who sometimes presents himself as somewhat of a target. Let's welcome, though, Live Sandbox out into LoL Park here. This team certainly struggling. Hasn't been able to find some of the form that they even had in the spring season that did taper off towards the end. They're looking for a late resurgence and then that birth into the playoffs. I think starting this week, I think that these 2 teams making their way out into LoL Park now are the 2 that we would give the highest chances. As far as their most recent performance is concerned to making it there, Bro have now skyrocketed towards one of those teams that we are really looking out for. But we'll see. With a good performance here tonight, one of these teams could really get themselves into the conversation.
And I think ultimately, the one that loses here, it is going to be very rough from here on out. I mean, Live Sandbox have the hardest schedule. They will face Genji and KT before the end of the season, so they can't afford to give up even a single winnable series when they have 2 that feel nigh on unwinnable, so they absolutely need this win today to keep hopes alive.
Yep. I believe it's Genji, KT, T1, and Bro that they're going up against. And after the last series, which one's more scary, the T1 series or the Bro series? It's crazy. DRX a little bit lighter as far as that run is concerned, but they also have to face off against Bro. Croco, as you can see, going to be starting once again. Joining, of course, Fate and Rascal there towards the top side of the map, and Puddock and Beryl will be down there in the bottom lane to go up against Teddy and Kyle. It is going to be the mid lane, though, that we do focus on as far as our key player matchup is concerned. And these stats for Closer are much better than I was expecting, to be honest. It has felt like he's had some really uncomfortable games in the second round robin.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like the whole team has felt a bit off kilter, but I think Closer was the first to jump on the LeBlanc hype train and didn't really live up to the expectations on that pick. So, you know, definitely hurt them a bit, you know, overcommitting, I feel like, on that and not being able to execute, but I don't think he's been like the prominent issue for the roster.
No.
Fate has had some good performances, and I feel like with DRX, we've seen like moments where we're like, oh yeah, this team looks good, they got the right arrangement, you know, Fate was looking solid, and then not so much.
Yeah, and then it doesn't quite work out. DRX feels like a team that doesn't necessarily have a star player. They do have players that can pop off in some of their games and get things going on, but it feels like there is no one that they look towards every single game, right? Like, it's not like a Humble Life Esports where it's the Viper show every time around, right? Like, D+, it's the Canyon show, you know? Chovy exists, although FaZe has been kind of taking that mantle. DRX isn't one of those squads that has that clear carry. I think that some of the games that Croco has had back on the roster have looked very, very good. Him versus Willa is going to be a big one, of course. Willa being the guy that replaced Croco. Closer being the guy that replaced Fate on Sandbox.
A lot of replacement.
Way back when. There is a lot of shared time between these two teams. And I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to come out on top. How many of these tendencies these players have remembered from their former teams.
And just what form they're in. I feel like there's so many players on these rosters who have had moments to split where we've temporarily regained confidence, only for it to plummet I think a great example is Beryl, who has had really some good performances this season where I've been like, oh, that's the Beryl who's won Worlds multiple times, and then other performances where I'm like,
how
is that?
Who are these players?
Yeah.
Where's Pioshik? We need to actually we need to repost that video so that people understand what we're talking about. If you know, you know. DRX will be on the red side to start this one off. Live Sandbox on blue. I think side selection used to be a really big talking point. It used to be that blue side was extraordinarily powerful. I feel like that has shrunk a little bit because I think that there are a very large number of high priority picks and no real clear first pick that you can wrangle yourself.
Yeah, I think it also depends on what the strong picks are, because sometimes it's like, oh, well, we let over something that's an auto win. Sometimes it's like, well, nothing's auto win, it's just strong, and there's enough power picks that red side can answer. And sometimes teams first pick LeBlanc, so blue side just suffers.
Yeah, that doesn't help the stats here, as 4 junglers have been banned already.
Yeah, heavy targeting towards that pool. We'll see, still have the Annie open and available, which has been a common ban. We've seen the Kai'Sa take some bans as well in some of our recent series. So it'll be interesting. Azir as well, I think when teams are prioritizing it has been a massive factor. So will be that LeBlanc. The Sandbox like, we're not going to first pick it.
Yeah,
Make a statement with that one.
I don't know whether you necessarily need to ban it away, but not wanting to go for an Azir first pick or anything like that, I guess.
If DRX ban Annie, Live Sandbox's first pick Azir?
I guess.
That would make a lot of sense. So maybe DRX shouldn't first pick, shouldn't ban Annie here, unless they just want to trade off the Azir with something else.
Kai'Sa is up and available. It's something that Teddy has been prone to picking, even though it hasn't necessarily been super successful for them. He's on the table now if they would like to pick that one away, as the Azir is the chosen ban. Annie, like you were mentioning, though, has been a pretty popular first pick and something that Fate has gone towards before, but I don't think you look past the Kai'Sa first pick. I think that Kai'Sa is just so strong.
Especially for Teddy, he wants to get those 10 kills on the board quickly.
This is a way to do it.
That is definitely one of the ways you can look to pursue that. And now for DRX, they can either, they could go for something like the Annie themselves. They could look to try and pick up something in the jungle, like Annie Viego would be a strong combo, although I don't know if they'd prioritize that on these first 2 picks.
I like it.
Maybe going towards AD carry as well. We've seen a lot of Felios being picked up in high prio, mostly when the Kai'Sa's been taken away.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're going to do so.
There are a couple of schools of thought into the Kai'Sa. It's the Xayah people and the Aphelios people. And as you can see, Parak wants to be an Aphelios person. That could be the bottom lane locked away, as Beryl has been diving on the Maokai whenever he would like. He just really likes it.
Sandbox could just go Annie Viego here, and it'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
It's going to be real, works really well with the Kai'Sa. You have that engaged, that set up, and then the cleanup duty goes to the Kai'Sa and the Viego. But instead of opting to go for the Jax, I think part of this is when you see the Maokai, it's very common that it's paired with Jace. And so maybe they're just preempting either that or the Tristana is also something else that we see paired with it. And maybe like, well, you can't answer support and top and pick what mid laner you want to pair with a Maokai. So DRX kind of strapped for choices on this this final pick of the first rotation. And it looks like they are going towards the Jace. So I think Liv Sandbox kind of expected this. And they thought, hey, we can pick Jax and Rel and ban their counters.
Yeah, and that's precisely what they're going to do here. The Alistair would have been a pretty good one here for DRX, especially with Beryl's, past success on the champion, but not going to be able to do it because the Jace just a little bit too important for this composition alongside the Maokai. So that's what they're going to lock away. Now DRX to ban some stuff, probably going to be a jungler or 2.
Yeah, maybe the Annie as well could be a decent ban here. I think Liv Sandbox, you could ban like Alistair and Rumble would be pretty solid.
The closer special going to be taken away.
Yeah, just sort of make sure if it... Yeah, we'll see what Liv Sandbox up to ban in this situation. I think the Alistair, obviously, as you said, definitely makes sense. But it could also be that Maokai support, by the way, for Beryl.
Yeah.
That has been something they've been flexing quite heavily.
You can kind of smash Rel out of a crashdown and stuff like that as well, which can be frustrating.
Yeah, I think one of the things with Rel is, in a lot of lanes, you have to kind of decide, am I going to be, dismounting on them or remounting on them? They will ban that Annie away. That was kind of expected. And we'll see what Liv Sandbox up to go for. They are starting to ban away top laners, maybe thinking that the Maokai flex means that an Alistair ban will be wasted.
Yeah.
We'll see that they could still ban it out here.
I'd like a Rumble ban. Because I think that otherwise your little trick that you played with the Jackson Rel and now you can't pick the counters. Well, then if you just pick Rumble, then you kind of can.
Yeah. They do go for the Alistar ban in the end. And they do leave the Rumble open, so...
Yeah.
Bit of an interesting... You know, I kind of said they could just ban the Alistar Rumble, and I guess they just decided, no, we will fight the Rumble. Especially with the Maokai as well, who's so good at like AoE lockdown. Could be difficult to face up into.
Whoa!
We're actually going to go for the Nocturne here. Pretty powerful when you want to close distance on the likes of this Jace or this Aphelios. But I have to think of a mid laner, and a lot of mid laners banned, so they end up going towards the Ahri, which is definitely not being a high priority pick, has fallen off quite a bit on the current patch.
This draft looks weird, Ox, I'm not going to lie.
They're funky.
I feel like Live Sandbox have some tools, but it's looking very skirmishy, and then there's a Nocturne, and hopefully Teddy can find some angles to really get in there. I mean, Killer Instinct and Paranoia are very powerful used in conjunction. Braum is going to come in. Ooh, I like this. It's the double equalizer angle. One of the equalizers hurts a lot, the other one knocks you into the sky.
Yeah, but then because one of them's hot and one of them's cold,
it sort of nullifies each other and they both disappear. That is not how the interaction works.
You're on like a perfect temperature as a result.
It's like running the bath. It's beautiful. In fact, the enemy team likes walking in.
When you want to fill it faster, so you use the cold tap and the hot tap at the same time.
Yeah,
That's the strat.
But then you just turn the cold off and then wait for it to get to the temperature that you want. Oh, bath strategies. Beautiful. You need it. I feel like DRX kind of just got all of the things that they wanted to have. This is also, once again, the tree going into the jungle instead of that being flexed into the bot lane. I do think that DRX kind of used that Maokai flexibility that they kind of uniquely have quite nicely here.
That's what it is. You pick Maokai support for a couple of matches just so people are constantly aware of the flex.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remind them, we can flex this. And they're like, oh no, they can flex this. What do we do? And then they don't bother flexing it. But
that's why Bertle played Azir top and lost those times. They just needed to make sure that it was always in the back of their mind.
That'll happen in draft, in the middle of draft, and like, they could play Azir top, and it's like they don't think that Azir top's terrible. They think, oh god, what did they do that? We're totally unprepared. We have to get rid of it. We have to deal with it. We have to be prepared.
Now they could pick something that's like worse in the mid lane instead. Oh no! And then they have to ban those away. Yeah, it's part of the mind games. It's kind of a beautiful thing. Nocturne Ahri, not exactly my favorite mid-jungle combo. We'll see how it fares against the Maokai Jace. Time to jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. Ooh, DRX fans in full voice today, with Sandbox fans as well. And you can feel that it's feeling a bit do or die between these two teams right now. The playoff chances for one of these teams is going to skyrocket, and for the other, it's going to plummet. I think getting to 3 games is very, very important, especially, I mean, DRX want to win this in 2-0 fashion. Like, that would just be incredible for them, given the fact that they can then tie the scoreline completely with the Kwangdong Freaks.
That's the thing, is it's very easy sometimes to ignore the game score, but when these teams and so many other teams on the eastern side are so close to each other in terms of wins and series, having that game difference actually is such a big factor. So if you can make it a 2-0, it will drastically help. Or if you lose, making sure it's a 2-1 and not a 2-0. But I have to say, I think a loss here might just be over for the team that receives it in terms of chances for playoffs. But not mathematically over, but realistically over.
It is, and I think that DRX have a little bit more of a buffer when it comes to game score as well, as Rascal finding some harpoons there.
I didn't actually see when the runes came up, but I'm pretty sure I saw... Oh, there it is now, yeah. Saw Scorch on the Rumble, so...
Hey, but Fate has Gathering Storm.
Yeah, and Beryl has Conditioning Overgrowth. I love Conditioning on Braum because, you know, the resist you give with your W?
Yep.
Scale very well with it.
Yeah, and with points as well, I think.
Yeah, points is a big one. We'll see what he opts to go for. I'm not actually a huge fan of the Braum in this situation, simply because of the fact that there's not, like, that many abilities that are, like, fantastic to block. The only one really is, like, the Kaiser W, but you could just block that if you're another champion, you know? Like, there are some games where, like, Braum puts a shield up, and it's like, oh my god, you're so effective at, like, blocking everything on the enemy team, but like I don't think it's that good in a rel. And Kai'Sa can also ult pass, so...
I think that when supports here in the LCK pick the Braum, though, it's not for the E.
Yes.
Because you don't like no one puts any points into it. So it's about that line skill shot that can activate your passive, get that extra bit of CC. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, that's another thing as well in the Nocturne. You can just spell shield your Q, and then you have to walk over to him and start auto-attacking. And that's just too much to ask.
It's inconvenient. It is very inconvenient. You can see Clear is having a pretty good time in this lane thus far. As I say that, he gets hit by a Harpoon, but Rascal is just letting him push damage.
That's Scorch, you know? So
yeah, high value.
Maybe Huni underappreciating.
Oh, look at this. Fate lost a trade, and I think that was lack of Scorch, not the missing of Shock Blasts, as we saw just there. As Willer is going to come on over as the Blender. We had the Lawnmower Skarner skin earlier on. Now we've got the Blender Nocturne. It's absolutely fantastic. Just kitchen appliances all over Summoner's Rift here today. And then you've got a door in order to get into the kitchen. Absolutely incredible.
You could, this is like a trip to IKEA. You could build the whole thing.
Yeah, like Croco. Oh wait, hang on. No, he'd be built into half of this stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it's getting a little bit morbid. Yeah. As well, at least he is. He's got some dragons and things like that as well. He's got alpacas to help build the things as well. Given the fact that he has gone for the DRX skin. Shoutouts to Juhan. As Croco is going to spot Willa. Willa's going to have a couple of the popcorn chickens, but the Umbral Glaive going to help him out here. Umbra Blades, sorry, is his passive. Umbral Glaive is an item that he might build.
Yeah, Croco going for the Q Smite at the same time, not only to wipe out the camp, but also disengage Willa, and he manages to get his Raptors.
Gorgeous.
And he's pretty happy with the outcome of that situation.
And now going to be able to head towards the top side. Should be able to make sure that Rascal is absolutely fine. It'll be very high-value Merc Treads here in this top lane for Clear. It's not the most dangerous 2v2 as far as Maokai Rumble is concerned.
Yeah, definitely pick for the team fights more than anything. And I think ultimately Willa's just going to kind of farm up to 6 as we see the Nocturne and then try and make things happen then. And that is really going to be kind of the test of this lineup, because I think this mid-jungle in particular is very momentum-based, the Nocturne and the Ahri. If you're ahead, like you're diving in, you one-shot people, the Ahri gets resets and all that. And if you're behind, you're not doing that. And you're kind of doing very little. So I think this first ultimate from Willa is going to be super impactful and kind of setting the pace for the game. I do feel like if the game goes on and not much happens, DRX will be pretty comfortable in those 5v5s.
Certainly looking like it, especially if Beryl and Rascal can kind of coordinate together and get all of these things on the ground and stuff like that. Not to mention the extra poke angle as well. It'll be interesting to see how Rascal is actually going to play things out with his Equalizer, whether it's going to be a lot of sitting back and waiting. But in the past, we've seen Equalizers used just thrown out to get initial damage down, to put people in Shock Blast range, and then push them away from objectives.
I think we have the Maokai ult as well. So what happens is someone will want to be on the front line to block it.
Yeah.
And then everyone else lines up behind them. And what you can do is you can put fire down in that line, because the Equalizer...
And then if they try to leave, you put the Glacial Fissure down in a line through that line.
Yep.
And then they also... are in trouble.
A lot of lines.
Yeah, it's we can see the lines. We can definitely see the lines. Croco started off this Drake though at the beginning of this one, and Closer has been taken down very, very low. The teleport available, so going back, going to be a difficulty. He's still doing fine when it comes to the CS.
But Willa gets the real prize, something he's been hunting for this game.
That's true. Denied the first time, not this time. Equalized.
A lot of counterplay. Yeah, you know, wave frozen, not a problem for Rascal in this situation. Just to be able to delete that one and actually moving towards mid, where Willa's just trying to hold the wave. And a lot of wave-focused gameplay so far, not too much action happening.
No, not really. Not a lot of actual fighting one another. Rascal, though, is looking for a possible angle. Gets a very deep control ward, and will just move back out again. Will, I believe, lost his popcorn chickens. A little bit unfortunate there. Not going to walk over that alpaca. So he'll save himself from a little bit of the damage. It's Croco moving down towards the bottom side. Alpaca's flying through the sky. And DRX, can they get a setup? Looks like Croco might just go home.
Yeah, I mean, Kind of felt like maybe he was shadowing for them to get the crash in, because Willa's now hit level 6, so it's a delicate point for your bot lane. I think maybe Teddy hit the wave, so it's just going to push into DRX, and that's an ideal spot for Beryl and Paddock. Just have the wave push into you. If you're under tower, you're in a much safer position compared to overextending. And they have information on Willa with these 2 beautiful control wards they placed in the enemy jungle. And it's a huge factor when you're playing against a Nocturne because, you know, he can ult from such a far distance that you have to be tracking him in his jungle. You can see, look how much more aggressive Beryl and Paddock are immediately after seeing him move up towards the mid lane instead of flanking around towards bot.
And now you've got Willa heading back home. He's going to finish an Iron Spike Whip. And we'll be able to move back out again, maybe waiting for some shoes, perhaps. No, he's actually just going to make his way out. So, Liv Sandbox, they have their Nocturne at the ready. And maybe it's this Rift Herald that could be their first target.
But I love the move. You actually see DRX's bot lane moving up. They have the priority bot. Teddy has to stay and catch the wave. DRX make the fierce play. And if they can get this down, you know, 5v4, they should win this fight.
Yeah. You can see already Closer is down to 50% health. Not going to be helping out in this one all that much as Fate throwing some Shock Blast over. He is going to overcharge himself, and that is going to be the lockdown on this Rift Herald. Great macro play here from DRX to start things off already. They've taken the Drake, they've taken this Rift Herald, and now they're looking to plonk it down towards his top side. Clear going to have to vacate the area, or not plonk it down, maybe just look to get a bit of a shove. Maybe lock down some plates, because I imagine that Rift Herald could be used in the mid lane to pretty great effect.
Yeah, but beautiful setup from DRX, and I think ultimately the thing that makes that play really ideal is the fact that Liv Sandbox came over to contest it and then saw what was happening in front of them. So they wasted so much time, moved all their members there. It's not like they got a benefit everywhere else. Often the goal is to be trading off, and now DRX already got a Dragon in pocket, already have that Herald, starting the game off really strong in terms of that momentum. And I feel like one thing with Nocturne as well is that obviously there's that passive pressure by having your ult available.
Yeah.
That means that every lane has to be a bit careful. But also, oh, there it is.
Yeah, Paranoia is going to come down towards his top side. He's going to make them walk up the red carpet. They do so. That is first blood going over. And Clear will pick up the last turret shot. Very nicely done here by Liv Sandbox. But now it is DRX's turn. Closer, yeah, could have taken Croco for a bit of a journey there, as he does still have Spirit Rush charges remaining, and he uses the last couple of bits of essence here, as nice little charm does come through.
And ultimately, it's a really good ult from Willa, and that's kind of what you're looking for. What I was going to say before that happened, just like a split second before, was with the Nocturne, if you're not using your ult, then it's time that it could be coming off cooldown.
Hey,
being wasted.
True. I love that.
Glad he finally gets one in, and obviously can hopefully work towards 70 seconds till the next one. Also, I assume has Ultimate Hunter. I can't remember, but I think they always take it. So every time you get a kill, you're obviously reducing that cooldown in the future.
Yeah.
Herald is just going to come down bot, so looking like they're trying to get some gold for Paddock. It's a focus here. It should be a two-plate situation.
Very interesting that they do go for it bot lane, but it has given Fate some spare time in this mid lane, and it's Jace. He actually rips through turrets very effectively, so I kind of respect it, as Teddy's taking a lot of damage here in this bottom lane. Man, that Q looks like it's been maxed from Beryl. Really starting to hurt. Look at that. The value.
You know, 3 points Q is allowed. You know, in Orcs' Brawn book, you're allowed 3 points in it for that lane pressure.
Okay, so there should
though.
be 1 point E, 1 point W, 3 points Q right now, and 1 point in R. So that is true. It's about what happens after this.
After this point is when level 7, that's when things can go for
it gets dicey.
A dark turn, yeah.
Oh dear. Well, see whether Beryl is going to pass the test. You know, Beryl pretty trustworthy. You know, normally just does all of the normal things, as we know, in the support role. So you know, we have to assume that he is going to be able to do that, put those points into the E. As Rascal moving down towards the mid lane, just a bit of a harpoon to be thrown out.
And once again, it feels like DRX are the team who are making these proactive map movements to set up for objectives. They move Rascal down to help get a little bit of crush in mid, setting up for the Dragon. They do have TP, and it looks like Clear is coming in, so Rascal needs to match ASAP.
Yeah, Rascal actually going to show himself on the minion wave in the top lane, and there's the Paranoia. This is going to be a huge advantage for Liv Sandbox. The stun does come in, but there's the teleport from Rascal. The equalizer is not fantastic, but still Clear is burning down. Not burning enough though, as now Rascal left alone. He does get the Nocturne, but is he going to find any more? The answer is no, and Teddy collects a double in the end. A couple of steps towards those 2,000 kills.
And a very weird decision from DRX and Rascal in particular, because they knew the Dragon was going to happen because they were the ones who started it. They had TP available. You know, Rascal started to walk top, and for what? Did he even touch a minion? I'm not even sure. So TP comes in, and honestly, Rascal was lucky because if you wait for the Nocturne ult, you can't actually TP when you don't have vision. So manages to get it in, manages to get there in time. And it's enough to kind of make an impact. I think it would have been a wash if Rascal didn't turn up, but yeah, I don't understand. They were the ones who started the Dragon.
Yeah, they should have had a little bit more of an idea here. And I actually thought Rascal moving on down, I was about to compliment them, saying that they've been playing around the Equalizer cooldown really beautifully, making sure that when they're going for these Dragons, for these plays, it's when the Equalizer's up. But if the Equalizer isn't there, you don't really have the same amount of power.
I think you saw, like, despite him being too late, he still did a lot of work in that fight. If he hadn't been there at all, it would have been game over.
Oh yeah, there would have just been 4 dead and he would have been hanging out in the top lane, wondering what's going on.
Teddy was the one who is now 2-0-2.
Yeah?
As a result of that fight.
It's beautifully done as, oh, look at that, look at that. That's 2 points in E.
Oh, what a blessed day.
Oh,
what a blessed, he gets it. He understands.
And look, do you know what also happened? We had triple Cloud Soul in our first series.
No Chemtech.
And now, and no Chemtech Soul. Still no Chemtech Soul. It's an Infernal. This one's kind of fun. It's fine. And now we've got a Braum that is not putting every single point randomly into Q.
It's such a good day.
It's an incredible day.
You know, we've had so many Braums in the LCK just maxing Q, and then end of the game they'll have done like 3,000 damage total, and it's like great.
Yeah.
Instead, you could max your shield. That's the whole thing. That's Braum's thing, is he has the shield, and he says, stand behind Braum.
Yeah.
He doesn't say, face my wrath.
Or get bitten by my winter. Which is
that'd be a very clunky voice line. So
I mean, it's called Winter's Bite, okay? How else are you supposed to say it?
Well, that's valid.
Yeah. As Willa is looking to start off Shirley. It's going to be the next port of call. Rascal does have the Equalizer, but once again, he's parked in the top lane. Beryl moving on over. Kyle in position. As Croco gets here as well. Nature's Grasp going to be there as teleport comes through from DRX. Rascal's going to be found by Clear. There's the flash out as Fate looks for the Shock Blast, doesn't get it. Kyle taking a bit of damage as Beryl finds a Winter's Bite. Puddock looking for the opportunity as now the rest of DRX able to regroup for this Paranoia. It's a lot of damage onto Kyle, but the ult from Beryl is not great, and there goes the Rumble. Closer getting taken down incredibly low, but it's Teddy that gets into the back line and executes Puddock. Fate gonna go down as well. That's a double once again for the Kai'Sa. Make that one a triple as Teddy moves to 5-0 on this Kai'Sa and just stands there. Beryl says, have a look at my door, and Teddy says it's quite nice, and then they move on to killing the turret.
Beautiful setup on that fight, and this is the power of that Nocturne with all these diving champions able to follow up on the play. Rascal gets basically obliterated immediately, gets to fire the ult off but like nothing else, and the rest of the team falls apart quickly after. We see here Paranoia popped, but then not used till very late. We get this dive in and from so many angles. It's a beautiful approach. The Zhonya's as well from close are fantastic, and then Teddy just flies in for the cleanup. Really, Liv Sandbox, where was this level of play for like the rest of the whole season?
Yeah, I know. And you look at the names on this team, right? Like, it's no surprise that they're capable of stuff like this. What's been surprising is the fact that we haven't seen any of these players actually playing like this.
Yeah, it has been kind of mind-blowing, because I think a lot of people saw the roster changes we got between spring and summer with Teddy coming on. They're like, whoa!
Even the signing of Clear was something that got a lot of people talking as well. I know that a lot of us were really interested in seeing how it goes, and we have seen that Clear has been better than Bertel has been towards that top side, but it hadn't helped solve many of the other issues for Liv Sandbox. This, though, is definitely looking better. And, of course, Strength of Schedule does come in as Equalizer is going to be used once again in response to this Paranoia. But Liv Sandbox are just killing this Rumble over and over again.
Yep.
And it's starting to feel like it was a bait. Maybe Liv Sandbox were just confident in their anti-Rumble strategy.
Which is kill him repeatedly, several times over. And it's working.
And now, if they just keep killing him and getting money from him, the Rumble isn't actually a problem. It's a blessing for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to be able to pick up the Dragon as well. So, you know, DRX early investment in Dragon's not going to pay off in this situation, at least not yet. And with it being Infernal, you can get a 4-stack Infernal Dragon, Infernal Soul, and that would be unfun to play against, especially against the AP Kai'Sa, who can just W you and you get one shot.
Yeah. Yeah, the double dipping into Infernal Soul is an example of it being even more broken than it otherwise would be. Is he actually going to take it as well? So he's going to take the Scuttle, and then insta-levels up his ult, and then gets a kill?
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing as well, because he's obviously leveling up his ult, gets the reduced cooldown on it before using it. So it's only 70 seconds, so let's back up and look, in live, it's about to be back up and available once again. This is the thing, if you get all those early kills on Nocturne, stack Ultimate Hunter, you have so much momentum in the game.
I thought he was just going to press it again. I thought he was just going straight back in one more time. Barrel's going to turn up. Great Charm is going to connect as Rascal taken down to 50%. Even Duskbringer starting to hurt. The Strybreaker is done here for Willow. Also with a cheeky Phage and a pickaxe there as well. So Liv Sandbox just looking like night and day. Honestly, like this team has just leveled up. And Ryu actually said this in an interview, I believe it was after their more recent series, and it was that practice has started to go better. Liv Sandbox have started to find some more success, started to find what makes this team good. Honestly, it's too late, but it's not completely too late.
It's probably too late, but if this series, I think after this one, if they hadn't hit their form, it would have definitely been too late.
Yes.
But there's still some hope. Yeah. There's a modicum of hope available that they're trying to access by winning this series. And so far doing a pretty good job. 6,500 gold lead, and it feels like DRX are just kind of unsure what to do. They're like hiding, picking up scraps of farm, and they're just hoping Liv Sandbox forget about them and go away.
Yeah. Maybe they don't have all of the information, like killing the Nexus is how you win.
Okay, I nearly panicked there because the little heads-up display thing showed he built Evan Shroud and Braum. And like, there was, my chest just seized up. But it's Locket, it's fine.
It's okay.
It's okay.
We're going to be all right.
I mean, I will say, I don't think the Braum works fantastically against Liv Sandbox comp. We've kind of seen that. It's been not really helping out at like protecting the backline. You know, obviously Alistar was banned, but Alistar's so good at like knocking away threats, whereas Braum, you know, you can put the shield up and apply your passive, but when Nocturne and Jax jump on your AD carry, that's not really doing much.
Yeah, and he feels like he's there for the ultimate, as Clear is going to ult on top of Rascal, who does throw down the equalizer, and Teddy just explodes. I'm not sure about that one. That was an odd play. This time it wasn't the... it looked a little bit similar to the paranoia, so maybe Teddy was like, aha, I can just do it like he did it, right?
He overestimated his damage a little bit, thinking that he'd be able to just pop Rascal there, and also the tower a bit too healthy for now.
How many teleports would you like? That is 3 into the mid lane. Everyone turning up at the same time. The minions just evaporate. And now Closer is inside the Baron pit and getting closed in on by everyone. This is weird. Things have gone strange.
I think weird is a great way to describe it. I'm not sure what to make of this situation. It's very clear that DRX wanted to get that mid tower, but the manner in which they went about it was odd.
Odd's another good word, yeah. Kind of explains it. Is Teddy going to come on over and collect himself a red buff?
Yeah, did give that big bounty over to Rascal, which has closed the gold lead to just under 7,000 instead of being 7,000.
Maybe they were worried that if Rascal didn't pick up a kill, then he wouldn't be worth as much gold.
Oh, true. Well, they've ensured that he will be with.
They've fixed that, yeah.
Yeah, I think just the Demonic Grace making you very bulky. And to be fair, that was pretty close to Rascal going down, but the trade of kills would have favored Rascal regardless.
Yeah. And also picks up a bunch of XP, you know, like he's a very happy Rumble after that. Well, not a very happy one, because he's still very far behind, but still.
He's happier than he was
before. Happier, his situation has improved. It's not as improved as the 108 Jax, who's very, very pleased.
Yeah.
Surgeon now done.
Oh, that's a Baron.
Yeah, it's being started at least.
There's no TP on Rascal, so this is a pretty good play, as he's probably the biggest frustration when you're trapped in a Baron pit is dealing with a Rumble ult. And they're just going to have to flip it.
Yep. Croco can get over here as they look for it. Paranoia comes down. Kyle, great Magnus Storm as Teddy gets into the backline. Once again, Podok survives for a fair while, but it is not quite enough. As now Rascal has sunk his teeth into Teddy once again. It is going to be decent, the passive out of Beryl, but it's not enough to keep the Rumble alive. And Beryl and Croco will now just have to vacate as Liv Sandbox win out the fight. Teddy, I mean, Killer Instinct is named correctly here for this guy. He's definitely going in.
Yep, he is going deep, and we'll slow the Baron down a little bit without him, but they should have enough damage regardless to go for it. I'm not sure DRX might just rush towards the Dragon and try and take that down as quickly as possible. But again, you can see like the layered engage from Liv Sandbox. It's like, yes, the first person to go in doesn't find Podok. The second might slightly catch him, but the third and then the fourth ensure that he goes down. And we'll see the replay there. So Kyle's the one who goes in first with Closer backing up. We get the Gale Force coming out, then caught by the layered engage that comes after. There's just not much you can do. I think Podok honestly did as much as he could, and the rest of the team just starts to fall apart around that. Rascal does get that nice kill on Teddy, but it's just a doomed situation. And look how the two remaining are the Maokai and the Braum.
Oh, that's going to be a bounty picked up here by Croco. Beryl shows them the door. And now another Paranoia comes in. This time it's Fate that's going to be elected. Oh, the counter strike! Such high value. The instant double for Teddy as he moves to 7 in this game. The rest of DRX now scattering. I think Croco is going to be a donation. Willa is going to make him real scared. And that is going to be the kill picked up. That's 8 now. As Kyle is chasing Rascal the wrong direction here. As this Super Galaxy Rumble trying to work out where he wants to go. And Teddy's tanking up a turret. You can see clear in that mid lane as well. And Beryl is throwing Winter's Bites out.
If he maxed Q, he could have killed Teddy there.
Yeah, this is Teddy's actually just can't escape. As now Rascal, if he had a stopwatch, maybe he'd kill both of them there. As there is the Glacial Fissure, and Beryl gonna have to flash, finds another Winter's Bite, but Teddy collects his 9th. That is 1,999 kills here in the LCK for Teddy.
One more. They back off. They're going to reset. They know they need the 10th kill for Teddy.
Ooh, is Teddy going? Like, I don't know whether Teddy gets POG though, which is a little bit sad.
He's had some questionable team fighting decisions.
Yeah.
This one was kind of just, you know, the other ones felt like a lot more impactful. Like, oh, it's a fantastic engage from the Sandbox. This one was kind of like, well, DRX kind of flopped, and also Fate flashing onto Podok, and then the double counter-strike. That was pretty sick.
Yeah.
But also DRX just look a little bit scattered to the winds here.
And have for quite a fair bit of today as well. As, yeah, no, we feel you. DRX fans not super psyched about how this one's going. This is the best of 3, though. And anything can happen as we move to the second game.
Yeah, I mean, anyone watching this thinking, whoa, Liv Sandbox is so good? They have been at times.
Yes.
But over the whole course of the season, the whole course of this best of 3, still not certain. So, good start for them, definitely. We'll have to see them carry this momentum through, and ideally, would be looking for a 2-0 to get that game score as positive as possible. Now, Kel's on this flank angle.
Yeah,
I think they just have to give it up.
Yeah, finding a bit of that poke onto Croco. So we get the big zoom out. Clear is doing Jax things as he takes an inhibitor towards his bottom side. Carpet misplaced. I don't think Rascal is going to get some any carpet laying jobs anytime soon. And DRX just still on defense duty, but inhibitor's already gone. Waiting for next objectives is quite a ways away, so I think that sieging is going to be the way here for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, and the thing is, because DRX got the last Dragon, Dragon Soul is like not really a prospect in this game. It's going to take so long for Liv Sandbox to even be close to that.
As Paranoia comes in, they dive on top of Podok yet again. He's trying to kite it out. Stays alive for quite a while, but it is not enough at all. Double kill comes in, and there it is, 2002! A Teddy Odyssey does pick up the 2000th kill. And Liv Sandbox will now pick up a victory as well in game number 1, further increasing their chances at playoffs. My goodness, I wasn't expecting this level of performance out of Liv Sandbox, especially after we saw the draft. You know, it looked eclectic. It looked a little bit odd. I didn't know about the Nocturne Ari synergy. Didn't know about Ari just in general. As Equalizer comes down, that's going to do a fair bit of work. Clear goes, but this is still going to be Nexus turret number 2 falling. Rascal being kited around. Closer taken low, but he will be absolutely fine. 14 kills for Teddy in that game.
He overshot. Well above 2,000, you know. Overperforming a little bit there, but a really strong game. And this kind of brings back to some of the points we've been talking about with these lower in the standing teams, is that sometimes the best thing to do is just have lots of engage, lots of go buttons, and that is really what this comp was about for Liv Sandbox. They were the ones who dictate the pace, and whereas the draft for DRX was a lot more about playing that defensive role, healing backwards, you know, picking people off with the poke, it felt like these engages were so slick from Liv Sandbox. They really pulled together in these team fights.
Well, she got her wish. Teddy managed to pick up his 2,000 kills, 2004 now.
The problem is, he's already reached his 2,000 kills, right? And because he's hit his goal in game 1, this is a series, you know? Maybe if they'd been like, if they'd wished for like 2020, that could be like a game 2 sort of trajectory.
Is that maybe why Teddy's CS stats have gone down compared to a lot of the others who are very hungry for CS stats, because he already has the highest number, and that number will never be met by anyone ever because he was in the 94-minute game?
Yep, you got to be challenged. Right, constantly.
He's like, how am I ever supposed to get back to that?
Yeah, you need constantly to think, I can improve, I can do better, I can step it up, and I think the 2,000 kills definitely something he was chasing in that game 1.
Very true. I'm glad that we got off those stats pretty quickly because they looked a little bit sad on the DRX side. Let's see how they're going to adapt after this one. We're going to go to a short break, then the space to break down game number 1, and then game number 2. We'll see you there.
받아. 앞에 천천히. 앞라인 봐줘. 좋냐? 잘 눌러. 나이스.
끝내자. 밑으로.
미드.
아리는 집텔, 아리 집텔.
럼블궁 볼만하고.
아리 집텔.
이거 바텀라인 한 명만 데려갈 수 있나? 아니다. 바텀라인 쓰긴 해야 될 것 같은데. 바텀라인 써야 돼. 제이스 Q에 다 지워주던가. 제이스 Q 빠지긴 했다.
괜찮아. 이번에 끝내 생각해.
바텀라인 쓰자.
제이스 노플이다 아직은.
타워부터. 나 5초. 이거 타워 쓰고 있어봐.
타워.
이거 제이스 와줄게. 기다려봐.
제이스 와줘 천천히.
이거 제이스 볼게. 보자. 제이스 빠지면서.
타워.
럼블 로플이야. 존이 없어.
타워.
럼블.
타워.
타워 쳐야 돼. 타워. 내가 막아줄게. 아, 우리 팀 좋은데?
네, 카이터 킬 많이 먹었는데요?
우리 팀 좋다.
와우가 레드로 먹을 듯. 아 진짜 양보해. 내가 먹을 바엔 나 그냥 살려서 보내.
승환이 1700킬이나 챙겨주자.
한 시즌에 500 역시 진짜. 포지션 진짜 좋다.
아니죠. 포지션이 아니라 이제 젠지랑 이렇게 킬을. 뭐야? 딜교 거의 안 한다. 그냥 딜교 계속 피해 얘가. 앞라인부터 천천히 치면서. 그냥 형 녹아요. 나 뺐어. 데이지 볼. 마우 노플. 마우 내려왔어. 오른 노플. 천천히 앞라인부터. 난 죽었어. 천천히 이겼어. 나이스. 나이스. 버스 좋은데요? 1700킬. 딱 1킬.
아, 딱 1킬 했네.
딱 1킬 했네. 네.
야 이거 와줘.
갈게. 저희가 먼저 가요. 천천히. 이거 브라움이 살려줄만함.
좋은데.
나이스.
나 진짜 큐 풀공 해보고 싶긴 한데 자야한테. 잡았고. 아 이거 게임에서 딸고 하자. 야 미드 맞아.
뽀삐어플.
야 이거 싸움하면 이겨 끝나.
아칼리 마크 하고 있는데. 야 아칼리 왜 클 아 뭐야? 아 근데 이거 좀 죄송합니다.
이득인데? 아니 근데 이거 제압이라서 오히려 렐한테 죽은 게.
나 3주자 공대. 나 먹을래.
마카 까비. 야 여기 봐줘.
내진탕 묻혔어. 내진탕. 어딨어? 다 내진탕이야. 다 그냥 얼어붙어. 아칼리. 할 수가 없네. 진이 형 킬 많이 먹었는데. 그러니까 오늘
좋은데 3킬.
생일이야? 왜 이렇게 많이 좋게? 오늘은 수환이가 죽는 날이다. 아니 아칼리 이거 나 지킬 만큼 지켰어 수환아. 지지.
자,
네.
수고해요.
근데 요즘 우리 거리 조절이나 싸움 딱 캐치하는 게 나쁘진 않거든? 좀 더 플레이 확신 가지고 해도 될 것 같아.
네.
알았지, 진호아?
네.
얘들아 이제 더 이상 물러설 곳이 없다. 시원하게 가보자.
와우.
잘했고. 예 여기 있다. 나 얘 좀 때릴게.
좀 때려줘.
이게 볼게 이거.
계속 파워돼. 끝까지 막 해줄게 여기.
와우.
나이스. 아 뭐야?
아니 뭐야.
나이스.
약간 위에 있어. 나 그냥 잭스 데려갈게. 싸움 보려면.
그냥 딜해줘 이거.
락한만 살짝 볼게.
오케이 라칸 넣어. 따라가.
잡았고. 야 잠깐. 락한 노플.
와. 클로저. 지현아 역시 POG 하나. 렛츠고.
잡았다. 클리어. 아지를 디테일 온 것 같기도 하고.
웬만 사진식으로 봐봐 이거.
사진식으로 봐봐.
사진식으로.
천천히 잭스다.
천천히. 나 내려줄게 이거.
빠지면서. 야 길게 봐.
길게 보자.
나 가긴 했다.
해봐 이거 해봐.
싸움 돼.
아칼리 맞아. 잭스 노플. 천천히. 왼쪽다. 앞에 가줄게.
앞에 나
갈만해.
갈만해.
아 나 오늘 22킬 못했는데.
아니 형 다음이 있잖아.
다음이 있다 우리는.
다음이 없나?
형 다음에.
잠시만.
뭐 하는 거야 클리어?
뭐야?
뭐해?
아니 클리어 뭐야?
뭐해요? 근데 진짜 깔끔했다 오늘.
잘했다.
잘했다.
나이스.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Hello and welcome to the Teddy Space, the fourth player to pick up LCK 2,000 kills. Congratulations to Teddy, as not only did he get 2,000 kills in the LCK, he got 14 kills in that last game, which is kind of insane. Liv Sandbox came out really hard here for this first one. I'm Valdez, with me is Huni and Wolf from the first series. What do you guys think about this performance from Liv Sandbox?
Better than expected, to be honest. I came into this series feeling like this series could definitely go either way. I thought it was going to come down to scrappy late-game team fights in a very close game, especially with the draft that we saw. I was like, oh, it's going to be all about Equalizer. That's what, does Equalizer hit? Does it not hit? And the Nocturne coming through, it didn't hit very often, and he also was very often not there in the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, as what Ulf said, I think the game was a pretty clean, like overall, like the snowball wasn't like getting any like stop by from the DRX. Like it could be more from DRX the draft that like especially Rumble, if you get one behind, you're gonna get behind so much. Even like Maokai, like there's a lot of factor that as a draft that you know, you can't really stop it from the snowball. And as what Ulf mentioned about, like, when you play Rumble, when there's no light, basically, when there's Nocturne ulti, it's just impossible to get the, you know, great equalizers down. But still, I think that there's no good setup for Rumble. Like, they have a Braum and Maokai, but it's definitely not enough, especially with the Jace.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I think that Nocturne goes really well with the Live Sandbox composition, and it's been only pretty much getting very dominant wins whenever we see it, so I'm kind of surprised we don't see it more, but perhaps with some more wins like this, we will in the future. So let's jump into some of the highlights and watch how this game got so heavily in Live Sandbox's favor so quickly, as we did have this Drake fight here 12 minutes in.
Yeah, Rumble just not here. Obviously went back top, and this is something that Ox was heavily criticizing on the cast as well. By the time he does get here, the fight is already over. Barrel is deleted here alongside his AD carry, who did very little damage this entire game. And then, yeah, Rumble does a lot in these early game fights, especially if you can get into the thick of things. But imagine if it was properly set up and DRX thought they could take this Drake fight, but the team was completely on like 3 different pages about what they're trying to do. Start up the Drake, try to engage the team fight. Rumble's trying to go back top and catch the wave. You got to be way more coordinated than that if you're going to be running a Rumble composition.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you guys can think like Rumble as like AP right next to. Like, basically, first objective the fight, or like first scrimmage or team fight, you have to win. Otherwise, you're gonna get full behind, especially against Jax. Like, also, I think I was like thinking why they're not taking also Ignite against the Jax. Because if the game goes like this, like 50-50, like, it's not good. You have to snowball from the lane. You have to threat the dive. You have to pressure. If Jax go 50-50 with the CS, you will eventually lose on side lane.
And that eventually did happen, as we did see, which they tried multiple times with Kaisa even getting in there, which sometimes works, sometimes does not. We can take a look at the second highlight, which was the fight on Herald. All of our teams going all in on the second Herald nowadays. But with this lead from Live Sandbox, they were able to pretty cleanly take this next fight as well.
Look at the positioning here of DRX. Rascal is extremely low, and when the Nocturne ult comes out, I mean, he's just going to get collapsed on, right? And the positioning is very suspect here. You don't have a tank. You're trying to force your way through this choke point here. You already lost the last fight brutally, and I get it. I mean, you want to try to get this Aphelios ahead, but Rumble's too squishy, took too much damage before this, and there was just no chance that you were ever going to win this fight, I think, with the setup they had. And to be totally frank, I mean, this was the next team fight, and after this, we were like, that's it, it's done. There's just no way back into it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even kidding. When there's a Nocturne ulti power and I came down, like, you have to just watch the person, the monitor, and it's just like group up, and it's just like make the call that, like, what are you gonna do? Like, are we gonna back off? Or are we gonna just engage the one person, like, from, like, someone, like, I think it's just like DRX has no, like, the initial call that, like, who actually just call for it, because it's like every single time when there's a Nocturne ulti, they just got panic instantly.
Yeah, and you know, the paranoia really working against the teams on the eastern side of the standings that don't necessarily have the best kind of coordination and team fighting. We did see that work out very well. But let's see who picks up the POG here for game number 1. I could imagine a couple of names that could be on the list here, but it will be Willer on the Nocturne. And to be honest, you know, the Nocturne play that he had was just really, really awesome from early all the way through to the late game.
Not robbed. I thought it was definitely either jungle or top here for this one, as he made an impact in all 3 lanes, and basically every single team fight was decided by him. And he just said there is no Rumble in this game. There's just not.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. It goes back to, like, this is not like the type of the highest quality of the game. It's the same thing. The draft, just pick it as easy as you can, and you'll get the win. And that was the Nocturne.
Yeah, press R, find the weak, kind of squishy, immobile backline, which was Aphelios, by the way, who did barely more damage than the Braum did, and that's not even necessarily Podok's fault, right? As we have a lot of votes for top as well, and 1 for Teddy. Of course, that you know, media is trying their best, but not quite going to get across the line here for the boom boom this time. But yeah, I do think that Willer does deserve it this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the follow-ups were really good there with the Jax. The laning phase was quite nice as well, and you know, pretty solid votes.
Yeah, I mean, we were for sure considering just giving the top as well, the Jax. Like, it was pretty good, so it makes sense. Pretty happy overall. but we knew it, the AD carry will come out from the media.
Yeah, at least one. Just one. You know, it's better than 2 or 3, which is the potential of their power. We will have, by the way, a sub here for the second game coming in on the side of DRX. It will be Juhan coming in for Krako. Krako has been pretty good, but I guess they just feel like they're going to swap it up, maybe try to play a different style with Juhan that can be a bit more aggressive early on, and maybe that gets them into a better spot in the early game.
I mean, Krako is not a great Maokai player in my opinion, but like I didn't think he had a very weak performance or anything like that. I really actually don't like this choice. I think you got to stick with the plan you prepared for this series. If you're making a sub based on what happened in Game 1 where you got destroyed by a Nocturne, then you're changing the whole plan. This series could go awry very quickly for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, they just basically want to change their airflow because they got extremely one-sided dominated, so it kind of makes sense, but also I stand for what you said as well. It goes both ways. It's a tough situation for them.
Yeah, tough choice, but Juhan's coming back in for Game 2. We'll see how it does go for DRX. Let's go back to the casters for Game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. And yes, well-deserved POG for Willa on the Nocturne. Absolutely fantastic work on that one. And you see, as soon as the first couple of paranoias work out, very difficult to come back. Yep. And I like what they're saying about Juhan coming in. I do like the idea of DRX prioritizing Maokai again so that Juhan can use his own skin, because Krako was using Juhan's skin in the last game.
It would be so typical for them to not play Maokai at all now that Juhan's back in. That'd be
the way.
Yeah.
That would be very sad. But I also kind of agree with what they're saying as well. I think that you commit to, especially this end of the season and so deep into the season as well, I think you need to commit on a roster. And the highs of Krako, I think, are worth it.
It kind of, you know, Will's point was like, you came in with a strategy, and then after one game that you lost, you're like, strategy's out the window, and it's like, are you switching because you're like, we think this player offers something different, offers like a different perspective, offers a different champion pool, or are you just like, right, we lost game 1, we have to switch? Like, I feel like one of those makes sense, one of those doesn't, and obviously we don't know the answer, but hopefully for DRX, they're looking to get like that extra identity, have a different perspective, different play style, and we'll see how that goes. I mean, he won't be playing a lot of these champions in the jungle because we have 4 jungle bans already.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, the Nico jungle ban mainly just for Canyon, but we can theoretically put it in there.
We can qualify it, right?
We can, 100%.
It makes us jungle, yeah.
Yeah.
I could see it happening. Yep. So 5 jungle bans
already. So the 6th jungle ban going to come in, and then we will jump into the first pick jungle that should come through here. What is it going to be? The last one for Liv Sandbox, Tristana taken away.
So
jungle Tristana is, you know, it's bold.
Maybe we get like
I like it.
Jungle Kai'Sa first pick. Jungle Azir first pick would be pretty cool.
You get to employ Sand Soldiers to take down the jungle. Sand has done that in the past, so there it is.
Will Liv Sandbox answer with Jungle Kai'Sa? Looks like they are looking at the Jungle Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Over that side, which makes a lot of sense. Teddy obviously having a pretty strong game, but he has now met his kill quota for the year.
We'll see whether that motivation has taken a hit.
Yeah, that is the big question. Oh, I mean, I said Teddy, but obviously it's Jungle Kai'Sa.
Oh, no!
Oh, 2 junglers picked up a Liv Sandbox? That is...
Yeah, that's too many junglers.
Yeah.
How many jungles are there on the Rift? I guess not that many. And Maokai is picked away from Juhan, so he's not going to be able to play it.
So we can't even blame DRX. We have to blame... The blame purely goes onto Liv Sandbox for denying it now. DRX have this composition, we've seen this sort of style of comp where you have like the Azir Xayah, very hard to dive onto. The Liv Sandbox haven't really committed too much. I was about to say, they haven't committed too much onto a dive comp yet, and then they just slam the Yone. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Dive all day. Yeah, so some people will go for like the Jace here and be like, we're going to play back and poke. Liv Sandbox are like, no, we want to do what we did in game 1, and we all press our R buttons at the same time, and then we win. And you know what? I'm going to be real. These teams both have 3 series wins each. They are at the lower end of the table. And when I think about compositions that have nuance, you know, take finesse, I think that's not a good plan. I think having press R and go comps is the way forwards.
It absolutely is. Keep it simple, stupid is absolutely it. Yone is currently on a 4-winning streak at the moment as well. A lot of that to do with the fact that Hummer Life Esports are on quite a winning streak at the moment. Also, as Blitzcrank going to be banned away. Interesting that they banned that one. Of course, you have a fair bit of mobility as the Rakan.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox banning. We actually saw the Skarner do pretty well with a similar comp earlier when, what are they called? That team. Bro.
Yeah, those ones.
Yeah, that phenomenal team. Bro, we're running it with Umti in the jungle. Renekton also going to get banned away from DRX and the Nautilus. So targeting the support pool, targeting those engage picks, but the Rel is still available, which they could take if they want to.
Yeah.
But instead, looking like they might want to prioritize top lane. Interesting that they banned the Renekton to pick the Jax, and then once again the Rumble's open. But maybe after that first game, they're like, you know what, you can pick Rumble. Do what you want.
I don't know whether Rascal wants to have another game on the Rumble, unless he feels like he wants to redeem himself. We'll see what's going to happen there.
Well, he also got quite a lot of practice on the equalizers in the first game. But I think Gragas makes a lot of sense. We often see Gragas picked into Jax, particularly earlier in the season before the nerfs.
Okay.
The Kazakhs.
So Croco comes in, plays Juhan's World Skin Maokai, and then they sub Juhan in and he plays Kazakhs, a classic Croco pick. What is going on?
What did they mean by this?
I think maybe we got it wrong. We got it round the wrong way. It is, in fact, actually Croco that has been subbed in for Juhan. Surprisingly enough, Kazakhs is currently on a 5-game winning streak here in the LCK. As Wukong to be locked in. So we're flexing this Maokai towards the bottom lane, much like DRX demonstrated you can do.
Yep, and there's two sides to it. So obviously we saw Beryl demonstrate how the matchup can go when you W as the Grand Entrance comes in to dodge it, and also you can lock the Rakan in plays very effective. However, Beryl's obviously very aware of how the matchup works.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming Beryl won't fall for that. But then again, he could just do it anyway. Because that would be so Beryl to do.
He is very Beryl. He is, in fact, more Beryl than anybody else here in the LCK.
I think he's the most
globally.
Beryl of all players of all time.
Yeah, maybe ever.
That's quite a title.
It's an incredible achievement that he has found for himself. Remember, though, if you ever find yourself doubting Beryl, just ask yourself, how many times since joining the LCK has he made it to Worlds? And you realize that it's every time.
And how many times has he managed to win Worlds?
Twice.
Quite a lot.
Yeah.
I haven't won Worlds. Have you won Worlds?
No, I have not.
So, you know, when he W's in and gets one shot because the Maokai roots him.
Just remember he's better than you.
Yeah.
That's all you have to remember.
That's the lesson we take away from
It's actually, that is my favorite thing, though. Because, like, anyone that's, like, criticizing him has to realize that they're just not as good, actually.
Yep.
Otherwise, they would have won Worlds, right?
I can't argue with that.
What a time to be alive. All right, let's jump onto the riff for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff for game number 2, DRX versus Live Sandbox. DRX, if they're able to win here, they can reach outright 7th place. They are currently right at the bottom. In 9th right now, these two are the bottom teams in the LCK, believe it or not.
Yep.
This was one of the rounds in playoffs, I believe. Not that long ago. And of course, you know, DRX, when they made their Worlds run, they were 6th place going into playoffs. So
that might be a counter,
because
if DRX don't make 6th place, they can't make Worlds, and therefore they can't win Worlds like they did last time. So, you know, maybe Live Sandbox is a last line of defense to prevent them. I mean, they're not, because there is other teams up to face, but they're one of the lines of defense to stop DRX making a back-to-back underdog Worlds run.
Yeah, you have to remember that they have to face Bro as well.
Oh, that is true.
And that's nearly impossible.
It sounds ridiculous, but I feel like them winning Worlds last year was quite ridiculous.
It was, yeah. And if they can get to 6th place as the regular season concludes, then that is exactly where they were before they won Worlds last year. So, I don't know. I'm just not going to question it. The likelihood of it happening again is colossally small. You'd have to.
But I feel like that almost increases the likelihood.
I know, doesn't it? It's an odd thing. Probability has always been a difficult one for me to fathom, to be honest with you. Yeah. As Kyle's taking a bit of damage here towards his bottom side, just some kerfuffles between the two teams. The Lovers duo doing a decent job, especially with that Gleaming Quill from Beryl, able to heal Puddock back up again.
And you know, I think DRX's composition makes sense. The enemy team has a lot of dive. You have a great backline at dealing with dive. You have the Kazakhs who can play, you know, you can slow people down, play the distance. You have all the tools, and yet, I think it requires finesse. And that is the problem. Whereas Live Sandbox, they just have the go button. So I think DRX really need Juhan to have a good game here, get some momentum on the Kazakhs, because it's on a pretty hot win streak at the moment. But it's been played by players like Canyon and Peanut.
Almost exclusively.
Yeah, and they are quite good at the jungle.
Yeah, they also do a fair bit of winning. Maybe not as much Canyon these days, but of course, Peanut only recently broke his winning streak here in the LCK.
Yeah, well, actually, Peanut's on a loss streak.
He is a loss streak.
So that's his worst loss streak the entire season.
Yeah, kind of devastating, to be perfectly honest with you. And we've got, you know, some more opportunities for that as well coming up. Their last match, I believe, is against Bro. So Gen.G probably going to be focusing on that for the remainder of the season.
Is it?
I think so.
I thought. I know they have a. Do they have a match against Honor Life Esports? I thought that was going to be the tricky one.
That might be the last one. I think that Bro's last match is against Gen.G.
Oh, I don't know. They are playing both those teams.
They are playing those teams.
Unless we're wrong, in which case
they are not.
Suck their jobs.
Yeah, but that's all right. Just try to ask G-Sun nicely to let us improve and, you know, give us some feedback or something like that, and we'll work on it.
Yeah.
Will is standing on a ward, and Closer doesn't have very much health. So a dicey situation here.
Yeah, those are two things that combine to make the chance of that gank working low.
Yeah, it doesn't help it. Clear is going to miss some farm, so is Rascal. And as it turns out,
sometimes that happens.
Yeah, both of these players sitting on about the same number. But Clear is going to get the cannon, and that is all you really want. As he misses one of them and picks up the other with the Counter-Strike. So the Jack's going to be backing away. Juhan is walking over a ward himself.
Yeah, I think he was like, what if there was a ward in my jungle? And that's great, but there's also a ward in the river.
Yeah.
He can't know, because he can't see what we see.
That is true. It would benefit the players a lot if they had Observer Vision. Being able to toggle the vision, I think, would be a great boon. But they haven't thought about that just yet.
Yeah, maybe only for like a couple of seconds so you can double check. Oh,
yeah.
Ward? Oh, okay, yeah.
I think you just type in Black Sheep Wall and then you can unlock all of it. But you know, it's neither here nor there. Might have been a different game. Not sure. Puddock and Beryl pushing up. As Fate does actually lose out in one of these trades as Closer does move further forward and sacrifices a fair bit of his health bar. You can see there's low health bars kind of everywhere at this point in time.
But, you know, Doran's shield on Closer, and I believe he has second wind, so he's kind of vibing. He's, you know, thriving at low HP.
He just flashed.
Sustain. Yeah, and, you know, flashing is a state of mind.
Is it?
Look. Maybe a little bit too little health.
Yeah, okay.
Sustain wasn't doing enough for him.
Well, he's gone back to base and he's decided, I'm going to replenish my health.
Before Fate hit level 6, because normally when like Azir gets 6, you can often expect flashes to come out because of the shuffle. But he must have just got harassed down to the point where he's like, right, I'm out.
Yeah. A perplexing situation. As he unbinds the soul, we'll be able to go back in time to collect the cannon.
And I know because we saw one of our best Yone players in Zeka playing Yone.
Yeah.
I know from him playing it that missing your skill shots is fine.
Yeah, and actually it's sometimes optimal.
Yeah, because he tended to do that a fair few times.
Yeah, face checking brushes as well. Kind of works out. As you can see, Closer going back in towards Juhan, who will to back away. Closer was set up on a little bit there by Fate. You can see Beryl, he was rotating up. Kyle's also going to move in here with his
Everyone wants to fight.
Yeah, no, we are battling. There are 4 members in the river for Live Sandbox. It is just clear that it's gone missing as Closer dashes in, does find Juhan. There's the ulti, goes under the ground and gets the flash out of the Kazakhs. And he's still taking a lot of damage. There's the Emperor's Divine First Blood, and Closer just carries. Oh my, the turret shot back to him. That was so beautifully done.
That was sick, and Juhan, I think it was like, there was a point where it's like, right, I got my jump, I got my flash, there's no way he keeps chasing me. Apparently he does. He just keeps chasing you.
And man, I think if you mentioned the fact that you can miss your skill shots and still win.
His ult didn't hit.
If you hit them, yeah, I guess that one missed, but all the rest of them hit pretty well.
Yeah.
So it's like you need to have a decent percentage, but
mixed
it's
messages.
not all of them.
Like,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, ult was flashed there, and I didn't even think kill was going to happen. But Closer commits, chases down, and then Fate even tries to interrupt. The final dash gets him away, and the fact that he had the E till the end really was the difference maker.
Yeah.
That's how I felt on the inside.
Yeah, me too. Actually, a little bit on the outside as well.
You need someone like that, though, in the booth. You need someone to have that upbeat, high energy. Hell yeah.
Teddy's getting engaged on here. Barrel's taking as many turret shots as he deems is the correct amount of turret shots to take.
Which we know as a two-time world champion, he knows the exact amount of turret.
No, exactly, and we're not allowed to judge, which does make sense. Until we win a world championship or two.
Specifically two to match him.
Yeah. Maybe 3 after this year. We'll just have to see.
Yeah.
Looking a little bit difficult to do because, of course, just to bring it back, this game is very, very important for both DRX and Live Sandbox. A victory here puts you well and truly in the race, and losing here kicks you very far out of it. Still doesn't decide anything, but you're relying on other people in order to get things to work out. It's Clear fighting with Rascal and having an okay time doing it at the moment. Down by a bit of CS. We've seen this in the Gragas matchup in Ajax quite a lot. Nature's Grasp coming down, and that is a dead barrel. Okay.
Yeah, so as a two-time world champion.
Oh, no, let's just move on. Let's just move on from there. Willer is taking the Rift Herald, and he will take the Rift Herald. And Juhan will jump away from this Hextech Drake, which will be the first one coming up. Teddy pretty happy to have a kill now in this lane. And I would say that what happened here was a subpar situation. Really nice twisted advance, though, and he popped like a balloon.
Yep, I don't even know what to add to that. That is a very correct assertion. We can obviously see the Maokai into Rakan, being very good at locking the Rakan down with that point-and-click W. Not too much you can do other than stay at a distance for the most part.
And he did not. And that is why he now has a 1 in between those zeros, as ulti does come through from Closer, buffers it nicely.
Closer's just playing so well this game.
Yeah, I feel like we know that Closer has the potential to be one of the most mechanically gifted mid laners we have in the LCK. He just sometimes doesn't show it. Today he's showing it.
And if there's any day you're going to show it, today is probably the best day.
Yeah.
To start showing it, because they need this win.
Really badly. Really, really badly. And it's so interesting, actually. In the post-match thread of T1 versus Bro, there were actually some mentions of Closer. Of course, one of the people who did sub in and share time with Faker a few years ago. And it's just interesting seeing how, in this game especially, how far he's come. And he's looking fantastic here in this game. See whether that is going to continue. Can fluctuate, of course, as Clear is quite low. Juhan is going to dive. Counter-Strike is pretty powerful.
That's the wrong way!
Rascal. No, Rascal. That was not what we wanted. The Unbound Soul is going to come through, and the Yone going to pick up yet another one. And Nature's Grasp comes through here on this bottom side, as Beryl is also down to not very much health.
Yeah, and Clear just flashing, I assume, to establish dominance.
Yeah, no, I like that.
And he's sending a message with that one.
I heard it loud and clear. Whoops. Man, imagine if he went to Brazil. Could actually be loud clear. Wouldn't that be cool? That'd be pretty cool, right?
I'm hoping the replay comes in so I can just move on.
Well, Beryl is going to go for a bit of an engage, and Teddy, the Acathian Rain, doing a whole bunch of work. Beryl's ticking, and boom! There is the kill. It's Closer. There he is. Okay. Juhan, successful gank in the mid lane onto this Yone.
Just as I was losing hope for DRX, a little bit of hope reemerges with a nice little gank play to take out Closer, get that shut down, also get his flash as well. Oh no.
Well, Clear is diving forward. The Cyclone, yeah, Shifting Sand's going to be there.
That
and
wasn't great.
No, it wasn't, but well played by Fate. They do get his flash. That is
Flash for flash, that's a
their
trade.
good news.
Okay, so yeah, I think the problem here comes from the point where Rascal ults and knocks him away.
Yeah.
That's my summation.
Thank you for the deep analysis on that one.
Yeah. Also the flash, I'm not sure where he was going with that. Clear's flash for dominance was also phenomenal.
Yeah. Both flat, all flat. A lot of things that happened there were odd.
Yeah, didn't have the ult time. Yeah.
Yeah. The Emperor's Divide working out very nicely.
If you love him at his best, you need to also appreciate him at his worst.
Yeah, you don't deserve him at his
as a Yone
you don't
player
love him at his worst. Yeah.
You can't really only sometimes go in. You have to always go in. It's a mindset thing.
Absolutely. And I respect it. And I think that it's actually part of the course. It's how you're supposed to do it. It's how it goes, how it works. And now Clear is looking for Rascal. Does manage to find a very nice counter-strike.
See, that's when you knock him away.
That's when you knock him away. When you're the one that's in trouble, in danger, then you can knock them away.
I think the problem is Rascal was just getting mixed messages, you know? Knock him away, don't knock him away.
No, yeah. Look, I understand where you're coming from. But I don't know whether I agree 100% in that previous
plate.
And the plate is not going to give money over to the Yone. Yone having better things to do.
Someone from the Dreamcast like yelling in pain at the plate being missed.
Understandable. As Kyle is once again going to throw out an ulti. Paddock just taking 50% of his health bar. And they get that cooldown. That is certainly good news. Still Flash is being held onto here by the DRX bottom lane. And the interesting thing about this game to me is the fact that it is still so close gold-wise. As it might be changing a little bit towards Live Sandbox, but the flash does come through from Juhan, and that saves it. Beryl now walking after this Wukong. He's able to Warrior Trickster over that wall. This game is taking a turn for the wacky orcs.
I think this is kind of what I expected in this series. It was never going to be straightforward.
True.
A little bit of wackiness makes a lot of sense. Really, both these teams have had some wacky gameplay in this series so far. I think ultimately, you know, both teams have strong teamfight win cons, but Live Sandbox having that early momentum definitely helps, particularly on the likes of the Yone. So if I was them, I'd be looking towards that next dragon or this Herald.
Looks like
trying
Herald.
to set it up and make things happen. Looks like they are moving towards this Herald when it spawns in a few seconds.
Rascal comes over, takes a bit of a drink, and we'll be able to start that one up. Juhan in the area. Willa also is over here. And with the rotation from Teddy, no killer instinct, but Clear is on the bottom side. And he is really starting to rip through these turrets. Demolish Proc does come through. Doesn't have his Divine Sunderer completed just yet. Spate is going to come down. And I have a feeling that that one is probably on the cards for the next little while. Herald secured and in the hands of Juhan now. Live Sandbox considering setting up for the Ocean Drake that's going to be spawning next. We're going to need you to concentrate on no Chemtech. We've had such a good day so far. Triple
such a
Cloud
nice day.
and the Infernal.
What do you think it's going to be? Another Cloud? Maybe another Infernal, honestly.
I wouldn't mind another Infernal. I don't mind Mountain Rift.
Themed series would be quite fun. You know, the first one was
Yeah,
all
that'd
Cloud,
be
this
cool.
one all Infernal.
Definitely pretty fiery as far as how the stakes are set up. That's fantastic. As Teddy and Kyle, now the ones hanging out in this mid lane. Static Shiv now at the ready, so the wave clear, no issue for this Kai'Sa. And do you have a feeling about who you think is going to win this game? I don't yet.
I'm leaning towards Live Sandbox because of the thing I said earlier about the multiple go buttons and all the engage and stuff.
The more simplicity?
Yeah. You know, this Kha'Zix is doing okay, I guess, but it's not really done that much. And, you know, it's not like I think DRX's composition is like super complicated to play, but I do think that Live Sandbox is, you really just go in. And Close has had a good start to the game. I think the Yone is like the linchpin of this composition, because I really feel like if he's playing badly, it really will be a struggle.
You do get a lot of decision-making as Yone, don't you? Because you can decide to win the game and you can decide to lose the game.
Yeah, and you can die multiple times and still decide to win. That's just how the champion works.
Exactly. Well, we've got a very deep teleport coming in as Clear makes his way through. DRX, a little bit more of a local one, as Rascal's going to move on down. They line up for the Nature's Grasp. It's into the back line. He goes, and oh my god, Closer finds it! The angle's fantastic. Takes down the Azir as well, as Teddy also getting into that back line. Now Rascal is running the wrong direction, as Clear is going to walk onto the barrel, but there is the Nimbus Strike. And Willa should be able to lock this one down. There it is, with a little bit of help from his friends in those turrets. And I think that the feeling that you got may be somewhat accurate.
Yep, Closer just decides he wants to pop off. And also, DRX not having the finesse to execute. Although in fairness, I think pressing ult on Xayah isn't really a finesse thing. That's just hopefully reacting to the engage that comes towards you. But I think the angle of it was just fantastic, because what ended up happening is Closer's setting up stacks on the Dragon. This root comes in, and then we see Willa go for the invisible triple CC layered.
Oh my god.
I mean, you're just dead. If you didn't ult, immediately you're dead, and Closer also sniping the Azir with the Gale Force.
And also hitting the Kha'Zix with the Q knock-up, then immediately ulting, so that there's just not a lot of possible reaction.
You know, if Pardo could ulted there, he would have been praised so high. It would have been the sickest ult ever.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
And I like the level of confusion on the fans' faces as we get the reactions as well, because I'm glad that I'm not the only one.
Who are this team? Oh my, I was so focused on the replay. I'm so sorry, Max.
What happened? Oh my, we were going so well!
I'm sorry.
It was such a great day and now it's ruined.
Yeah. Oh, Brendan's gonna be furious.
I know, think about Valdez. Look at these mega cones that are everywhere. These mega scry boys.
Yeah.
Oh no. Never gonna hear the end of it. Oh well. I guess you can't win them all, but we didn't need to lose this many.
It'd been a good day. I could have just, yeah. Happens.
Well, Everfrost going to come through. Closer, of course, able to snap back, so he's absolutely okay. And Kyle, not afraid to walk forward. Not embarrassed about wearing pajamas. Doesn't matter at all. This is his house. He's allowed to wear whatever he likes.
You know, I think the social taboo about pajamas is it's unnecessary. If someone wants to be comfy when they're out and about, just let them. You know, if Cal wants to walk about the Rift in pajamas, let it happen.
I feel like there was, like, at least a little while back, a bit of a time where you could kind of just wear pajamas. You know, like the Ugg boot, like fashion meta.
Oh god.
It was not. It was. I didn't, because it did just kind of look like people were just wandering about in their pajamas.
Yeah.
I never really did participate in that one because I just feel like your feet would get way too hot. They're somewhat breathable, but not that breathable.
Yeah, breathable shoe does go a long way.
Yeah. It's kind of important. Don't know how we got on that topic. I think I will alleviate us of that one.
We are quickly going off track.
Yeah, and the on track is looking towards a Live Sandbox victory. Approximately 3,000 gold is the lead. The Baron now well and truly on the cards. For Live Sandbox, they're just trying to make sure that they limit as much vision as possible. It's one of Yone's big strengths as well, as being able to snap yourself over a wall and then just go exploring without too much issue when it comes to being picked away.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of like Yasuo, except you can just snap back and you don't have to commit to the play. So, pretty good, I think is how I describe it.
Whereas Yasuo, you are just always committing, and your character continually moves towards the enemy team no matter what. It's so weird that it makes you do that. As Juhan is just going to get Void Sword, and Teddy's going to lock that one down. In the meantime, Clear is cleaning up this bottom lane in a turret.
Fortunately, at this rate, probably not going to be a game 3 for Crocker to be subbed back in.
And also, I don't think there's going to be a Chemtech Soul, because I don't know whether this game is going to make it that far. As Closer going to get a little bit of a knock-up onto Beryl. Beryl still has the opportunity to go for some sort of engage, but the Nature's Grasp is going to be in there. The Baron comes down, and Clear is looming. He gets into the brush. That is going to be the Counter-Strike stun. Beryl does manage to stun him up. They kill the Jax, but it's a trade of top laners. And the Baron is still rotating around Live Sandbox. It may have bought them a little bit of time. Of course, taking the Baron off Clear is probably the most high-value one. But still, we're going to have a look at this and how it happened once again.
Yeah, so hits a W, decides I'm going to one-shot the enemy jungler, and
Yeah,
does.
try it.
So pretty solid gameplay.
Yeah, and now he's just like Baron, Baron, Baron. And they take it. And then this, like, you were talking about finesse comps and yada yada, but man, this composition, it's just, it feels so good when you can just stand in the pit, press Nature's Grasp, and say, like, now we get Baron.
You have finesse comps and fist comps. Fist comps, you just punch him in the face.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
And it seems to be working here for Live Sandbox. Teddy as well, finding that kill. That's his first of this game, I think moving up to 2005.
Which I think, honestly, given how he got 14 last game and only won this game, maybe theory that he could be less motivated to get kills.
It's standing pretty strong. But also, he's not greeting for those kills because, as you can see, he also hasn't died.
So that's the best of both worlds, is that, you know, he doesn't overcommit for the kills and therefore plays better.
Yeah.
This could be the arc we're looking for.
I'm kind of liking it. Hasn't had too much opportunity to get them either, just because so many of these kills have been about this Yone kind of popping off in these team fights, finding the angles, finding the opportunities. And Clear is having a great one as well. This time he hasn't picked up any of the kills, but it is just providing all that pressure in the side lane. As Closer's diving forward. There we go. See, this is what you were talking about before. You just don't need to land it.
Yep, that is... We've seen Zeka pull off that move a couple of times.
Oh, it's so good. Zeka sometimes does it where he dies during that play.
Oh, yeah. That's adding another... That's called the Keck.
Yeah. No, that's a pretty good one. This, a little bit different. Everfrost does come down, as once again, Clear is going to taxi himself. This time he needs his flash. So
yeah, that one in
not going to
fairness
say
to
anything
Rascal,
bad to Rascal.
Yeah, not his fault on that one, but a lot of just, you know, forced sideways movement coming out on the Jax from these Gragasholds.
Yep. As Fate taking a fair bit of damage. Swishing around these swords is Closer. Does have his friends coming on over as well, as Kyle throwing some saplings in, and here it is, Nature's Grasp. He's just using it. Off cooldown, Beryl going to be locked up for a moment, but it should be able to give them some free time with this inner turret, and that will take that down. 6,000 gold now the lead. Live Sandbox very close to a 2-0 in this series, moving to 3-10, equalizing the scoreline with so many others on the eastern side of the bracket. It's so exciting, this playoffs race for the last spot. 6th place is just, it's up for grabs for almost, like, for anyone, actually, right now.
I always kind of wonder, maybe if some of these teams, like we've seen Live Sandbox now in much better form, Bro in the previous series in much better form, maybe the team who makes the run to 6th might actually
6th place wins Worlds. That's what happened in 2022.
That's the established truth from last year. Yeah, that's valid.
Yep. And we'll see whether it is...
Look, all this previous stuff in this season doesn't really matter. It's about the form you're in when you get to playoffs.
Yep. And if they actually make it to Worlds, which is possible but very unlikely, I would be very scared. If I was the other teams and I saw that they were 6th place in the regular season in the LCK, that's ominous. Yeah. That's very ominous.
That is scary.
There is the other theory as well. There's the, I think it's the Chronicler theory, where if you've got someone that was on a 10th place team in the LCK the year prior, then you're also going to win. That one favors KT, as, of course, Viper was on a 10th place team, and then he won Worlds in 2021. Similar things have happened. So we'll just have to see. DRX now just trying to defend as best they can. They do have a relatively defensive composition, so it is hard to make the siege work.
Especially if you're diving like the inhibitor towers. That's where it's a bit tricky. They do have Baron up in a minute 30 and Chemtech Soul in a minute 40, which, woohoo, you know, exists, I guess. They can take it. And then maybe if Teddy is under half HP for some reason, his Ws will do more damage.
I'm glad you let us know that the Chemtech Soul does exist.
Yeah.
Probably not going to be where they're going to be looking, but maybe you just want to start getting that Elder Drake rolling.
Yep, get the timer for it. That's valid.
And so much of the CC on DRX is actually all knockups. There's like no real stun CC at all.
Wow.
So
he didn't Gale Force and he didn't ult.
Huh. Well, he's ulted now as Rascal is teleporting in. The Mega Blast Cone does come down as now Teddy is going to find a Feather Storm. There is a Twisted Advance, and that is a dead Puddock. Nature's Grasp coming out one more time. I really like how Kyle has been playing this support Maokai.
Yeah, it's been really good. Honestly, he's been constantly threatening in lane. And considering this was the pick that Beryl brought out earlier this season as the counter to Rakan, he's not matched up well into it.
Yep. It's the psychological matchup as well, as Closer is going to miss a little Q here as he unbinds, but is going to be able to head back.
So much damage, though.
Yeah, and he's got GA, so he can kind of just do it with impunity. And now Live Sandbox, just war of attrition. They will be able to take this mid inhibitor. And they also get the stop on the back here as well. Paddock is dead, so just not a lot of damage remaining. As Rascal, he's got the explosive cast. Clear is going to have to
clear off.
Yeah, clear off a little bit of that. So wait, you're gonna go with the clear off, but I'm not allowed to go with the loud clear. You didn't like that one?
No,
not very fair.
You know, the reason I liked the one I said is because I said it.
Ah, maybe that's why I like the one I said.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. I guess it's fine. Kyle is going to engage kind of by himself here.
Does he win, by the way? He won that trade for sure.
And by a lot.
Yeah, it wasn't even close.
It's the power of the Oblivion Orb.
True. You know, Juhan was going to heal up with the W.
Yeah, nope.
Wasn't able to.
Not happening. You can also dodge the W and stop it from healing with your Twisted Advance. Could you imagine that?
That would be...
That's sick tech.
Bit too mechanically advanced.
Yeah, imagine if you could read the animation on Kha'Zix that well as a support player. That sounds pretty incredible to me.
That sounds like the sort of mechanics you would expect from, you know, maybe a two-time world champ.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If this was the other Maokai, then, you know, maybe we'd be leveling up the expectations. And there it is. Another nature. He just presses the button. He just presses this button over and over again and gets all of the things for it. This is just
top-tier Maokai gameplay.
It really is making Maokai look completely busted after he looked completely useless in the previous game. As close, he finds the reposition into the ulti. The Azir is no longer, goes down to the GA, but he's completely safe now as he snaps back. Teddy then finds his angle with the Killer Instinct. Now the kills are starting to flow through for the Kai'Sa, taking a lot of damage, but he is going to be able to push this Kha'Zix away and Live Sandbox, the 2-0. Against DRX here, the final game of the week and their most important victory this season.
And it just didn't even feel remotely close, if I'm being honest. This Live Sandbox, this level of play, we haven't seen, I'm going to say it since spring.
Nope. I would agree. 100%.
And it just feels like everyone was on the same page. They picked these compositions that, yes, were straightforward, but the execution in the fights was phenomenal. And everyone seemed to be playing at a higher level than we've seen for the whole season. And, you know, their schedule, their remaining schedule is tricky. It is hard, but they are still in the running. And this win, the fact it's a 2-0 as well, makes a massive difference.
Certainly is. So Gen G is going to be their next one, facing off against Bro, T1, and then KT. Couple of those are looking pretty tough, given our first place and second place teams in KT
up against
and Gen
Bro,
G.
That's going to be
And
tricky.
Bro coming off that win against T1. But Bro managed to beat T1. So if Live Sandbox can beat Bro, then theoretically, they should stand a chance.
Yeah. Maybe they beat Gen G somehow, because they're reeling off the KT loss. And then KT are like, well, we want to have the same score as Gen G, so they also lose to them.
Ooh, I like the tactic. As Teddy just shows the little guns. He's like, I've done my work here. Just want to go back, study up for the next one. The season isn't over.
I just saw that on a poster. Cool kids never panic. You know, with the 3-10 scoreline, it's looking doomed. But I didn't see them panicking.
No, I didn't see them panicking.
And it looked pretty cool.
Or maybe we saw controlled panic. Because I felt like the little bit of panic we might have seen was only a good thing in this series. Because there was some shenanigans, there was some craziness, and then there was Closer completely outplaying DRX.
On my POG sheet, I not only ticked mid, I also circled it as well. I feel like off the day, this is the 11 out of 11. I
think this is a vote that even media could understand.
I mean, he popped off. I think there's no other way to spin it. I wasn't too sure how he'd do on the Yone in this game. Obviously, has a history of being good on some champions akin to this, but just this was phenomenal.
Do you know
so
what
many huge moments?
The actual Giga Chat vote, though, is Kyle.
That's valid.
I actually think that maybe that is the 5-head vote.
I don't think he'll win. I think Closer had such a banger game that he'll get it, but I do think that's a fair shout-out.
I think saying that he played extraordinarily well is probably enough in this one, because when you've got Closer performing to that level, you just accept that you're probably not going to get.
I hope we get the final engage, because this one just looked cool. If I'm gonna be honest, it was slick, I think is how I describe it. When he goes in with a little redirect into the ult, DRX was so ankles broken.
And here we go. The flash in, they get the Q, the slight diagonal reposition.
Yeah.
To make it as confusing as possible.
DRX didn't know what was going on. I'm not sure Closer knew what was going on, but DRX definitely didn't as a result of that. And look how happy he is on the player cam.
Yeah, he's leaning forward, he's in gamer position, full gamer position.
He's like, I gotta play Yone and I popped off?
And he played Ahri in the last game and popped off, and we thought that Ahri was kind of a done deal champion. And no. Apparently, according to Closer, if it's Closer's day, he is just going to destroy you. Does manage to do a whole bunch of damage, but it's not really about these damage numbers outside of Kyle. Hats off to doing a fair bit, more than your jungler.
What a
as the secondary jungler, I guess. Man, Samox looked really good today.
He did more damage than Juhad. And the thing is, we saw that on display when he was just beating him up.
Yeah, in that 1v1
jungle.
That's what the coaches are now showing him. They're like, by the way, you probably should have actually gone for that 1v1, because as you can see here on the damage graph, you would have won. Because you did more damage.
I think that's the funny thing is that DRX are switching the junglers around, and then Liv Sandbox it.
Just employ a second one, yeah. What a crazy series. And what a way to close out the week here as well. It is now time to break down that series. Let's throw it over to the space. Take it away.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast on the day. Very, very fun stuff there. As 2-0 from Liv Sandbox over DRX. And to be honest, it's kind of, you know, especially after watching DRX versus Nongshim, it feels like both of those teams are still kind of struggling to find their footing. In Liv Sandbox, you know, they had some time off. They had some time to recollect themselves. They come in really strong and take a strong 2-0. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo, I guess, that I don't feel like the jungle substitution was a good choice. I feel like DRX looked all over the place. Rascal had a really weak series. Uncharacteristically, like, he's a really strong top laner, but at the end of the day, when Fate's underperforming, Rascal's underperforming, I mean, it's a tough one, right? And I feel like this was partially due to some draft decisions, but overall, Liv Sandbox were just the way better team on the day.
Yeah, I mean, for Liv Sandbox, ever since they substituted the top lane, especially with the clear, I think they much look clear, basically. Like, they look much clean, and it's like they're actually getting their back to get there when they're picked at the form. Like, those kind of things, a lot of fact that, like, even Closer, I think, especially for him being able to play more melee champion this meta, looking like it's going to be really, really giving to flexibility to Liv Sandbox's draft, and that's going to be their strength.
Yeah, it absolutely was. We can take a look at the draft here. You know, we saw some key picks that you were talking about. The Yone coming out here for Closer. We did see the Kazakhs as well. I feel like for Juan, not really making a big impact. Also, the last pick, Wukong, kind of to round out the draft. Any thoughts about that?
I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but obviously what it does is it makes this draft extremely simple. It's a circles comp, right? You put the lines out with Maokai, you have the follow-up Yone ultimate, you have the Jax, you have the Wukong, excuse me, and it's just really easy to just walk at them. The Willer Kong. He's got a really good win rate on the pick. He's very well versed at it. So it's really simple, whereas DRX, comp's hard. You actually have to front to back, but you have to disengage with the Azir. You have to use the Gragas very well on the top side of the map and then be willing to use him to engage and disengage against what's an aggressive comp here for Liv Sandbox. And I feel like we've seen all throughout this entire week of weaker teams trying to play drafts like this and just completely falling over, whereas Liv Sandbox just like, it's a simple one, and it's hard to mess it up, and they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. That's what you said. I think it's like the Maokai, but the flex pick was really great. Like, I think like when I see more Maokai support into Rakani, especially, like it actually just a lot of dual kill actually happen in the bottom as well, and those kind of fact that it makes like the games like so easy because the Maokai value in the later in the game. It's just like it makes so easy to play. As you said, just press R into R into R, just press button, just play the game, just play out through this easy objective to play in the river fight. It's just easy to go.
Yeah, I really like that you can go even shroud relatively quickly, especially from ahead, and Maokai doesn't need a lot of items to press R, right? It's still just the same thing, and then you have another pick for the jungle, and you can kind of flex and all that stuff. So it's a really good strat that we're only seeing from a lot of our lower teams, actually. Barrel's been bringing out, right? So it's been kind of interesting.
Yeah, I was talking about this actually like back in, if you guys remember, like week 2, when it was one of my key picks to watch out for was the Maokai. I was like, this actually should be played support. Like, it's actually so strong what it does. It's just based on the ultimate. Like, that's it. And finally, it took a long time, but thanks to Barrel, we got there. Not in this series, but he was the first one to bring it out.
Slow up and coming, you know.
And he lost.
Yeah, he did, but, you know, the pick
was his fault. He popularized it, and they used it against him.
You know, yeah, let's take a look at the first highlight, guys. We did have this Drake fight at 17 minutes in, and it was certainly, again, just pretty straightforward stuff. You get the flank, and you get the circles, and things are pretty straightforward from there.
Yeah, I mean, the TP came so fast, and it's like, look at the war where it actually plays it. It's just so impressed, and it's like, they're so collapsed. Like, there's so many angles that they're actually getting just one pop in.
Yeah, I mean, the fight is over in less than a second. It's actually just that simple. With the Jax flank there and the Yone ult to come through, they layer the Counter-Strike on top of it, and obviously you have the Maokai ultimate as well. And, I mean, they were like calling to each other, each person's going, ready, like 3, 2, 1, done. It was just...
Yeah, I mean, there's a triple angle. Like, Yone is coming from the Drake, Maokai ult is coming from the different wall, and the other wall, there's a Jax coming from. Like, it's just... I mean, it was a beautiful team fight, I would say.
Yeah, you know, getting flanked in this game is pretty bad, so you want to avoid that. Definitely something to learn from that highlight. Let's take a look at the second one here on the Baron. This one started off with kind of a strange pick from the Kaisa onto the jungler, and then from there it was just Live Sandbox's game.
Yeah, I mean, like, thank you. Like, this is the kind of long time no see AP Kaisa. It's been a while, you know? Like, this is why Kaisa is really OP, and there was a lot of it. Kind of these days, like, AD Kaisa was not able to perform. This is what we're talking about, the Kaisa first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's very powerful, obviously, and the Kazakhs here just looking like a fish out of water, unfortunately. It doesn't really suit the comp that much, and we were a little bit perplexed by it in the draft. We didn't talk about it too much earlier, but so squishy. And then you're trying to approach this Baron here. Your AD carry, or rather your jungler is gone, and you're trying to force this fight here with the choke point, right? You have a Xayah here, but you're just so far behind, and Maokai's just going to lock everybody in place. It's just unplayable, unfortunately, from this far behind. And that was the story of both games, like an absolute stomp we saw tonight. Live Sandbox bouncing back in a big way. Going into the series, I felt like DRX were slight favorites. It was a bit of a hiccup, right, obviously, against Nongshim. But now, I mean, DRX, I don't know if they're making playoffs, you know? I don't think they're in my front running. I mean, obviously, I said earlier, I thought Brion is probably the most likely to go, but DRX definitely jumping down the list.
Yeah, it feels like probably Brion or Live Sandbox at this point, which is kind of crazy to say based on the huge dip that Live Sandbox have taken, but maybe they're coming up right at the right time. Let's take a look at the POG here for Live Sandbox in game number 2. Definitely one guy did stand out. It was Closer, who did have some big boom moments in the team fights, and as always, is Yone showing up big.
I told you, Wolf!
You told me what?
I told you, Wolf, it's gotta be Closer.
I mean, yeah, it can be Closer, but is it the right choice?
I mean, it's Closer, so it's must have been right choice. Well, I mean, as you see, like the Drake setup team fight was beautiful. I mean, that's what always Yone want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there were several votes that were fine. Like, I actually thought Closer did a pretty decent job, but, you know, Willer, I thought he had more impact as well as the Maokai actually who set them up, but it was really just triple threat, right? Every single player that's involved in these combos deserves votes in my mind. So we'll see where it goes.
Oh, you had some support from media. That's good. You got the one. Yeah, the guy. Yeah. And then 2 votes for Teddy as well. He did get that pick onto the Kazakhs that one time. That was good.
That was an interesting
And then everybody else went for Closer.
Welcome to the media spacer.
Yeah, no, I thought Willer had a good game as well. It was just kind of a stomp, and sometimes, you know, you give a lot of credit to all the other players, all the players on the side of the winning team. But guys, we have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we're here joined by Closer Miller on the side of Live Sandbox after their win up against DRX. Congratulations! The sandstorm is too powerful. I can't stop coughing, guys. It was indeed a little bit too hard. It was a little bit, mid until now, but today it was on fire. So, how do you guys feel about the win today? So, this was really important in terms of the playoffs competition, and we wanted to give it our all, and it feels amazing that we were able to get the win. Yeah, we were like, this is a must-win series for us, and I'm so relieved that we got the win. Yeah, I mean, just like you guys mentioned, right now, the East side is all about the winning the last ticket to playoffs. Speaking of which, this DRX series was so important. What was your resolution for the game like? So, I just wanted to focus on my performance. I just wanted to give it my all, because if I pay attention to other stuff, I kind of, get distracted and kind of underperform. So I wanted to just make sure that I can play at my best level. So game number 1, it was the ultimate go button comp. Everyone could dive on top of the enemy. Walk us through this drafting. I think Kaisa was the best pick to round out the comp. And also, I think the opponent didn't really have any tools to be immune to our dive attempt. So we thought this was the best pick for us today. Game 2 comp kept the same vibe. It was all about going in, diving on top of the enemy. Do you think this fits LSB's playstyle the best? We kind of figured we all prefer to just go all in instead of just, scaling, waiting for the late game. And in game 2, you guys put Maokai to support and picked Wukong jungle. I wonder what was behind this rotation. Maokai looks like a decent pick on the bottom lane in terms of the laning phase, but also 2v2 fights. So we wanted to find the best pick that can add more power to our team fighting, and that was Wukong, a pick that I'm really confident in. Closer, your Yone is so good. And it seems like you are unstoppable on AD Duelist. Do you agree? I get to see kind of wider perspective when I get to play AD champions for sure. And your ult was so on point. Any tips? You have to have the charged Q on a different direction and then ult to the other direction to confuse the enemy. That kind of works the best. And I have a replay where you were able to get a solo kill onto enemy jungler. It was indeed a relentless pursuit. How did you see this kill angle? So Juhan was down with flash and jump, so I knew that I would be able to finish that kill, and then I got lucky and it worked well. Willer, how are you spectating this play? I was like, yeah, like chill out, like cut it, and then still, like I'm kind of puzzled to see he actually got the kill. And Teddy also reached a historic milestone in the LCK. He is the first LCK player to surpass 2,000 kills. So after the game, he was aware that he got the record and he looked extremely happy. Any message over to Teddy? I'm so happy that he is actually our teammate when he is reaching that milestone. Next week, Genji and OK Bro await. What is your determination for the upcoming week 8? I think 2 teams are really strong right now, but I don't want to focus on our opponents. I would rather focus on my performance and my play. We will keep working our best in order to win as many games as possible. And before we go, Willer, not long after you'll be on the post-game live talk show, Lolly Night. What can we expect from that? This is like my first time, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I will make sure to, bring the best entertainment for the fans. Now, this will be the end of the interview from Willer Closer, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-Sun, as always, for that awesome translation. We can take a look at the standings now after Live Sandbox get the win, and you know what? Now another team is at 4-10 and is right in front of Bro, right under Kwangdong Freaks. Who's going to make it?
Wait,
Who's it
so
gonna be?
it says 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Look at that. In terms of the points, in terms of the game score.
Yeah.
DRX, there's only one win missing down there. The loneliest one down with 3 wins. Negative 14.
I mean, since there's so many 4-10 team, like for sure the points for the future, it will be matter. It will affect who's got
every game. Every single game, every single series could be the difference maker. So we can take a look at the schedule for the upcoming week. Of course, this is the last day of this week of the LCK, as we will be moving on to 13-13, by the way. This will be interesting to watch some of these matchups. Anything that stands out to you guys?
It's a tough week for DRX. You know, the team that just lost and went down to 3, they play against T1. They were able to beat them last time around, but a bit of an odd situation there, right? Not really T1 at their fullest strength, and they won't be, of course, next week either, but I think they've improved a lot since then. And then against HLE on Saturday, going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why the Brion had a good remaining the matches, that this is the week that they have to win 2 games in a row, but sort of them, it's like it's the same thing for Live Sandbox and Nongshim as well. They gotta win as much as they can.
Yeah, will be an interesting Saturday showdown as well. KT looking like gods right now, and T1 not so much. So we'll see how that will go, as we do have Challenger League on Monday and Tuesday every week. We do stream it in English. You guys can catch that. Always a lot of fun talking to you guys in the chat while we do that, as always. Definitely check it out. But that's going to do it for us. Any final thoughts?
Nah. Thanks for watching this week, guys. I really enjoyed it.
I love you guys. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Love you too. Well, either way, guys, we are done. Have a good night and week, and see you next time.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love.